Section 24 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Section 24. Battle at Camp Wildcat, Kentucky. Battle at Romney, Virginia. And Battle of Frederickton, Missouri. Battle at Camp Wildcat, Kentucky. October 21st, 1861. On the same day that the disastrous battle at Ball's Bluff, Virginia, was fought, and also the successful engagement of Colonel Plummer's command at Frederickton, Missouri, a spirited fight was maintained by a small force of Federal troops in Kentucky. They were successful in resisting the attack of a large body of the enemy under General Zollicoffer, who had made advances into that state from Tennessee by the Cumberland Gap. The engagement was unimportant when viewed in reference to the numbers engaged or the loss of life, but its moral effects were significant. It was the first battle thus far that had taken place upon the soil of Kentucky, and it was bravely fought by her own loyal sons. To oppose the advance of the rebels, a single Kentucky regiment under Colonel Garrard was stationed at Rockcastle Creek, at an encampment known by the name of Wildcat. General Zollicoffer conceived the design of cutting off this isolated regiment, and for that purpose was moving rapidly forward with 6 regiments of infantry and 1 of cavalry, sacking the towns of Barboursville and Loudoun in his progress. General Albin Schopf, who commanded the Federal troops in this district, hearing of the advance of the rebel forces, dispatched the 32nd Indiana, Colonel J. Coburn, from the camp at Big Hill, 19 miles south of Richmond, with instructions to occupy an eminence half a mile to the east of Camp Wildcat, while directions were also given to the 14th Ohio to proceed to the same place, and 2 regiments of Tennessee Federalists, then at Camp Dick Robinson, 44 miles from the scene of action, hastened to participate in the expected fight, and marched the whole distance on the day of the 21st, arriving just after the last feint by the enemy. Colonel Wolford's Kentucky cavalry had also arrived, and General Schopf and staff reached the scene of action in the course of the day. At 8 o'clock on the morning of the 21st, before the arrival of Colonel Coburn's forces at the point designated, the advance of the enemy, with wild and exultant shouts, attacked Colonel Garrard's camp, and anticipated an easy victory over an inferior force, much reduced by sickness. But the brave Kentuckians met them with an undaunted front, and poured into their ranks a deadly fire. Having been taught to despise the little band they were now attacking, the rebels advanced again gallantly to the assault, but the cool and determined resistance they met with soon put them to flight, and they retired discomfited, to await the arrival of the main body of their forces. Meantime, Colonel Coburn, with 4 companies of the 33rd Indiana, had started at 7 o'clock to reach the hill designated. The command consisted of Company D, Captain McCree, Company I, Captain Hauser, Company E, Captain Hendricks, and Company G, Captain Deal. In all, about 350 men. Their arrival was most opportune, as the rebel forces were on the point of seizing the same position. The companies were immediately deployed as skirmishers. In about 20 minutes, the rebels, who were concealed in the woods, commenced firing. Soon after, they appeared in front, half a mile to the south and below in the valley. They were in large numbers, and formed in line near an open space, and then approached the Federal force under cover of a wood which concealed them from view, and opened fire. At this moment the Kentucky cavalry, Colonel Garrard, came up and reinforced the 33rd. The enemy charged but were repulsed under a galling fire. The front of the rebels approached within a few rods of Colonel Coburn, with their caps on their bayonets, saying that they were Union men and were all right, and having thus attempted to disarm the suspicion of the loyal troops, suddenly poured a murderous fire upon them. After an hour of severe struggle, the enemy were compelled to retreat, leaving part of their dead and wounded behind them. At about the close of this attack, another detachment of the forces under General Schopf came upon the ground. It consisted of 4 companies of the 17th Ohio. Company E, Captain Fox, Company C, Captain Haynes, Company K, Captain Rhee, and Company H, Captain Wisson, all of whom, under Major Ward, promptly formed in line ready for their part in the contest. But the enemy had retreated only to return with an increased force. At about 2 o'clock p.m., the attack was renewed, and at the same time, Company C, 14th Ohio, Captain J.W. Brown, appeared on the field. The position was fiercely contested, the Federal troops rendering the most gallant and effective service in the face of the largely superior force brought against them. A few discharges of cannon, 3 pieces of which were in use, aided by the well-directed infantry fire, resulted in the total rout and dispersion of the enemy, who again retreated, and during the night were finally removed by General Zollicoffer. Captain Stannard's Ohio battery earned for itself high commendations in this contest. The Federal loss was 4 killed and 21 wounded. We have no record of Zollicoffer's loss. While the battle was raging, General Schoepf, who had just arrived, had tied his horse to a tree at a short distance, desired a soldier to go and get him. The man hesitating, the general went himself, and was just unfastening the reins when he was greeted with a storm of bullets. One of them passed through his boot top, and several struck the tree to which the horse was tied. With the most perfect coolness, the general mounted his horse and rode off to his post, as leisurely as if he were an unconcerned spectator of the scene. Zollicoffer subsequently had large reinforcements, which he put into a condition for the best possible service, and commenced fortifying the strong positions at Cumberland Gap. Battle at Romney, Virginia. October 26, 1861. The town of Romney is located in Hampshire County, Virginia, on the south branch of the Potomac, 190 miles northwest from Richmond. It had been the theater of previous military adventures between the loyal troops and their enemies, who were on several occasions compelled to retire from the place, but afterwards took advantage of the absence of the Federal forces to return. Brigadier General B.F. Kelly, who commanded a portion of the forces in the encounter at Philippi, where he was wounded, was encamped with part of his command at New Creek. He resolved to dislodge the rebels from Romney and ordered his forces to unite in a march on the town on the morning of the 26th of October. The 4th and 8th Ohio and 7th Virginia were in the brigade, with the addition of the Ringgold Cavalry. The forces, after a march along their various routes of from 20 to 25 miles, united, and about 2:30 in the afternoon encountered the outposts of the enemy at Mill Creek, 5 miles from Romney. These they drove in and advanced to the Indian Mound Cemetery west of the town, where the rebels made a stand and opened fire with a 12-pound rifled gun, placed in a commanding position in the cemetery, and with a mountain howitzer from the high grounds on the east bank of the river at a point which commanded the road for half a mile. At the east end of the bridge the enemy had thrown up entrenchments, from which they kept up a constant fire of musketry upon the head of the column. They were responded to by a 12-pounder and 2 6-pounders, until in about half an hour the general understood the position, when he gave the command to charge upon the enemy's entrenchments. The cavalry, led by Captains Keyes and McGee, dashed across the river at the ford, with enthusiastic shouts, while the infantry, under the command of Colonels Mason and Dupuy, Lieutenant Colonel Kelly, and Major Swearingen, rushed over the bridge to encounter the enemy at the mouth of his guns. As soon as they saw this movement, they immediately abandoned their positions and retreated precipitately through the town, flying in the direction of Winchester. General Kelly captured a considerable number of the enemy, among whom was Colonel Angus MacDonald, 200 horses, 3 wagon loads of new rifles, 3 cannon, a large quantity of corn, wagons, tents, and, in fact, everything they had. Colonel Johns, with 700 men of the 2nd Potomac Home Brigade, under orders from General Kelly, started from North Branch Bridge early in the morning, passing through Frankfort, having been instructed to make a diversion with his force toward Springfield to withdraw the attention of a portion of the enemy stationed there from General Kelly's movements. When within 1.5 miles of Springfield, the rear of his column was fired upon by the rebels, occasioning a delay of nearly an hour. The march was then renewed through Springfield, disclosing evidences of the retreat of the enemy on the way. On arriving at the bridge crossing the south branch of the Potomac, they were discovered on the opposite side of the river, when a brisk fire was commenced. After skirmishing half an hour, Colonel Johns determined to cross the bridge, but found that a portion of the planking had been torn up and removed. The enemy at the same time kept up a sharp fire, killing 1 and wounding 6 of his men. The passage of the bridge being impracticable, and the firing having ceased in the direction of Romney, Colonel Johns inferred that General Kelly was in possession of the town. His own purpose having been accomplished in producing a diversion of the rebel forces, and the necessity of joining Kelly no longer existing, he withdrew his command to Old Town in Maryland, about 9 p.m. after a march of 25 miles. Battle of Frederickton, Missouri, October 21, 1861. Brigadier General U.S. Grant, commanding at Cairo, Illinois, being informed that the rebel recruits under Colonel Jeff Thompson and Colonel Lowe were congregating in Madison County, Missouri, ordered Colonel J.B. Plummer, of the 11th Missouri Volunteers, to proceed to Frederickton. Colonel Plummer was in command at Cape Girardeau, and on the 18th, the day following the receipt of the order, he marched with about 1,500 men composed of the 17th and 20th Illinois Volunteers, Colonels Ross and Marsh, the 11th Missouri under the immediate command of Lieutenant Colonel Pennebaker, Lieutenant White's section of Taylor's battery, and Captains Stewart and Lansdowne's companies of cavalry. On arriving at Frederickton, Colonel Plummer found that the rebels had evacuated the town the evening before, and that Colonel Carlin, with about 3,000 Federals from Pilot Knob, had occupied the place a few hours before him. The enemy had retired in the direction of Greenville, and Colonel Carlin, having reinforced Colonel Plummer with the 21st and 33rd Illinois Volunteers, under Colonels Alexander and Hovey, 6 companies of the 1st Indiana Cavalry, Colonel Baker, and 1 section of Major Schofield's battery, under Lieutenant Hascock. They started in pursuit. The column, thus reinforced, was put in motion at about 1 o'clock p.m., but had not proceeded more than 3/4 of a mile when the enemy was discovered a short distance in advance. Colonel Ross, whose regiment was the leading one of the column, immediately deployed it to the left into a lane, and threw forward 2 companies of skirmishers to feel the enemy, whose exact position and strength it was difficult to determine. Colonel Plummer directed Colonel Ross to move forward his regiment into the cornfield in support of his skirmishers, and ordered up Lieutenant White's section of Taylor's battery, which immediately opened fire, and by its effectiveness soon caused the enemy to respond. Their artillery consisted of 4 pieces, masked, upon the slope of a hill about 600 yards distant. The principal body of their infantry, under Colonel Lowe, was posted in the cornfield to the left of the road. With them, the 17th Illinois was soon engaged. The other regiments of the column were deployed to the right and left of the road as they came up. Colonel Plummer then ordered forward the 38th Illinois from the town, which promptly came upon the field under one of its field officers, leaving there the 8th Wisconsin under Colonel Murphy, and 1 section of Major Schofield's battery in reserve. A post of honor, though one disagreeable to them, as all were eager to participate in the engagement. As soon as it was practicable, Major Schofield of the 1st Mission Volunteer Light Artillery brought upon the field 2 sections of his battery under Captain Matter and Lieutenant Hascock, which were placed in position and did efficient service. Major Schofield rendered valuable aid in bringing the regiments on the right of the road into line of battle, and in directing their movements. In the meantime, the enemy were falling back before the steady advance and deadly fire of the 17th and 20th Illinois and a portion of the 11th Missouri. Their retreat soon became a rout, and they fled in every direction, pursued by the Union troops. At this time, the enemy's infantry on the right, where Thompson commanded in person, being in retreat, the Indiana cavalry charged and pursued them. Thompson, however, had rallied a portion of his troops about half a mile in the rear of his first position, and brought 1 gun into battery on the road, supported by infantry on either side. The cavalry charged and took the gun, being exposed at the same time to a deadly fire from the enemy's infantry, but as the column that had been ordered forward to their support did not reach the point in time, the enemy were unable to carry the piece from the field. It was here that Major Gavitt and Captain Hyman fell. The rout now became general, and the enemy were pursued by the Union troops several miles, until the approach of night induced Colonel Plummer to recall them to town. Captain Stewart, however, with his squadron of cavalry, followed them until late in the night and brought in several prisoners. Jeff Thompson had left Fredericton on the previous evening, marching 10 miles on the Greenville Road, and then turning to meet Colonel Plummer at a point where he had intended to make the attack in the morning. On learning that the National troops had taken a different road, he led his force back to the point near Fredericton where the encounter took place. The rebel force was about 2,500. Colonel Lowe, his colleague, was killed, and 125 dead were left on the field. The number of their wounded is not definitely known. 4 of their guns and 80 prisoners were taken. The loss of the Federal Army was 7 killed and 60 wounded. End of section 24. Section 25 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Charge of Fremont's Bodyguard at Springfield, Missouri, and the Department of Missouri. Charge of Fremont's Bodyguard at Springfield, Missouri, October 25, 1861. Subsequent to the death of General Lyon, Springfield had been made a rebel stronghold, and General Price, when the advancing army of General Fremont compelled him to retreat from the central part of the state, had established his headquarters there. During the month of October, however, being warned by approaching columns of the Federal troops, he had commenced the withdrawal of his forces and the immense train and supplies he had accumulated, in case he should be compelled to retreat to Arkansas. On the 20th of October, General Sigel, who commanded the Federal advance, was near Bolivar, and General Sturgis's command was 1 day behind. General Lane was at Osceola, Hunter's and McKinstry's divisions, as well as General Ashboth, were at or near Warsaw. General Pope was near Louisville, while General Fremont and his staff were at Pomme de Terre River, en route for Quincy. Having obtained information from his scouts that only about 300 of the enemy were at Springfield, General Fremont dispatched Major Zagonyi with 150 of his bodyguard, and also an equal force of prairie scouts under Major F.J. White, who was then attached to Sigel's command, to combine their forces before reaching Springfield and attack the rebel camp by surprise. The distance from the camp on the Pomme de Terre River to Springfield was 51 miles. The bodyguard started on Thursday, the 24th, at 8:30 p.m., and reached the neighborhood of Springfield at 3 p.m. on the 25th, having overtaken the command of Major White, dispatched from the camp of General Sigel to take part in this enterprise. Major White, who was suffering from severe illness, was obliged to stop for an hour or two to rest, and when he again started to join his command, expecting to find them in the direct road from Boulevard to Springfield, he was captured by the rebel scouts, who had been informed of the approach of the Federal cavalry. Zagonyi had deemed it necessary to change his plan of attack and to approach the rear of the rebel camp, of which fact Major White had not been informed. The change was occasioned by unexpectedly meeting a small body of the enemy, who thus became aware of the designed attack. Major Zagonyi, on approaching within about 8 miles of Springfield, came upon a small foraging party, 5 of whom he captured, and the remainder returned to the city and gave the alarm. Proceeding further on, the major gained additional information from Union citizens and learned that the place was held by a force at least 5 or 6 times as large as was supposed. Notwithstanding this, he resolved to press on and examine for himself, but the farther he proceeded, the more positive was the information that the town was held by a large force. The first that was seen of the enemy was a short distance from the town, where the advance discovered a full regiment drawn up on selected ground, near the road, and prepared to receive them. The ground being unfavorable for offensive operations, Major Zagonyi resolved not to attack them, but to cross the prairie to the westward and approach the city by the Mount Vernon road. This was successfully accomplished, and upon arriving within about a mile, the citizens notified him that the enemy, 2,000 strong, were awaiting his coming a quarter of a mile distant. Major Zagonyi was entreated not to risk his little band in the encounter, but he had not made a forced march of 50 miles to gain possession of a town without at least making an attempt to fulfill his instructions. And placing the bodyguard in front and himself leading, he gave the order to advance. As the major was to approach from the west, the rebels had scattered skirmishers throughout the dense woods or chaparral on either side, who greeted his approach with a scathing fire which emptied several saddles. The woods and rough bushy ground to the south of the road were also full of the skirmishers, hidden in the branches and behind bushes and trees. The main body of the force, however, was drawn up in the form of a hollow square, in a large open field to the north of the road, the infantry bordering along a high Virginia rail fence, nearly to the brook, and also at the head of the field bordering on the woods, and the cavalry on the other side of the field also supported by the forest. Upon reaching the vicinity of this place, Major Zagonyi ordered an advance at a trot, and when fairly in the woods, the pace was increased to a gallop. When the fire opened, the 2 companies of the 1st Missouri Cavalry and the Irish Dragoons, composing Major White's battalion, countermarched to the left. Major Zagonyi's command alone proceeded down the road through the fire of the enemy. Upon reaching the open field, an attempt was made to tear down the fence and charge upon the enemy. It was soon discovered, however, that this would be impossible without a heavy loss, and they immediately made a rush down the road over a brook, where, in a measure shielded from the enemy's fire, they leveled the rails and effected an entrance. Here, in the midst of the briars and stubble bordering the brook, he succeeded in forming his men, and with the major at their head, they gallantly charged up the hill of the open field, right into the midst of their foes. As they charged, the command spread out fan-like, some to the right, some to the left, and others straight up to the woods in front. The cavalry to the right were scattered almost instantaneously. The infantry made a somewhat firmer stand, but it was only for a moment. The charge was so furious, so well directed, and so compact that the rebel ranks were quickly scattered. Under the well-directed fire of the enemy's sharpshooters, the little band of 162 rank and file, contending against 1,800, necessarily suffered severely. Pursuing a portion of the rebels into town, the major here assembled his command, or such positions of it as were at hand, raised the stars and stripes upon the courthouse, detailed a guard to attend to his wounded, and then, fearful that the enemy might become cognizant of his small force and rally, determined to retrace his steps toward Bolivar, where he could meet reinforcements, the more especially as they had ridden over 80 miles and been over 24 hours without food. In the meantime, Major White's command had made a detour through the cornfield, and after making a successful charge and defeating the rebel forces stationed there, he reached the town a little while after Zagonyi had left and took possession of it. The loss of the enemy, as nearly as could be ascertained, was 106 killed, wounded not known. That of the Federals but 15 killed, 27 wounded, and 10 missing. The Department of Missouri. The death of General Lyon and the defeat of the Federal Army at Wilson's Creek on the 10th of August, and the disastrous consequences, followed on the 20th of September by the loss of Lexington and its noble band of defenders, filled the whole land with discontent. The commanding officer of the department at this time was Major General Fremont. The public, asking for success and confident that it could be achieved, were impatient of the delays and heavy expenditures of money that seemed at least to fetter the Missouri Department. From General Fremont, the public had expected the most vigorous and brilliant campaign. The difficulties and obstacles with which a commander must contend in organizing a military force sufficient to encounter a large army of dashing and lawless insurgents are not always properly understood and considered by the public, and their expectations, no doubt, led far in advance of the possibilities of the situation. Occupying a field which had just been made the scene of open hostilities, and where the governor and the legislature, as a body, were hostile to the general government, the entire work was to be done after General Fremont had entered upon it. The difficulty of supplying reinforcements where needed, with no reserves upon which he could draw, left no alternative to Lyon and Mulligan but that of retreat or collision with an overpowering enemy. In these reverses they suffered a cruel defeat, but won imperishable fame. The loss of General Lyon and the reverses to the national army afforded cause for great exultation to the secessionists of St. Louis and its vicinity, and their demonstrations of hostility became so marked that General Fremont, on the 14th of August, was compelled to resort to the extreme measure of declaring martial law in that city. This had the effect of restraining the rebel sympathizers in immediate proximity with the headquarters of the commander, but was not regarded in the state at large. Under these circumstances, General Fremont followed this proclamation with another on the 30th of August, establishing martial law in the state and fixing the lines of the Army of Occupation as extending from Leavenworth by way of the posts of Jefferson City, Rolla, and Ironton, to Cape Girardeau on the Mississippi River. All persons taken with arms in their hands were to be tried by courts-martial, and if found guilty, shot. The property of persons taking up arms against the United States was declared confiscated to public use, and their slaves, if any they have, are hereby declared free men. This proclamation produced a profound excitement throughout the country, and was received by the people with varied emotions, enthusiastically applauded by some and bitterly condemned by others. The President, on the 2nd of September, addressed a letter to General Fremont, recommending him to modify his proclamation. General Fremont desired the President to make an order for the modification in his own name, a request with which the Chief Magistrate complied, and under date of September 11th communicated to General Fremont that the proclamation in question should be made to conform to the Act of Congress on August 6th, which confiscated only property used in rebellion, and referred the question regarding slaves to the determination of the courts or to subsequent legislation. While in St. Louis, General Fremont was actively engaged in the organization of his forces and making preparations for his approaching campaign. To protect the city, he had extensive fortifications constructed. He also projected and ordered the building of the gunboats, which have since rendered such signal service. The necessity of massing a large army near Washington after the defeat at Bull Run compelled the withdrawal of many regiments which had been assigned to the Missouri Department. It was not until the 27th of September that Fremont was prepared to enter upon an offensive campaign. Accordingly, on that day he left St. Louis, and with 15 steamers and 15,000 men, sailed up the Missouri to Jefferson City. Here he halted several days to collect additional material necessary for his march into the interior. On the 29th, 2 days after General Fremont's departure from St. Louis, General Price commenced the evacuation of Lexington, leaving a small force as a guard. On the 7th of October, General Fremont left Jefferson City, marching in the direction of Sedalia, for the purpose of attacking the rebel commander at the earliest opportunity. On the 16th, 220 men of the 1st Missouri Scouts, under Major F.J. White, surprised the rebel garrison at Lexington and recaptured the place, with the Federals sick and wounded there, together with 2 pieces of cannon, a quantity of guns, pistols, and other articles which the rebels threw away in their flight. The garrison numbered 300 men. The victorious troops found the inhabitants in a deplorable condition. Some portions of the town had been plundered for everything that could be appropriated, and many persons were suffering for the necessaries of life. It was a painful scene, and formed one of those early pictures of the war which have since been multiplied so fearfully in the border states. On the 1st of November, General Fremont, then at Springfield, entered into an arrangement with General Price to facilitate the exchange of prisoners, agreeing to release any who had been made prisoners for the mere expression of political opinions, and providing also that the war in the future be confined exclusively to the armies in the field. Armed bodies, unauthorized by the commanders, were to be disbanded, and persons guilty of violence and lawless acts were to be subject to trial by courts-martial. This agreement was signed by Major Henry W. Williams and D. Robert Barclay, Esquire, for General Price, and J. H. Eaton, Assistant Adjutant General, for General Fremont. A proclamation announcing this negotiation was accordingly published on the 1st of November. The next day, General Fremont received from the department at Washington an order relieving him from his command. General David Hunter was appointed to the Department of Missouri, temporarily as his successor. General Fremont returned to St. Louis and soon afterwards reached New York City, where he awaited the orders of the government. The Federal Army was now withdrawn from the southwestern portion of the state, and the whole of that vast field was reoccupied by the insurgent forces, and thousands of recruits were gathered into their ranks. On the 4th of November, the antagonist forces were commanded as follows: General Hunter, 5,000, General Sigel, 4,000, General Ashbosh, 4,500, General McKinstry, 5,500, General Pope, 4,000, General Lane, 2,500, General Sturgis, 1,000. The rebels under General Price numbered 15,000, under General McCulloch, 7,000. The disloyal members of the legislature held a session at Neosho, Newton County, in the extreme southwestern portion of the state, and on the 19th of November passed an ordinance of secession and sent their commissioners to the Confederate Congress at Richmond. Missouri, as represented by them, was admitted to the Confederacy on the 27th of November. On the 30th of November, General Price, then at Neosho, issued a proclamation to the people of Missouri, calling upon them in the most earnest manner for recruits to the rebel army. He called for 50,000 men who might rendezvous at headquarters with anything in the shape of arms that they could find, and if unarmed to enroll themselves, and they would be supplied. He represented the hopelessness of the cause, and the certain defeat of the rebel army unless immediately reinforced. His appeals had some effect in promoting sedition and in securing enlistments, but they fell far short of the number he demanded. On the 1st of December, General Price was at Osceola with 18,000 men. On the 6th of December, Independence was entered by a band of rebels who seized several citizens and compelled them to take an oath not to bear arms against the Southern Confederacy. On the 13th of the same month, Governor Jackson at New Madrid issued a proclamation to the insurgent army in which he attempted a defense of the rebellion, and asserted that the people of Missouri were in favor of secession. Unfortunately for the veracity or the knowledge of Governor Jackson, wherever the people of the state were delivered from the terrorism of the rebels and marauders, they adhered to the Union, as was verified by the fact that up to the 20th of January, 1862, no less than 33,882 Missourians had entered federal service for 3 years, and 6,000 had volunteered for 3 months. Major General Henry W. Halleck was now in command of the department. He was compelled to adopt rigorous measures, in some cases, in consequence of the pertinacious conduct of the secessionists. A memorable event of the month of January was the annual election for officers of the Mercantile Library Association, in which loyalty and secession were antagonistic elements. General Halleck officially announced that each officer of the association would be expected to take the oath of allegiance within 10 days from the date of his order, and in default thereof the officers failing should be deemed to have resigned their offices. Any officer refusing to take the oath of allegiance, who should exercise or attempt to exercise the functions of his office, should be arrested and dealt with under the laws of war. He also ordered that all carriages bearing the enemy's flag should be seized and confiscated, and that women resorting to the neighborhood of the military prison and insulting the federal troops, or communicating with the prisoners by exhibiting and waving secession flags, should be imprisoned. Disloyal persons who, under the military rules, were liable to assessment for the support of loyal fugitives from their homes should be compelled to pay their assessment. All persons of every rank or position violating the laws or interfering with their execution should be dealt with under strict penalties. This energetic administration had the desired effect, and the violent minority who were determined, at every hazard, to plunge the state into war were restrained, and order and peace assured and restored. End of section 25. Section 26 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Stone Fleet, Battle of Camp Alleghany, West Virginia, and Battle at Munfordsville, Kentucky. The Stone Fleet. Notwithstanding all the activity and watchfulness of the blockading vessels off the southern coast, many instances were exultingly heralded by the southern press, as well as in Europe, of the successful running of the blockade by vessels bound both outward and inward. The logic of these occurrences was very simple on the part of the secessionists and their sympathizers. The frequent evasion of the blockade proved that it was inefficient on the part of the federal government, and therefore not only to be disregarded, but officially declared by foreign governments to be incomplete, and practically null and void. This declaration was expected to be sufficient to warrant the free movements of commerce, and any attempt to interfere on the part of the United States would be a challenge for the intervention of England and France. The repeated instances of vessels escaping rendered it an imperative necessity for the government to adopt some measure that would, if possible, prevent their recurrence at the principal ports of the South. For this purpose it was determined to close several of the harbors by placing obstructions in the channels. Most of the harbors of the southern coast, in consequence of the deltas and numerous islands at their entrances, have several channels, through which vessels of light draft may pass, while those of the heaviest draft are confined to one principal channel. This is the case in the approach to both Charleston and Savannah. The obstructing of these two principal channels was therefore assigned for the month of December. For this purpose, a number of old whaling vessels were purchased at New Bedford and New London, freighted with granite from the Bay State, and taken to Port Royal as a rendezvous, whence they were to be conveyed to their destination. The people of Savannah, after the capture of Port Royal and Beaufort, anticipating the approach of the federal fleet, volunteered the work on their own behalf and blockaded their own port by similar means. The fleet was therefore at liberty to repair to Charleston, and within sight of the walls of Sumter, to shut out the rebellious people of that city from the ocean. The Stone Fleet sailed from Port Royal on the 18th of December, accompanied by the steamers Cahaba, Philadelphia, and Erickson, to tow and assist, the whole convoyed by the Mohican, Captain Gordon, the Ottawa, Captain Stevens, and Pocahontas, Captain Balk. The fleet arrived off Charleston Harbor the next day, and preparations were made for sinking them in their places. Each of the weather-beaten and storm-tossed old vessels that had so long borne the stars and stripes in every latitude were now to make a stubborn protest against treason by keeping watch at the very door of its birthplace. They were furnished with ingenious contrivances and plugs, the withdrawal of which would allow the water to flow in and sink them on the floor of the channel. The sinking of the fleet was entrusted to Captain Charles H. Davis, formerly on the Coast Survey, and ever since more or less intimately connected with it. It is remarkable that when, in 1851, an appropriation was made by the federal government for the improvement of Charleston Harbor, and at the request of South Carolina a commission of Army and Navy officers was appointed to superintend the work, Captain Davis was one of the commission, and for 3 or 4 years was engaged in these operations. The present attempt was of somewhat different character. The entrance by the main ship channel runs from the bar to Fort Sumter, 6 miles, nearly south and north. The city is 3 miles beyond, bearing about northwest. The other channels are Sanford's, Swash, the North, and Maffett's, or Sullivan's Island, which need not to be particularly described. Only the latter is practicable for vessels of any draft, but all serve more or less to empty the waters discharged by the Ashley and Cooper rivers. Over the bar, at the entrance of the main ship channel, is a narrow passage, through which vessels may carry 11 feet at low water, about 17 feet at high water. The plan of Captain Davis for closing the harbor proceeded on the following principles. The obstructions were to be placed on both sides of the crest of the bar, so that the same forces which created the bar might be relied on to keep them in their places. The bar was not to be obstructed entirely, for natural forces would soon open a new passage, since the rivers must discharge themselves by some outlet, but to only be partially obstructed, so that while this channel was ruined, no old one like Swash or Sanford should be improved, or a new one formed. The vessels were so placed that on the channel course it would be difficult to draw a line through any part of it that would not be intercepted by one of them. A ship, therefore, endeavoring to make her way out or in, could not, by taking the bearings of any point of departure, as she could not sail on any straight line. The vessels would be placed clockwise at some distance from each other, so as to create an artificial unevenness of the bottom, remotely resembling Hell Gate and Holmes's Hole, which unevenness would give rise to eddies, countercurrents, and whirlpools, adding so seriously to the difficulties of navigation that it could only be practicable by steamers, or with a very commanding breeze. The execution of this plan was begun by buoying out the channel and circumscribing within 4 points the space where the vessels were all to be sunk, as follows: southwest, the bar, northeast. The distance between the points from southwest to northeast is about 1/8 of a mile, the breadth perhaps half as much. It was no part of the plan to build a wall of ships across, but to drop them at a little distance from each other on the principles above stated, closing the channel to navigation but leaving it open to the water. Work was resumed on Friday morning the 20th, the Ottawa and Pocahontas bringing the ships to their stations. The placing of them was an operation of considerable nicety, especially as some of the vessels were so deep as to be with difficulty dragged on the bar, except at high water. A graver hindrance to their exact location was found in the imperfection of the arrangement for sinking, several of the ships remaining afloat so long after the plug was knocked out that they swung out of position. They were, nevertheless, finally placed very nearly according to the plan. Great credit was earned by Mr. Bradbury and Mr. Godfrey for the successful execution of so difficult an undertaking. The last ship, the Archer, closed the only remaining gap, and the manner in which Mr. Bradbury took her in with the Pocahontas, and then extricated the latter from her perilous position, filled the fleet with admiration for his skillful seamanship and cool daring. By 10:30 the last plug was drawn, and every ship of the 16 was either sunk or sinking. One of the vessels, the Robin Hood, with upright masts, stood erect, in water too shallow to submerge her. As evening drew near she was set on fire, and in a little time the evening sky was lighted up with the pyrotechnic display, while the inhabitants of Charleston, the garrison of Fort Moultrie, and the surroundings were compelled to look on and see the temporary completion of the blockade they had so long derided and defied. The event provoked loud and vindictive complaints and assaults in France and England, and the measure was denounced as an outrage on civilization and a sufficient warrant for interference in the war. But an examination of the historical precedents offered by British practice closed the mouths of the declaimers in Parliament as well as through the press, and once more American practice was permitted to pass, justified by the verdict of opinion as well of an illustrious example. Battle of Camp Alleghany, West Virginia, December 13, 1861. On Thursday morning, December 12th, Brigadier General R.H. Malloy started from his headquarters on Cheat Mountain Summit with 1,500 men, with the design of attacking a rebel camp on the Alleghany Mountains, 25 miles distant. The column started at 8 o'clock, and after a fatiguing day's march arrived at 8 p.m. on the old Camp Bartow, on the Greenbrier River, the scene of General Reynolds' rencontre on the 3rd of October previous. Here the troops rested until 11 p.m., when the general divided his force into 2 columns, with the intention of reaching the enemy's camp on the summit of the mountain, about 8.5 miles distant, from 2 opposite points, at 4 o'clock a.m. of the 13th. The 1st Division, consisting of detachments from the 9th Indiana, Colonel Moody, and 2nd Virginia, Major Owens, about 1,000 strong, took up its march on the old Green Bank Road to attack the enemy on the left. The 2nd Division consisted of detachments from the 13th Indiana, 25th and 32nd Ohio, and Bracken Cavalry under Major Dobbs, Colonel J. A. Jones, Captain Hamilton, and Captain Bracken. Brigadier General Reynolds and his staff conducted this division, numerically about the same as the 1st Division. This column took the Staunton Pike and marched cautiously until they came in sight of the enemy's camp, where, after throwing out more skirmishers, the division left the road and commenced to ascend the mountain to the enemy's right. After driving in some of the hostile pickets, they reached the summit in good order. The enemy were fully prepared to receive them. The fight on the enemy's right commenced about 20 minutes after daylight. Lieutenant MacDonald, of General Reynolds' staff, with 1 company of the 13th Indiana, formed the line of battle, placing the 25th Ohio on his left, part of the 13th Indiana on their left, and part of the 32nd Ohio on their left. The enemy immediately advanced to attack the Federal troops, but after a few rounds retreated in great confusion, leaving their dead and wounded. Colonel Moody's division not appearing to attack the enemy on the left, the rebels, seeing the inferior force opposed to them, were again encouraged to advance toward their assailants, which they did with a far superior force, pouring in their fire with vigor. Some of the Federals now commenced falling to the rear all along the line, but Captains Charlesworth and Crow of the 25th Ohio, Lieutenant McDonald, Captains Myers and Newland of the 13th Indiana, and Hamilton of the 32nd Ohio rallied them and brought them into line a few moments. The enemy again fell back and attempted to turn their right flank, but was immediately met and repulsed. The fortunes of the day appeared to alternate between the respective armies for 3 hours, the Federals holding out bravely against the superior numbers of the enemy, who were unable to concentrate their entire army of 2,000 men and 4 or 5 pieces of artillery against this comparatively small force. Colonel Moody's force not having then been heard from, Colonel Jones, who had charge of the division now in action after exhausting his ammunition, withdrew his men from the field. Almost at this juncture, Colonel Moody's command, which had been detained by obstructions placed in over the road which they were compelled to pass, arrived and attacked the enemy vigorously on his left, and in turn maintained an obstinate contest, unaided, against the entire rebel command, which they did with much courage and skill, until 3:00 p.m. when they too were compelled to retire before the superior force of their opponents. Though thwarted in his plan of attack by the unexpected obstructions which Colonel Moody's division had to encounter, General Milroy was far from being disconcerted by the result. The men had evinced a high order of courage, and the divisions had alternately maintained an obstinate fight against an enemy of nearly 3 times their number. The official report of the casualties on the Federal side gives the number of killed 20, wounded 107, missing 10. The rebel loss is acknowledged by the Richmond Enquirer to have been about the same. Battle at Munfordsville, Kentucky, December 17, 1861. Colonel Willich, with the 32nd Indiana, a regiment composed of Germans, occupying an advanced post of General McCook's division of the Federal Army in Kentucky, was attacked on the 17th of December by 3 regiments of Arkansas infantry, Colonel Terry's Texan Rangers, and Major Pfeiffer's cavalry, and also an artillery company with 4 pieces, the whole under the command of General T.C. Hindman. Colonel Willich's regiment was guarding a new bridge built by the Federal troops over Green River at Rowlett Station on the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, a temporary substitute for the handsome iron structure which had been destroyed by the rebels in front of Munfordsville. A picket guard of 2 companies had been thrown across the river on the south side, occupying a wide area of cleared ground which was skirted by forests, from whence the rebels attempted to capture and surprise them. The 2nd Company, Captain Glass, was acting in detached squads as pickets in the woods on the right flank, and were attacked in detail by the enemy's skirmishers. The pickets made a gallant defense, and fell back slowly and in good order on their supports. The alarm in the meantime having been given to the other companies on the north side of the river, they started in double quick over the bridge, crossed the hill on the opposite side, and rushed with fierce haste into the woods whence the firing proceeded, led on by Lieutenant Colonel Treba, Colonel Willich at the time being necessarily at headquarters. A portion of the 3rd Company, under Lieutenant Sachs, occupied a covered position on the left flank, where they were now attacked by the advancing enemy. Unable to restrain the ardor of his men, the lieutenant boldly left his sheltered position and attacked the rebels in the open field. But fierce as his onset was, the disparity of numbers proved too greatly against him, and his little band would have inevitably been cut to pieces but for the timely arrival of Lieutenant Colonel Treba, with the main body of the regiment. He sent the 6th, 7th, and 10th Companies to support the 2nd Company on the right, and the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 9th Companies to support the 3rd Company on the left flank. At the very first rush of the skirmishers, the enemy were thrown into confusion and driven back at all points. Then the most severe and bloody part of the battle commenced. With terrible ferocity, Colonel Terry's regiment of Texas Rangers poured in black masses of cavalry upon the Union skirmishers along the whole line. They rode up within 15 or 20 yards, some even in the very midst of the men, and commenced a terrible fire from their carbines and revolvers. At the first onset it seemed as if every one of the men would be destroyed. But here it was that the veteran coolness and bravery of the Union troops shone forth. They allowed the enemy to come almost as near as he chose, and then poured a deadly fire upon him, which shook the entire line. Upon the right flank of the 3rd Company's position, by order of Adjutant Schmidt, the 8th Company was led forth by Lieutenants Capel and Levy. Upon the left, Lieutenant Colonel Treba advanced with the 9th Company. Both attacked the enemy in close skirmishers' line, drove him back, and rescued the rest of the heroic little band under Lieutenant Sachs. He himself and a number of his men were, however, already killed, though they had made the enemy pay dearly for their lives. Now the artillery of the enemy was brought to bear upon the Union men. Their fire, balls, and shrapnel was well directed, but fortunately not very fatal. Only a few of the men were wounded by splinters of balls. While this was going on upon the left wing, the conflict on the right was no less severe. The 2nd, 6th, and 10th Companies were scattered as skirmishers, while the 7th was drawn up in company column for their support. The 6th Company had taken position behind a fence. The Rangers galloped up to them in close line and commenced firing from rifles and revolvers. Their fire was steadily returned by the 6th, which held them in check till a part of them got behind the fence, when the skirmishers fell back upon the 7th, drawn up in a square. Now a fearful conflict ensued. A whole battalion of Rangers, fully 200 strong, bore down upon the little band of not more than 50. Upon the front and left flank of the square they rushed, with a fierce attempt to trample down the squad before them. Captain Welsh-Bellick allowed them to come within a distance of 70 yards, then fired a volley which staggered and sent them back. But immediately afterward they reformed and again rushed fiercely upon the front and both flanks of the square. They seemed frantic with rage over the successful resistance offered to them, and this time many of their band rode up to the points of the bayonets. But another well-aimed volley emptied a number of saddles, and sent back the whole mass which a moment before had threatened certain destruction to Captain Welsh-Bellich's company. A few bayonet thrusts and scattering shots brought down those who had ventured to the front. The second repulse had a marked effect. Yet a third attack was made, much less determined and fierce than the two first, though it was more disastrous to the enemy. During this third attack, it was that Colonel Terry, the commander of the Rangers, was killed. Upon his fall, the whole column broke and fled in wild dismay. But in place of the Rangers, a whole regiment of infantry, accompanied by their band of music, now marched against the invincible square. Before this overpowering force, Captain Welsh-Bellich deemed it prudent to retire, and united with the 2nd, 6th, and 10th Companies again. About this time it was that Colonel Willock, with his battle horse in a foam, arrived upon the field. He saw the right wing retiring, and the entire infantry of the enemy, 2 regiments, coming on, thus endangering the retreat of the left wing. He therefore ordered the signal for retiring slowly to be given, and collected the companies. The 2nd Company, under Captain Glass, and the 7th, under Captain Welsh-Bellich, were the first who took their places in the line of battle with the regiment. About this time a maneuver was executed by the 1st Company under Captain Erdemeyer, which decided the day. When the battle commenced and the impression prevailed that the Unionists were fighting cavalry alone, Lieutenant Colonel Treba had detached this company to take a position and attack the flank of the enemy. When the 1st Company arrived at the place of destination, Captain Erdemeyer found that the enemy had likewise a large force of infantry and artillery, to attack which would have been certain destruction to his company. He therefore kept his covered position until time mentioned. Then, finding the larger part of the infantry drawn to another part of the field, he ordered an advance. His appearance was the signal of a general retreat of the enemy. The rest of the cavalry fled, the artillery retired in haste, and the infantry followed as quickly. The Union loss was 11 killed, 20 wounded, and 5 missing. The enemy left a large number of killed on the field, and among their dead was the body of Colonel Terry. The rebel loss was 33 killed and 60 wounded. End of section 26. Section 27 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Capture of rebel recruits at Milford, Missouri. Battle of Dranesville, Virginia. And expedition to Ship Island. Capture of rebel recruits at Milford, Missouri. On the 18th of December, Brigadier General Pope, commanding the federal troops in the Central District of Missouri, made a brilliant and successful movement, which resulted in the capture of a considerable number of the enemy. It will be recollected that the withdrawal of the federal troops from Springfield and the leading points of both central and southern Missouri had given free scope to the action of the enemy. Seditious proclamations had been issued by ex-Governor Jackson and General Price and had been thoroughly circulated. Enlisting agents also had been very active, and some 2,000 recruits, mostly drawn from the northern counties, were proceeding by slow stages southward to unite with the main body under General Price. A well-laid plan was matured by Generals Halleck and Pope to capture these reinforcements, and 2 brigades of General Pope's division were dispatched without exciting any suspicion as to their destination, to intercept the enemy on their march. The brigades were constituted as follows. 1st Brigade, acting Brigadier General Steele, 27th Regiment Ohio Volunteers, Colonel Kennett, 22nd Regiment Indiana Volunteers, Colonel Hendricks, 1st Regiment Kansas Volunteers, Colonel Thayer, 1 Battery 1st Missouri Volunteers, Lieutenant Marr, 4 Companies Regular Cavalry, Colonel Amory. 2nd Brigade, acting Brigadier General Jeff C. Davis, 18th Regiment Indiana Volunteers, Colonel Patterson, 8th Regiment Indiana Volunteers Colonel Benton, 24th Regiment Indiana Volunteers Lieutenant Blank, 1 Battery 1st Missouri Artillery Lieutenant Klaus, 1 Squadron 1st Iowa Cavalry Major Torrance. The whole was under the immediate command of General Pope. The 4 companies of regular cavalry were the fragments of the original companies, B, C, D, and E, and numbered but a little over 100 men. They were under the command of Captain Crittenden of the regular army, son of Honorable John J. Crittenden. The command started from Sedalia on Sunday the 15th and encamped at night 11 miles distant on the road to Clinton. The next day they marched 26 miles, and at sunset arrived at Shawnee Mound in Henry County. Here reports of various companies of rebels began to come in from residents and from Union scouts. One company of near 500 was heard of at a point about 12 miles northwest, and several smaller bodies directly south from Clinton to Butler. General Pope then dispatched his whole available force of cavalry, nearly 700, before they had secured 3 hours' rest, after the 500 near Morristown. The cavalry under Lieutenant Colonel Brown of the 7th Missouri Volunteers pushed on all night, and arriving at the rebel camp they found it vacated. The enemy had received warning and fled precipitately, leaving numerous evidences of haste. The cavalry, notwithstanding their 40 miles continuous march, pushed on after the fleeing rebels till they reached Rose Hill, picking up some 20 or 30 stragglers on the road. At Rose Hill the rebels separated into several squads, some taking the road west, others taking the south route to Butler, and Colonel Brown had no other alternative than to rest his exhausted horses, and finally to make his way back to the main column next day, near Warrensburg. He brought in nearly 100 prisoners. General Pope, in the meantime, kept advancing in a direction west of North Chilhowie, a most important point, being the center of numerous crossroads. This was near the site of the rebel camp just referred to, and here the pickets brought in some few straggling men who were bound for Price's army. At Chilhowie they heard of a rebel force of 1,800 from the north, and of the scouring of the country south of Clinton by Major Hubbard, of the 1st Missouri Cavalry. The direction of the Union forces was at once east toward Warrenburg. That night, Wednesday, they encamped 2.5 miles west of Warrenburg. The reports were confirmed by a loyal man who was on his way to give the information. He gave their location as at Kilpatrick's Mill on the Clear Fork of Blackwater Creek. Milford is the post office name. Early on Thursday morning they started in the direction of Knob Noster, being directly south of the enemy. Colonel Merrill's horse was ordered to take the direct road running parallel with the course of the Blackwater, so as to intercept them in case they took a western course. The brigade of Colonel Davis was placed in the advance, with orders to keep well up to the cavalry, a section of artillery being ready to support the cavalry upon a minute's warning. General Pope, with the main body, kept due west for Knob Noster, ready to come up if necessary. Colonel Davis, finding that the enemy was still in camp at Milford, diverged to the left, and put the regular cavalry under Lieutenant Amory in the advance, the 4 companies of the 1st Iowa Cavalry under Major Torrance being next. On approaching the mill, the men discovered that the rebels were posted on the opposite side of the bridge across the dam. Finding that it would be dangerous to charge the bridge mounted, Lieutenant Amory ordered the men to dismount and skirmish with pistols and sabers as infantry, the 4th man holding the horses of the other 3. This they instantly did, and advanced under the lead of Lieutenant Gordon of Company D. Some ineffectual skirmishing took place between the regulars, who were sheltered behind a barn on the south of the creek, and the rebels, who were on the north side. During this interval, the Iowa cavalry filed off to the left, in the attempt to cross the stream higher up, but after vainly traversing its steep sides and muddy bottom for a mile, returned to find Lieutenant Amory charging across the bridge, the rebels having deserted it upon seeing Colonel Davis, with the artillery advancing. Lieutenant Amory followed the road, thinking that the rebels might flee to the north. Lieutenant Gordon immediately dashed after some of the scattering fugitives through a wood, and after penetrating a few rods, received a volley from the enemy, whom he just then discovered formed in line. He instantly formed in line and ordered his men to fire. The cavalry, under Major Torrance, and the regulars, under Lieutenant Amory, had in the meantime reached the flank and rear of another body of the enemy, who was thus enclosed on one side by a long marsh, on the other by a deep and muddy mill pond, and on the third by our cavalry. Colonel Davis had by this time come up in the rear. A white flag was displayed, and Colonel Alexander, a young man, came forward and asked if 30 minutes would be allowed them for consultation. Colonel Davis's answer was, that as night was closing in, that was too long. Colonel A then asked if he would be allowed to go to headquarters and bring back the answer of the commander of the corps, Colonel Robinson. Permission being granted, he returned in about 5 minutes, with the response that they would be obliged to surrender as prisoners of war. The arms were stacked, and the men formed in line and marched between two files of infantry, the 18th and 24th Illinois, with all the honors of war. Colonel Davis immediately sent dispatches to General Pope announcing his success, and as night was closing around, the arms were hastily stowed in wagons, and the Federal troops commenced the march for camp. 1,000 guns of all kinds were captured, with a full supply of clothing and provision. One of the enemy was killed and several wounded. 2 Federals were killed and 8 were wounded. Dispatches were received Thursday evening from General Halleck ordering the Union troops to fall back to Sedalia. General Pope, therefore, accompanied with the victors as an escort, and the wounded men, and started and made the journey 20 miles by 2 o'clock. Following close upon them was the brigade of Colonel Hovey of the 24th Indiana, who had been dispatched with 2 regiments, a battery, and 2 squadrons of the 1st Missouri Cavalry, on the Clinton Road some 12 miles from Sedalia, where the cavalry under Major Hubbard, some 250 in number, made a reconnaissance of the country extending westward and southward as far as the Grand River beyond Clinton. Here they came upon the pickets of General Rains, who, with an advanced cavalry force, was guarding the Grand River. The pickets were driven in, one shot, about 60 prisoners taken within the lines of General Rains, and a mill near Clinton burned. The detachment of cavalry under Lieutenant Colonel Brown also burned a mill near Johnstown, on the borders of Bates County. His force traveled 250 miles in 6 days. Colonel Hovey of the 24th Indiana effected a successful ruse, whereby he succeeded in making a capture of 6 prisoners and 200 bushels of cornmeal. He was ordered by General Turner to reconnoiter with about 100 men on the road to Clinton. He left on Monday morning, taking Fairview and Sissonville on his route. Learning on Tuesday that a party of the enemy was encamped at a mill near Chapel Hill, he adopted a scheme for capturing the whole of them next day. He ordered his men into the wagons and had them drawn, with the exception of a small guard, resembling a provision train. As they approached Hall's store, the rebels appeared in the brush ready to seize the train. One of his officers rode around a hill to see the whereabouts of the party when he encountered a mounted rebel who raised his shotgun when he was brought to the ground by a revolver. Colonel Hovey then ordered his men to emerge from their concealment, and the search was made for the enemy. One of them was wounded in the fray and one killed, 2 balls lodging in his neck. A few horses and mules were captured, some of which were branded U.S. The mill was afterward burned and the mule put in Hovey's wagons. The total number of prisoners taken exceeded 1,600. The march was accomplished in exceeding cold weather, and many of the troops suffered severely. Battle of Dranesville, Virginia, December 20th, 1861. In the month of December, the Pennsylvania Reserve regiments under the command of Major General McCall constituted the right wing of the Great Potomac Army. The division occupied an extensive range of country beyond Langley's Church and Tavern, the encampment stretching toward Lewinsville. Beyond this, northwestwardly, an open country extended, in the direction of Leesburg, some 12 or 15 miles, unoccupied by hostile forces. Midway was the village of Dranesville, a small town almost deserted. It having been determined to send a foraging party to take possession of a quantity of hay, oats, and provender known to be in the neighborhood, the brigade of Colonel E.O.C. Ord, the 3rd of McCall's division, was assigned to the duty. The force consisted of the 6th Regiment, Colonel W.W. Ricketts, 9th, Colonel C.F. Jackson, 10th, Colonel John S. McCalmont, 12th, Colonel John H. Taggart, the regiment of riflemen known as the Bucktails, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas L. Kane, a battery of 2 24-pounders and 2 12-pounders commanded by Captain Easton, and a detachment of cavalry from Colonel Bayard's regiment also accompanied the expedition. Each regiment was strongly represented, and there were about 4,000 men in the expedition. The order for march was received on Thursday evening, the men being directed to take with them 1 day's rations. The morning was clear and rather cold, with a slight mist around the sun, and a thin layer of frost whitening the road and coating the grass. The Bucktails were assigned the advance of the infantry column, the cavalry proceeding as scouts and battery being in reserve. Colonel Taggart's regiment brought up the rear. A number of teams were also in company. Each regiment had 2 companies of flankers thrown out on either side of the column to scour the woods, search the thickets, and prevent the column from falling into an ambuscade. They halted at Difficult Creek, a narrow stream with a heavy stone bridge. The stream is fordable, the average width being 30 feet. The march continued. The day became warm, the sky soft and clear, as the soldiers approached Dranesville. About noon, the flanking companies of the 12th Regiment came in and reported that a large body of rebels could be seen from a neighboring hill. At another part of the line, shots were exchanged between the hidden enemy and the Union flanking companies. Instantly a line of battle was formed, but no enemy appeared, and firing ceased. The delay was that of a few minutes. The Union men were anxious, expectant, and enthusiastic. Suddenly a fire was opened upon our line from a wood or thicket nearly a mile distant. The enemy's battery contained 6 guns and was placed in a road skirting the wood and sheltered by it. Their guns were of large caliber, and they fired shells. At first they passed over the column and exploded beyond. The rebel artillerymen discovered this, altered their range, and their shells fell short. In the meantime, Easton's battery was brought into position on the side of an elevation in front of the 12th Regiment, which was in line of battle. General Ord himself sighted the guns, and a sharp fire was opened upon the enemy. The Union infantry laid down their arms, awaiting the orders of their superior officers. At length, the fire of the enemy began to be irregular and uncertain, proving that they either intended to retreat or change position. At this time, Colonel Kane, who was on the right of the column, discovered the infantry of the enemy passing through an open clearing near the wood, evidently intending a flank movement, or designing to occupy a brick house within 100 yards of his regiment. He sent a detachment of 20 men under command of Lieutenant Rice to take the house, which they did, and under shelter of its walls opened fire upon the advancing regiments. Having bestowed the family found in his house safely in the cellar, the small garrison demolished the windows and attacked the enemy, which was afterwards discovered to be an Alabama regiment under command of Colonel John H. Forney, a Kentucky regiment commanded by Colonel Tom Taylor, and a South Carolina regiment. They took the shelter of underbrush, and under the supposition that the house was filled by Union troops, opened a heavy fire upon it, supported by 2 small guns, which threw shot and shell upon it. They advanced nearer and nearer every volley, the brave Union riflemen firing rapidly and with great effect. Colonel Kane was among them all the time, inspiring them with his example. They fell on the ground, they loaded their pieces, rising suddenly, taking deliberate aim, and lying down to load again. The burden of the enemy's fire was directed at the house, and it was shattered and pierced, the roof being broken and some of the walls giving way. The Federal fire was so terrific that the enemy fell back from the advanced position they had assumed, abandoned their flanking maneuver, and retreated to the woods under cover of their battery, which kept up an irregular and uncertain fire. The Bucktails advanced in pursuit. As they rose to follow, Colonel Kane, who was leading them, was wounded. He fell but instantly arose and continued to advance. In the meantime, General Ord ordered the line to charge and take the battery. The order was given to the 12th Regiment, Colonel John H. Taggart commanding. It was received with a cheer by the men, and they advanced in the direction of the unseen battery. They proceeded to the edge of the wood and entered, keeping the line as straight and precise as on dress parade. The wood was dense and so impenetrable that the men found it difficult to proceed. Colonel Taggart threw his scabbard away and preceded his men with his drawn sword in one hand and his pistol in the other. They came into an open clearing, only to find that the rebels had retreated in the most precipitate manner. While the Union troops were crowding through the woods, the enemy had started along the Leesburg road, taking their cannon, but leaving their dead and wounded, and large quantities of arms and ammunition. A single caisson remained. The magazine had been struck by a shell and exploded with appalling effort. Around it, the dead and dying were heaped in masses, 15 men and 5 horses being killed. The Union men were wild with the enthusiasm of victory, and having placed the wounded in the houses nearby, and chopped the gun carriages to splinters, they started in pursuit of the retreating foe. This was about 3 o'clock. General McCall, with his staff, had arrived on the ground only to hear of a victory won. Knowing that an advance would be fatal, he ordered a recall, and with the wounded and dead and the trophies of war, the troops returned from the field. The brave and victorious band arrived at Langley's about 9 o'clock in the evening, where they were met with thousands of their shouting and exultant comrades. The rebel troops engaged in this battle were on the same errand. 200 wagons had been sent out by General Stuart, their commander, under the care of a foraging party, escorted by the 11th Virginia, Colonel Garland, the 6th South Carolina under Lieutenant Colonel A.J. Secrest, the 10th Alabama, Colonel John H. Forney, the 1st Kentucky, Colonel Samuel Taylor, the Sumter Flying Artillery, Captain Cutts, and detachments from Ransom's and Radford's cavalry. The rebel troops fought well and did honor to themselves as soldiers, whose nerve and bravery would have been worthy of triumph in a sacred cause. Their loss was 75 killed, 150 wounded, and 30 prisoners. Of the Federals, 7 were killed and 61 wounded. Expedition to Ship Island, December 1861. General B.F. Butler, having been stationed for a short time at Fortress Monroe, was assigned to the Northeastern Department and located his headquarters at Boston, where he superintended the organization of the New England troops and the fitting out of an expedition intended to make a demonstration at some point on the southern coast. A portion of his troops sailed from Boston on the 23rd of November in the steam transport Constitution, which arrived at Fortress Monroe on the 26th, with the 26th Massachusetts and the 9th Connecticut regiments, and Captain Manning's battery, making a total of 1,900 men. Brigadier General J.W. Phelps here took the command and reached Ship Island Harbor in Mississippi Sound December 3rd. On the west end of this island there was a partly finished fort, occupied by Lieutenant Buchanan and 170 sailors and marines, with several ship guns in position. The rebels had evacuated the island in September, destroying what they could not carry away with them. General Phelps, on assuming the command of Ship Island, published a proclamation to the loyal citizens of the Southwest, in which he defined the political motives and principles by which his command would be governed. He then, at the very opening of his address, declared that every slave state admitted into the Union since the adoption of the Constitution had been admitted in direct violation of that instrument, that every slave state that existed as such at the adoption of the Constitution was by that act placed under the highest obligation of honor and morality to abolish slavery. The rest of the proclamation was in harmony with these statements. General Phelps made an official report of his expedition to General Butler, who reported the facts to the Adjutant General of the United States. General Phelps was commended for the successful manner in which he had performed his military duties, but his proclamation was pronounced superfluous and uncalled for. The occupancy of Ship Island being secured, the forces remained in undisturbed possession, awaiting the future movements of the commander of the expedition. End of section 27. Section 28 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Engagement at Mount Zion, Arkansas and the Indians, and Bombardment at Fort Pickens. Engagement at Mount Zion, December 28, 1861. On the 23rd of December, General Prentiss, commanding the Army of Northern Missouri, having his headquarters at Palmyra, received orders to disperse a body of the enemy's forces that had concentrated in Boone County. In pursuance of his instructions, he started on the following morning with 200 of the 3rd Missouri Cavalry, Colonel John Glover, and 5 companies of sharpshooters under Colonel Burge, and arrived at Sturgeon on the evening of the 26th. During the following day, having learned that there was a concentration of rebels near the village of Hallsville in Boone County, General Prentiss sent forward 1 company of cavalry, commanded by Captain Howland, to reconnoiter in that vicinity. Captain Howland proceeded to Hallsville, but found no rebels. After proceeding about 2 miles beyond, his advance guard encountered the rebels in force, commanded by Colonel Dorsey. Captain Howland endeavored to draw off his company, having taken 9 prisoners, but was overpowered. Being wounded and having lost his horse, he was taken prisoner with 1 private of his company. The remainder of his men made good their retreat, arriving at Sturgeon at 9:00 p.m. Having learned the position of the enemy, General Prentiss ordered his command, numbering in all 470, to march at 2:00 a.m., at which hour he started, and after marching a distance of 16 miles, at 8:00 a.m. of the 28th, instead found 1 company of rebels, commanded by Captain Johnson, in position to the left of the road leading from Hallsville to Mount Zion. General Prentiss ordered 2 companies of sharpshooters to pass to the rear of the enemy, and 1 of cavalry to dismount and engage them in the front. Colonel Glover opened fire, and succeeded in killing 5 and capturing 7 prisoners, from whom was ascertained the number and position of the main force, the enemy being posted at a church known as Mount Zion in Boone County, 1.5 miles in advance, numbering near 900 men. General Prentiss ordered the cavalry under Colonel Glover forward, accompanied by 2 companies of Burge's sharpshooters. Colonel Burge, arriving near the encampment, ordered 1 troop of cavalry to dismount and engage the enemy. The sharpshooters were afterward ordered through a field on the right to skirmish with the enemy's left, and if possible drive them from the woods. The firing being heavy, and these 3 companies proving unable to drive the enemy from his cover, General Glover, with his available force, moved in double quick to their aid, and for half an hour longer the battle raged and became a hand-to-hand fight. Captain Boyd's company of sharpshooters were in the midst of the rebel camp. Also Major Carrick with Company C of the cavalry. When Colonel Glover arrived, the enemy retreated, leaving in Federal hands 90 horses and 105 stand of arms. The battle was brought to a close about 11 a.m. The reserve of 2 companies coming into action at the moment the enemy gave way, the victory was complete. After collecting the wounded, the Federals proceeded to care for those of the enemy, placing them in the church, and sent for farmers and friends in the vicinity to render assistance, when they returned to Sturgeon, where they arrived at 9 p.m. The loss in the Battle of Mount Zion and in the engagement of the evening previous was killed 3, slightly wounded 46, severely wounded 17. Rebel loss killed 25, wounded 150. Arkansas and the Indians. The prominent and active men in the state of Arkansas, and particularly all who held official positions, were allied politically with the South Carolina conspirators, while the majority of the people, in the early stages of the insurrection, were loyal. Hence the leaders were slow in their movements to carry the state out of the Union, but when the Confederate government had become organized and transferred to Richmond, and the rebellion had been fully inaugurated by the attack on Fort Sumter, followed by the proclamation of President Lincoln, they deemed that the time had come for the development of their plans. The governor of the state, Henry M. Rector, on the 22nd of April, 1861, directed the seizure by state troops of the United States stores at Napoleon, followed on the 24th by the capture of Fort Smith by the forces under Colonel Borland. The legislature being convened at Little Rock, an unconditional ordinance of secession was passed on the 6th of May, and on the 18th the Confederate Congress at Richmond declared the admission of Arkansas into the Southern Confederacy. It was the misfortune of the loyal men of the state that they did not number in their ranks any citizens of power and influence, who had energy sufficient to organize the Unionists and oppose a barrier to the acts of the enemies of the federal government. Unarmed and unorganized, while the conspirators were in a state of preparation for any resistance that might be made, protest and opposition were of no avail, and the loyal men of the state were compelled to submit and endure the persecutions and depredations of the more numerous secessionists. A great deal of excitement was occasioned during the month of November by the discovery that Union men of Izard, Fulton, Independent, and Searcy counties had secret organizations and societies for mutual protection and cooperation. This accidental disclosure exasperated the conspirators, who adopted the most violent measures to disperse the Unionists and break up their associations. Many were taken to Little Rock and hanged, while others were arrested in the woods, attempting to escape beyond the state, and shared the same fate. Large numbers of refugees, however, succeeded in reaching Missouri, where they remained and subsequently, under Captain Ware, a member of the Arkansas legislature, organized as a military body at Rolla, Missouri, and entered the service under General Curtis, receiving large accessions on the marching of Curtis's expedition into the state. Impressed with the importance of securing the services of the Indian tribes within the limits of Arkansas, as well as the adjoining territory, the agents of the Richmond government were instructed to negotiate with the Cherokees and Creeks on the borders of Arkansas, promising the payment of the United States annuities by the Confederacy in case of their allegiance. On the 24th of August, an agreement was entered into by some of the Cherokee chiefs, and the two tribes raised 2,000 men for the war. The nations were divided on the question, the most intelligent being convinced that loyalty to the federal government was their true policy, not less than their duty. The Choctaws, Chickasaws, and other tribes were treated in a similar manner, and with the same results, secession having the effect of dividing the red men of the forest as it had divided the pale faces of the East. From authentic sources, it was learned from the Seminole agency that Opothleyaholo, a loyal chief, had collected together 4,000 or 5,000 Indians and about 1,300 Negroes who had gone to him with the hope of being rendered free. When General Cooper, rebel, at the head of the Creek, Choctaw, and Chickasaw regiments, with other Indians, amounting to near 5,000, advanced upon Opothleyaholo's camp, his followers fled, leaving all behind. Opothleyaholo left with a few adherents for the southwest. Most of his followers were reported to be with Colonel Cooper, who was said to have a very large Indian force with him. Bombardment at Fort Pickens. On the 1st of January, 1862, Fort Pickens, with the rebel forts and batteries on the Bay of Pensacola, again awoke the thunders of their heavy artillery, whose tremendous explosions reverberated for 30 miles along the Florida coast. The loyal garrison of the fort had been long chafing under the restraints of continued inaction. The commander, Colonel Harvey Brown, 5th United States Artillery, had been anxiously awaiting the time when a sufficient force would be at his command to drive the unwelcome foe from his position near the fort. Lieutenant Adam J. Slemmer of Pennsylvania, of the 1st United States Artillery, the former brave commander who saved the fort by his courage and loyalty on the 12th of January, 1861, had been relieved on account of ill health. He received a major's commission in the 16th United States Infantry, May 14, 1861. On the first day of the year, a small steamer was seen from Fort Pickens making her way toward the Navy Yard. She was a saucy, defiant-looking craft, and someone on board waved a secession flag ostentatiously in sight, as if challenging a fire. This was an exasperating insult to the rest of men shut up in the fort. Colonel Brown had frequently warned General Bragg against forcing the presence of these insolent steamers upon him, and when this presumptuous little craft approached Fort Pickens, with its flag in commotion, he opened fire upon her. She drew in her flag and retreated instantly with a crestfallen, retrograde movement, in amusing contrast with her first approach. The fire from Fort Pickens was directly answered by all the rebel batteries, and in a brief time the engagement became general. The firing on both sides was kept up through the entire day, and at night Pickens maintained a slow fire from her 13-inch mortars, which was promptly returned by the rebels. About midnight, a conflagration broke out in the Navy Yard. It flamed up furiously, consuming the buildings of the yard and spreading to the town of Woolsey, adjoining the Navy Yard on the north, where it raged all night. The scene during the night was wonderfully magnificent. Every shell could be tracked in its course through the air from the moment it left the gun until it exploded, scattering destruction all around. These shells, rising up against a cloud of surging flame, which sent its red light in a continued glare landward and seaward, formed an appalling spectacle. The minutest outline of the grim fort seemed sketched on a background of fire, rendering the light which Colonel Brown hung out from its walls, in scornful bravado, offering a sure mark to the enemy, scarcely more than one of the 10,000 sparks that filled the atmosphere with gleams of gold. Far off over the beautiful land, the light of that conflagration spread, filling the inhabitants with alarm, and so brightly did it flame over the ocean that the United States steamer Mercedita floated in the glow of its ruddy light when over 20 miles at sea. Through the heat of this conflagration, the guns kept up their slow booming thunder, adding to the sublime interest of the scene. The firing on both sides was remarkable for its extreme accuracy. Shells in countless numbers fell inside of Fort Pickens and were returned with double vigor by its guns. All the batteries were engaged and did their work admirably. Fort McRae, which had been so roughly handled by the Federal squadron at the last engagement, resumed its accustomed vigor, and Battery Scott kept up a constant fire throughout the engagement. Several ships of the squadron were present, but took no part in the fight. It was well they did not, for nothing could have been gained, and probably much would have been lost had they attempted to oppose their wooden sides to stone walls and earthenworks. The bombardment was the old story of fort against fort, at a distance too great for any decisive result. The Unionists gained nothing, yet expended a large amount of powder, shot, and shell, and the enemy had no greater advantage. Apart from the burning of Warrington, the Navy Yard, and Woolsey, no injury worth speaking of was sustained. The next day Fort Pickens stood out against the sky, grim and strong as it was before the bombardment. There were but few if any casualties worth recording during this affair. Even Colonel Brown's lantern, hung out to guide the rebel shot, failed to invite any real injury, and except that it left a wide field of devastation behind, the bombardment of Fort Pickens had few important results. End of section 28. Section 29 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Rout of General Marshall at Paintsville, Kentucky. Battle of Middle Creek, Kentucky. And Battle of Silver Creek, Missouri. Rout of General Marshall at Paintsville, Kentucky. January 7, 1862. On the 7th of January, Colonel Garfield, who had his encampment on Muddy Creek in eastern Kentucky, marched to attack the rebel General Marshall, who, with a large force of men and a battery of 4 pieces, was known to have an entrenched camp at Paintsville, the capital of Johnson County. Colonel Garfield's command, composed of the 42nd Ohio, the 14th Kentucky, and Major McLaughlin's squadron of Ohio cavalry, making an effective force of about 1,500 men, broke up their camp on Muddy Creek and moved toward Paintsville. While on the march, they were reinforced by a battalion of the 1st Virginia Cavalry under Colonel Bowles, and by 300 of the 22nd Kentucky, raising the force to about 2,200 men. The enemy under Humphrey Marshall, numbering 3,500 men, and having a battery of 4 pieces, learned of the approach, and also that of the 40th Ohio and 400 of Colonel Wolford's cavalry by the way of Mount Sterling and the valley of the Paint Creek. They had, 2 days previously, after burning large quantities of grain, broken up their entrenched camp and effected a retreat to the heights on Middle Creek, 2 miles distant from Prestonburg. They had left a corps of observation at the mouth of Jenny Creek, 3 miles west from Paintsville, of 300 cavalry and a large force of infantry, about 7 miles up Jenny Creek, to protect and facilitate the passage of their trains. Immediately on arriving, Colonel Garfield, learning the position of this cavalry but unaware of the whereabouts of the other divisions of the rebel force, immediately commenced the erection of a pontoon or floating bridge across the Paintlit Creek at Paintsville. At 4 p.m. he crossed with 8 companies of the 42nd Ohio and 2 companies of the 14th Kentucky, with a view of making an armed reconnaissance, and if possible, of cutting off and capturing the cavalry. At 2 p.m. he had dispatched Colonel Bull's cavalry and 1 company of the 42nd under the command of Captain S.M. Barber, with orders to give a good account of the cavalry. But later in the day, on learning the possibility of cutting them off, he had sent orders to Colonel Bowles not to attack them until he had obtained time to get in their rear. Not receiving the last orders, and indeed before they were issued, Colonel Bowles, in obedience to his first directions, crossed the Paint by fording, and vigorously assaulting the enemy, soon put them to flight up the valley of the Jenny. In their haste, followed as they were by the cavalry, they strewed the road with their equipments, while here and there a dead or wounded soldier gave proof that they were losing men also. The pursuit was kept up for 7 miles, right into the infantry division which was guarding the train. Stationed on either side of the road, that did not permit more than 2 to ride abreast. It opened a heavy crossfire on the Union cavalry, compelling them to fall back, and finally to retreat, which they did in good order, having inflicted a loss of 25 in killed and wounded, according to rebel account, and losing but 2 killed and 1 wounded. 15 rebels were taken prisoners. Meanwhile, Colonel Garfield, with his command, having remained a short time to fully explore the enemy's deserted fortifications, consisting of lunettes, breastworks, rifle pits, and a fort situated on the top of a conical hill, and wholly unaware of what had taken place, pressed forward to the hoped-for consummation of the march. But few miles had been traversed, however, when the evidence of a hasty retreat became so apparent that all were convinced that the enemy had flown. The object of the march having been thus thwarted, an early return to Paintsville became desirable, and it was accomplished at the dawn. Battle of Middle Creek, Kentucky, January 10, 1862. Having recruited his men by a night's rest at Paintsville, Colonel Garfield was preparing to start an immediate pursuit on the morning of the 8th, but receiving information of the superior force of the enemy, he awaited the arrival of the 40th Ohio Regiment and Wolford's Kentucky Cavalry by way of Mount Sterling. These troops joined him on that day, raising his effective force to about 2,400 men, after deducting Colonel Bull's Virginia Cavalry, which, in obedience to orders, had returned to Guyandotte in that state. On the 9th, Colonel Garfield detailed from the 42nd and 40th Ohio and 14th Kentucky each 300 men, and from the 22nd Kentucky 200 men, and taking an immediate command, supported, however, by Colonel Craner of the 40th and Major Burke of the 14th. After detaching Colonel Wolford's and Major McLaughlin's cavalry up Jenny's Creek, he marched up the river road leading to Prestonburg. Early on in the morning of the 10th, Colonel Sheldon of the 42nd Ohio, in command at the camp, received a dispatch from Colonel Garfield, stating that he had found the enemy and asking reinforcements. In compliance with the order, at 6 a.m. on the 10th, Colonel Sheldon marched with 800 men, who eagerly pressed forward on their way to the scene of action. As Colonel Garfield had stated, he had found the enemy 2 miles from Prestonburg on Middle Creek in a chosen position among the hills, with between 4,000 and 5,000 men and 4 pieces of artillery. The 5th Virginia Regiment, Colonel Trigg, Colonel John S. Williams' Kentucky Regiment, Colonel Moore's Kentucky Regiment, Markham and Witcher's cavalry, and the 4th Virginia Infantry lay in full strength on the hills at the forks of the creek, while their batteries seemed to forbid all approach. Nothing deterred by the formidable position and number of the enemy, Colonel Garfield, not fully aware of their exact locality, sent skirmishers forward with a view of drawing the enemy's fire and thus ascertaining his whereabouts. Not succeeding in this, about noon he sent forward his escort of cavalry, some 20 strong, in a headlong charge. This accomplished the object, for the enemy, thinking the whole Union force upon them, opened with musketry, shot, and shell upon the cavalry, and a small party of the skirmishers under Adjutant Olds of the 42nd, then in a cornfield immediately in front of the position of Colonel Williams' Kentucky Regiment, flanked on the left by the artillery and Trigg's Virginia Regiment. The cavalry made a hasty retreat, and the enemy concentrated their whole fire on Adjutant Olds and his party, but without effect. After replying with some 15 rounds of musketry, and observing a large force thrown out on his right with intent to cut him off, he fell back upon the main body. The position of the enemy thus disclosed was as follows. Colonel Williams' regiment was behind a ridge at the head of the gorge and on the right of the road, so that his fire commanded the gorge and road for a half-mile. Colonel Trigg's regiment, the 4th Virginia, was on the crest of the crescent-shaped hill on the left of the road, commanding it by their flanking fire. The artillery was between the two at the forks of the creek and the turn in the road and gorge. The evident design of the enemy was to draw the Unionists up the road in front of their cannon and between the crossfire of the 3 regiments, but this well-formed plan failed in its execution, as in their impotence or nervousness they neglected to reserve their fire for the approach of the main body. The remainder of their force were in the rear of their cannon in a strong supporting position. Occupying Graveyard Point, at the end of a high ridge on the right of the creek north of his main body, Colonel Garfield dispatched 100 men across the creek to ascend the horn of the crescent farthest up the gorge. The ascent was most difficult, the men being compelled to creep on their hands and knees most of the way. On attaining the summit, they were greeted with the whole fire of Trigg's regiment, stationed at the base, and deployed along the other horn, also by a fire from the artillery and the reserve in the rear. On the top of the ridge, and at points nearly equidistant from each other, were 3 piles of stone, the possession of which was eagerly sought for by the contending parties. The small band on the summit of the ridge were now reinforced by 200 men, and assisted by the reserve at Graveyard Point, who poured a galling fire on the deployed right flank of the enemy. They soon drove him from the first stone pile and took possession of it. A force of 200 men was then thrown out by Colonel Garfield for the ascent of the lower horn of the crescent. These soon reached the summit, and were being reinforced by Colonel Craner of the 40th with 300 men. They captured the 3rd stone pile, while the rebels were confined to the 2nd, or central one. The fire was now exceedingly heavy. Both parties betook themselves to the shelter of the rocks and the trees, and the battle raged furiously, the shots tearing through the branches, and surging up the defiles of the mountains in a wild tumult of sounds. About 4:30, a burst of loud cheering heralded in reinforcements for the Union troops. A detachment of brave soldiers came in simultaneously with the shouts that welcomed them, panting and almost breathless from the fatigue of a long march. For 15 miles they had struggled through the mud of a broken road without breakfast, and at a tiresome pace. Excited by the sound of the conflict, they had marched the last 2 miles on the double quick, and came in bathed in perspiration, bespattered in mud, and half the men carrying their coats on their arms. Though fatigued with the forced march, and faint with hunger, these noble fellows demanded only to be led at once into battle. After a short rest, they were thrown across the creek to ascend the right horn of the crescent, but were finally ordered back, as it had now become too dark to advance with safety, and the storm of battle, by mutual consent, ceased. Resting upon their arms, determined to renew the battle in the morning, the Union troops spent the night, but when morning dawned, the enemy, it was found, had vanished. Under cover of darkness he had burned his heavy baggage and retreated. He left 27 dead on the field, and it is definitely ascertained had some 125 wounded, of whom 42 subsequently died. The Federals lost 2 killed and 25 wounded. The Richmond papers claimed a brilliant Confederate victory on this occasion, estimating the Federal forces at 8,000 men, and their loss at 400 killed and wounded. Battle of Silver Creek, Missouri, January 8, 1862. It was the misfortune of Missouri, more than any other state, to be a battleground for the guerrilla forces of the rebels and for the skirmishing engagements of the war. These minor battles, while they had but little effect on the great result, inflicted untold horrors on the people dwelling there. At the opening of the year 1862, General Pope had command of the northwestern district of the state, with his headquarters at Otterville, Cooper County. Having heard that the enemy was busily engaged in recruiting men in Roanoke and adjoining counties, Major W.M.G. Torrance of the 1st Iowa Cavalry was ordered to concentrate and take command of several small bodies of Federal troops, then guarding important points in the district, and to break up the rebel encampments. From Boonville, Major Torrance proceeded to Fayette, Howard County, and for several days was actively engaged in scouring the country and endeavoring to ascertain the position and strength of the rebel forces. He found that Colonel Poindexter was recruiting in various places in the county, and that he was encamped with his principal force, of from 500 to 700 men, on Silver Creek, and had other camps to reinforce him when ready to move, to the number of from 12 to 1,500 men. They further reported that he had pledged himself to his men that he would clean out the Federals in the county of Howard in very few days. Night after night was selected to surprise the Union camp with his whole force, but through some mishap they never appeared. On the morning of January 8th, all was in motion in the Federal camp under orders from Major Torrance to hold themselves in readiness to move with all their able-bodied men at an early hour. They took up their line of march for Roanoke, and after moving a few miles, were joined by Major Hubbard's command. The forces now comprised a portion of Merrill's horse under Major Hunt, one company of the 4th Ohio under Captain Foster, a part of the Missouri 1st under Major Hubbard, and 4 companies of the 1st Iowa under Major Torrance. After passing the town of Roanoke, the whole column moved rapidly about 5 miles, and halted to have position and duties assigned to the several commands. Learning that the enemy were in a strong position on the creek, where it probably would be impossible to charge them with mounted men, it was determined to dismount and fight as infantry. Captain Foster was assigned the advance, followed by Merrill's horse and the Missouri 1st, all armed with carbines. The 1st Iowa were to make a descent upon the camp with drawn sabers, and if impossible to make a charge mounted, they were to dismount and move on foot. Lieutenant Dustin of the 1st Iowa, with 10 men, formed the advance guard. All being in readiness, they moved forward very rapidly and followed the tortuous windings of a road leading through narrow lanes and thick timber, till the sharp crack of a rifle warned them that they were upon the rebel pickets. This was the signal to rush forward, which was done. On they pushed, through the underbrush and defiles, till the advanced guard rushed to the entrance of their camp and found the enemy drawn up in line of battle. It was now found that the thick timber and underbrush forbade a charge upon the camp. The order to dismount passed along the lines, and a column of armed infantry emerged from the lines on the roadside, ready for the onset. The battle now commenced in earnest, and volley after volley of musketry told that the work of death had begun. The enemy rushed from their line of battle, after their second volley, into the entrenchment formed by the creek, and behind trees, logs, etc., opened fire upon the Union lines, which was promptly answered by their forces, armed with carbines, by a continued fire. Major Torrance now ordered his men to go forward with revolver and saber, to make a charge on the camp, and with a yell, running wildly along their lines, they advanced, in the face of the enemy's fire, and rushed into their camp. So great was the eagerness to move forward that 3 companies claimed the honor of being first in the camp. The enemy now gave way tumultuously, and ran from their camp, leaving guns, horses, camp equipage, powder, and a large quantity of new clothing for men in Price's army. It was a complete rout, as the appearance of the camp fully attested. It was now nearly dark, with a heavy fog, and fearing that the enemy had only retired as a ruse to rally and come to the attack again, the order was given to destroy the whole camp and equipage. The work of destruction was soon complete. Wagons, saddles, tents, blankets, clothing, etc. were gathered up, flung on the fires, and soon became one heap of burning ruins. The Federals now looked up their dead and wounded, and cared for them. The enemy's dead lay in all portions of the camp, and the groans of their dying mingled with the exultant shouts of the victors. It was a fearful struggle, as the soldiers all knew that they never could retreat, and it was victory or death to them. The cool courage and gallant bearing of the officers in command were worthy of Americans. The loss of the enemy was 12 killed, 22 wounded, and 15 prisoners. That of the Federals, 3 killed and 10 wounded. End of section 29. Section 30 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Mill Spring at Logan's Crossroads, Kentucky. Sunday, January 19th, 1862. This battle was the first of the series of splendid triumphs that occurred early in the year 1862, which resulted in severe losses to the rebel armies of the West, both in men and material. It was the first breach in their well-planned line of defense, by which the right wing of the Confederate Army of the West was broken, and their great stronghold at Bowling Green, the center of their operations, laid open to the advancing army of the Union. After the discomfiture of Zollicoffer and his attack on the camp of General Schoepf at Camp Wildcat on the 21st of October, he left 2 regiments to defend the post at Cumberland Gap, and occupied a position on the Cumberland River, opposite Mill Spring, at the mouth of White Oak Creek. Here he was engaged in fortifying this most advantageous natural position, and in recruiting and organizing an army which was now formidable in numbers, and whose frequent forays had rendered his name a terror to the loyal inhabitants of that region. The rebel stronghold was familiarly known among the inhabitants as Zollicoffer's Den. It was situated on the north bank of the Cumberland, where it is intersected by White Oak Creek. The country for 2 miles from the river is entirely clear, and broken into hills of imposing altitude. 6 of these hills, forming a picturesque range, commanded each other and the entire approach to the camp for miles around. On these hills Zollicoffer had raised breastworks and redoubts. The south side of the river, commanding the entire camp, was also well fortified. On the 6th of January, the rebel Major General George B. Crittenden, commanding the division to which Zollicoffer's brigade was attached, arrived at Mill Spring and established his headquarters. He brought to his position 3 Tennessee and 1 Mississippi regiment, and was afterwards reinforced by 3 regiments from Bowling Green, and still more recently by some 1,500 Virginia troops from Knoxville. This gave him, all told, over 10,000 men. A very effective portion of his force was a body of cavalry, from 2,000 to 3,000 strong, in which he was superior to General Thomas, but which was of no service to him in the engagement. General Buell, the Federal commander in Kentucky, having now at his disposal a competent army to commence offensive operations, ordered General Thomas to advance with his division against General Crittenden's position at Mill Spring. With 2 brigades under his command, General Thomas broke up camp near Lebanon and marched, by way of Columbia, toward the rebel stronghold. On Thursday, the 16th of January, the 9th Ohio, German, Colonel McCook, brother of the general in command at Munfordsville, the 2nd Minnesota, Colonel Van Clear, 10th Indiana, Colonel Manson, 4th Kentucky, Colonel, formerly Judge Fry of Danville, and Colonel Wolford's Kentucky Cavalry, and 1 battery with General Thomas and staff, arrived after a most fatiguing march of many days. They came in incessant rain over horrid roads via Jamestown, at a point about 8 miles southwest of Somerset, on the road leading to Hart's Ford and the rebel entrenchments, and pitched their tents near a fork of country roads, upon what is known all through that section as Logan's Place, a very extensive plantation of several thousand acres. On Friday, the 14th Ohio, Colonel Stedman, and the 10th Kentucky, Colonel Harlan, 3 detached companies of the 1st Regiment of Michigan Engineers and Mechanics, and an Ohio battery, reached within 8 miles northwest of the position of General Thomas. After undergoing indescribable hardships in making their way in a direct line through the wild, rugged, heavily timbered, and almost untraveled country intervening between that point and Columbia, they had to construct a road as they went, they encamped there. General Shope's command was stationed at the time above 7½ regiments, arrived at a short distance southwest of Somerset. It comprised the 17th, 31st, 35th, and 38th Ohio, the 12th Kentucky, Colonel Haskins, the 1st and 2nd Tennessee regiments, some companies of cavalry, and 2 batteries. On Saturday morning, in accordance with orders received the previous evening, that part of General Shope's command, constituting General Carter's brigade, consisting of the 12th Kentucky, the 1st and 2nd Tennessee, and Captain W.E. Standart's battery, left their camps with 24 hours' rations and proceeded 12 miles on the Columbia Road to Fishing Creek, where they halted, awaiting further orders. At 5 o'clock, they were ordered to join General Thomas's main body at Logan's Place. In crossing the swollen creek, the water reached to the waists of the men. Owing to the wretched condition of the road, they did not reach their point of destination until midnight. Simultaneously with the above, 3 regiments and a battery, the balance of General Shope's command, with the exception of the 38th Ohio, advanced over another road leading out from Somerset in a southeasterly direction to Fishing Creek, which they found risen so high as to render it almost impossible to cross. After much exertion, a rope was finally stretched across, holding on to which the men slowly managed to get over. At nightfall, only 1 regiment, however, had landed on the other side, and while the remainder were crossing on the morning of the battle, orders came from General Thomas that their assistance was no longer needed, and the brigade retraced their steps to Somerset. During this time, a heavy storm came on, and torrents of rain continued to pour upon the devoted troops. General Thomas's immediate command was tolerably well protected, but General Carter's brigade had started without tents, and hence were completely exposed to the drenching rain and chilling wind. Every man in the brigade was soaked to the skin before Logan's Place was reached, and during the remainder of Saturday night, the poor fellows lay on the wet ground, sheltered only by the dripping woods. On the morning of the fight, the regiments posted on Logan's farm were distributed as follows. On the right of the road to Hart's Ford, facing toward the river, were the 9th Ohio and 2nd Minnesota. Directly opposite them on the left lay General Carter's brigade. 3/4 of a mile southeast of it were the 4th Kentucky, 10th Indiana, and 2 batteries, the 10th Indiana occupying the most advanced position. In front of the last-mentioned regiment were encamped about 120 of Wolford's cavalry, the balance of the regiment being off on escort duty. About 2.5 miles further south was the outmost Union picket, 20 of Wolford's cavalry, the 14th Ohio and 10th Kentucky being still encamped 8 miles to the northeast. It is thus seen that the Federal force advanced upon by the rebels included no more than 7 infantry regiments, the detached Michigan companies, 140 cavalry, and 2 batteries. The main characteristics of the battleground are steep, bluff-like hills and abrupt, narrow ravines. The only comparative levels are formed by the undulating ridges of the former. Logan's place extends over one of the most extensive of these, and, with its large cleared fields, afforded the best field for a battle that could have been found in many miles around. The whole country is covered with a thick growth of timber, except where the husbandmen had cleared it away. The roads were but a succession of rugged little hills, tiring to the footmen and taxing the wagoner's skill to the utmost in the best weather. According to the statements of persons subsequently captured, Zollicoffer's original force did not exceed 6,000 in number, which had been increased to 10,000, comprising 10 regiments of infantry, about 3,000 cavalry, and 15 pieces of artillery. On Saturday morning, information was brought to General Crittenden by secession sympathizers, living near Somerset, of the proposed movement of General Carter's brigade. The rebel commander had learned that General Thomas's division was on the march to Somerset, but was not aware that it had already arrived, and supposing that General Carter's command was merely setting out for scouting purposes, conceived of a plan of falling upon it with his whole force. The plan being communicated to Zollicoffer, he strenuously objected to any demonstration outside of their entrenchments. His superior, however, insisted upon the project, bold and creditable enough, if not based upon wrong premises, and hence the whole rebel army moved out of the fortifications shortly after dark. Owing to the difficulty of working their artillery ahead, it took them until 3 a.m. to come within 1 mile of the Union pickets. Here they halted and rested in a deluge of rain. At 6 o'clock they renewed their march, and their cavalry advance guard came up with Wolford's men. Supposing them to be only a foraging party, the Union dragoons attacked and drove them back. Perceiving, however, masses of infantry down the road, they sent word to General Thomas, and then retreated to their camp. The squadron was quickly mounted and rode towards the enemy, but discovering his overwhelming strength, fell back, dismounted, and joined the 10th Indiana, and afterwards actively participated in the fight. Companies K and I of the 10th Indiana, Captains Shorter and Pickens, were detailed as pickets in advance of their regiment, and were first attacked by the advancing rebels at 6:30 o'clock, and with the assistance of Company A, Captain Hamilton, all under Major Miller, gallantly held the enemy in check until supported by the remainder of the regiment. In 20 minutes after General Thomas was apprised of the approach of the enemy, his whole force was under arms and eagerly awaiting the onset. The 10th Indiana, 2nd Minnesota, and the dismounted cavalry pushed forward a short distance from their encampment in an open field to a piece of timber, and the 4th Kentucky took a position in the woods on the left. The 10th Indiana, having the lead, was within musket range of the rebels just before 8 o'clock, and now the battle fairly commenced. At least 6 regiments formed the rebel right, and pressed first on the 10th Indiana, but this brave regiment had learned the fighting mettle of the enemy at Rich Mountain in western Virginia, and could not be made to yield an inch, even to such fearful odds. Fortunately protected somewhat by the trees from the hostile fire, they stood steadily, pouring volley after volley into the rebels, responding to their yells with defiant cheers, fighting 4 times their number for nearly an hour and a half, and never yielding an inch, in spite of a constant and fearful hail of lead, until their ammunition became exhausted, when they were ordered to give way to the 2nd Minnesota. This they did with composed and unbroken ranks, bringing off their dead and wounded, whose number was a mournful proof of the fearful trial they had undergone. Some 30 minutes after, the 10th Indiana had opened the contest. The 4th Kentucky engaged the rebels on the left of the former, and displayed coolness and firmness most remarkable, in view of the fact that it had never before been under fire. It also had to contend against superior numbers, but maintained its formation and did not allow the rebels to gain a foot of ground. The men cheered each other, and in their ardor came within short range of the enemy, to whose irregular fire they replied with great vigor and effect. Colonel Fry inspired all under him by his courageous conduct. Up and down the line of his command he moved, urging his Kentuckians on under a shower of bullets. Meantime, the 2nd Minnesota fulfilled the trust left to it by the 10th Indiana. The stalwart farmers and lumbermen that composed it performed the duty allotted to them, deliberately and with perfect success. They loaded and fired with ease and calmness, and seemed to think no more of the work they were doing than of handling a plow or plying an axe. The widely renowned 9th Ohio did not join in the bloody strife in its earliest stages. At about 8:30, however, its impatience for the fray was at last gratified, and it appeared upon the stage in solid line of battle, moving measuredly, and with the confident and determined air of veterans, through a broad, open field on the right of the road, to within 200 yards, and began a fire upon some rebel regiments that were firing from behind a fence, with regularity and precision. It held the right alone, while the action continued. The rebels succeeded in bringing a battery of their artillery in position about 9 o'clock, and opened upon the Federal troops shortly afterward with solid and hollow shot. Their balls and shells all went high over the Union soldiers, not one of whom owed his death or wound to the rebel artillery. Captains Kinney's, Standard's, and Wetmore's Ohio batteries were brought into position and rendered effective service whenever an opportunity offered. In the heat of the engagement, Captain Kinney ordered one section of his battery within 60 yards of the enemy's line, and opened a deadly fire upon them, which added greatly to the success of the day. The battle was now at its height, and the effect of the artillery, roaring through the conflict, the crash of shells and sharp-whistled bullets, was increased by a storm that had broken out in the morning, and now poured a deluge of rain on the combatants. For a time, the lightning of heaven vied in sharpness with the flash of artillery, and rolling bursts of thunder went booming over the mountain, giving terrible effect to the whole scene. Amid this storm, the opposing lines of battle were several times carried so close to each other that the fight was urged on with a hand-to-hand encounter, and the commanders on both sides came in dangerous contiguity with the foe. Up to 11 o'clock, the fighting was confined almost entirely to an exchange of lead and iron. The Union right and left would advance on the enemy, fire, and fall back. Then the secession forces would advance, exchange shots, each side holding its own ground, and no more. The 14th Ohio and 10th Kentucky sent for as soon as the alarm had been given, being reported to General Thomas coming up with their battery from their encampment on the Columbus Road on a full run. He at last determined to bring matters to an issue. He directed General Carter to flank the enemy's right with his regiments, which had been restive all morning under the necessity of remaining idle spectators. But before this movement could be made, the heroes of the 9th Ohio had already decided the battle. Colonel McCook, by the way the only American in the regiment, had his horse shot under him, and was himself wounded, but nevertheless continued in command. About 11, the patience of the regiment became exhausted, and the colonel gave the order to advance. It was received with a hurrah. Steadily and compactly, the column moved over the 200 yards separating it from the enemy. When within 30 yards of the foe, the order was given to charge bayonets, and in an instant the moving human wall bristled with bayonets and pressed forward in quick step. The rebels looked aghast at a sight they had never witnessed before. A Tennessee regiment on their extreme left fired a random volley and broke. A Mississippi regiment, the same that held the fence already mentioned, hesitated a few moments longer. But the triumphant shout from the Germans and the bristling array of pointed steel was too much for them. In an instant, those of the enemy between the fence and the Federals, with the exception of a few who were bayoneted, had scrambled over and fled in wild disorder. Colonel S.S. Fry of the 4th Kentucky was in the act of leading his regiment into a charge upon the Mississippians, when General Zollicoffer, accompanied by his aide, rode up to him and said, "You're not going to fight your friends, are you? These men," pointing to the Mississippians, "are all your friends." In the meantime, Zollicoffer's aide fired upon Colonel Fry, wounding his horse, from which wound the animal died. Colonel Fry then turned and fired upon Zollicoffer with fatal effect. General Z evidently labored under the impression that Colonel Fry was a rebel officer. They had never met before, nor did Colonel Fry know the position of the officer upon whom he fired, as the evidences of his rank were covered by a cloak which General Zollicoffer wore in battle. From this moment the battle was won. The rebels in front of the Union left had grown dispirited by the news of Zollicoffer's fall, and their fire was slackening. But when they saw the breaking of their left wing, they faltered and commenced retreating. The 10th Kentucky, 14th Indiana, and 2 batteries were immediately pushed after them. But the speed of the enemy increased, and although the Union troops followed in quick step, they could only manage to come within range of his rear, to which they gave from time to time parting salutes with rifle balls and shells. The pursuit was continued to within a mile of the entrenchments, when, owing to the close approach of night, the victors stopped and made themselves as comfortable as possible on the northern declivity of a hill overlooking the fortifications. Rain was still falling, and although all were greatly fatigued from the labors of the day, but few sought repose on the soaked ground. The excitement of the battle kept the majority awake, and the uncomfortable night was spent in the discussion of the stirring events of the preceding hours by the immense campfires, which burned brightly in defiance of the drifting rain. With daybreak, some of the Federal guns were got into a position commanding the rebel entrenchments, and were soon hurling shells upon them. Crowds of the enemy were seen hurrying down the hill toward the landing, and the little ferry boat was rapidly steaming to and fro, carrying bodies of men, the last of the Confederates on the right bank of the river. No response being elicited, the infantry was ordered forward, the 10th Kentucky in the advance. With lusty cheers, the troops rushed down the road and up the hills, crowned by fortifications, and climbing over the barricades of logs, obstructing the approaches on all sides, the Kentuckians were in a few minutes on the parapet, shouting, jumping, and waving their hats and muskets. Hardly 5 minutes more elapsed when the rebel camp teemed with thousands of soldiers, frantic with excitement. The rebels literally saved nothing but what they wore on their persons. 8 of their guns, including 2 Parrott 20-pounders, with caissons and ammunition, were left behind, together with nearly 1,000 stand of arms and hundreds of boxes of cartridges. 1,700 horses and mules, a drove of cattle, 100 wagons, with harness, vast quantities of commissary and quartermaster's stores, some 20 bales of blankets and quilts, and the personal effects of officers and men as well. The enemy left all their dead and many of their wounded behind them, 5 of their surgeons, however, remaining. 115 of their killed, including Zollicoffer, and about 120 of their wounded were found on the field, and 150 prisoners taken. Their entire loss must have been much greater. The Federal loss was 39 killed and 207 wounded. Taken as a whole, it was one of the fairest contested battles and most glorious victories of the war, one in which Western troops fully sustained their reputation for unflinching courage and stern determination never to yield, no matter how great the force opposed to them. End of section 30. Section 31 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Ann Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Investment of Fort Pulaski, Georgia, New Mexico and Arizona, and Battle of Valverde. Investment of Fort Pulaski, Georgia, January 27, 1862. Tybee Island, lying at the mouth of Savannah River, immediately below Fort Pulaski on Cockspur Island, was occupied by Federal troops very shortly after the capture of Port Royal by Commodore DuPont, the flag officer of the South Atlantic blockading squadron. It was late in December, however, before a garrison was established there. This was the first step toward the investment of Fort Pulaski, whose heavy embrasures frowned in stern defiance at the Federal fleet investing the harbor. Late in December, from his headquarters at Tybee Island, an island forming the eastern shore of Calabogue Sound and lying north of Savannah Harbor, General Sherman, commanding the army in his district, had dispatched several reconnoitering parties to explore the small rivers, creeks, and inlets which intersect each other at various points on the left of the Savannah River, forming the series of islands which dot the map of the harbor. A well-grounded hope was entertained that an inside channel would be discovered, connecting with the Savannah River, of sufficient depth to float the gunboats to a point on that river, far above Fort Pulaski. In order to understand the nature of the reconnaissance, it will be necessary to have a clear apprehension of the geography of the country. Savannah is about 15 miles from the mouth of the river, and on the right or southern bank. Approach to it by water is defended by Fort Pulaski, a casemated fort on Cockspur Island at the mouth of the river, and Fort Jackson, a barbette fort on the mainland, only 4 miles below the city. The left bank is formed by a succession of islands, and the channel also is interrupted by large and numerous islands, the most important of which is Elba, whose upper extremity is immediately opposite Fort Jackson. Lower down in the stream is Long Island. The network of creeks and bays that surrounds Hilton Head terminates southward in Calabogue Sound, which is divided from the Savannah River at its mouth by Turtle and Jones Island. The waters that form 2 sides of Jones Island, which is triangular in shape, are called Mud and Wright Rivers. The latter is the southernmost and separates Jones from Turtle Island, which lies next to Dofusky Island, the western shore of Calabogue Sound. The islands on the Savannah are all very low and marshy, overgrown by high grass, and frequently without a solitary shrub or tree, they are all liable to be submerged by a very high tide. Jones Island is a broad, marshy, uninhabited island 5 miles above the fort, not more than 5 miles long, by 2 or 3 broad. About halfway between its upper and lower angles, and fronting on the Savannah, is Venus Point. The first reconnaissance was undertaken by Lieutenant J.H. Wilson of the Topographical Engineers. Taking with him 2 boats and a company of Rhode Island soldiers, together with his Negro oarsmen and pilots, he started on the dangerous expedition, making all the necessary explorations by night, while his boats were hidden by the tall grass on the marshy and swampy shores he traversed. To the rear of Jones Island, he discovered a canal called Wall's Cut, connecting the Mud and Wright rivers, the former emptying into the Savannah 6, and the latter 2 miles above Fort Pulaski. The navigation of Wall's Cut had been obstructed by 3 rows of piles, driven across its entire width by the rebels, but at high tide the boats were got over these obstructions, and soon after floated on the waters of the Savannah, at night, unobserved by the rebels. The feasibility of traversing this route with the gunboats had been demonstrated, but the movement was betrayed to the rebels before the plan could be consummated. A reconnaissance in force, through a corresponding series of channels on the right of the Savannah River, was then determined on, and Captain C.H. Davis was dispatched with the gunboats Ottawa, Lieutenant Commanding Stevens, Seneca, Ammon, and the steamers Isaac Smith, Nicholson, Potomska, Watmow, Ellen, Bud, Western World, Gregory, in company with the transports Cosmopolitan, Delaware, and Boston, having on board the 6th Connecticut, 4th New Hampshire, 97th Pennsylvania, in all 2,400 men commanded by Brigadier General H.G. Wright. Commander C.R.P. Rogers accompanied the expedition. Captain Davis sailed from Port Royal Harbor on the 26th of January and anchored in Warsaw Sound the same evening. The next morning he entered the Little Tybee River, or Freeborn Cut, and at 1:30 passed up that river above Fort Pulaski, and within long range of the rebel guns, but was unmolested, as they were not prepared for an enemy on that side. After passing out high land on Wilmington Island, the principal one on their route, they were arrested by a heavy double row of piles driven across the channel. The island was now carefully explored and found to have been deserted. The launches were also dispatched to examine the numerous creeks leading to the river and to explore the main stream. At 5 o'clock, 5 rebel steamers made their appearance in the Savannah River to reconnoiter the proceedings of the Federal fleet. At this hour, Captain Ammon made his way through the marsh and cut the telegraph wire communicating with Fort Pulaski. Captain John Wright, who had been dispatched by Flag Officer DuPont with a number of gunboats up the Wright River on the left of the Savannah, by the route previously explored, made his appearance on Tuesday the 28th, and by means of the new Army signals communication was opened between the 2 fleets. At 11 o'clock, the rebel steamers again made their appearance in the Savannah and attempted to pass below the fort, when a spirited engagement commenced between them and the 2 Federal fleets. 3 of the rebel steamers succeeded in passing, but the other 2 were driven back, disabled. The attempt to reach the Savannah River with the gunboats having been abandoned, measures were undertaken to blockade the river and interrupt communication between Fort Pulaski and Savannah by land approaches, and the establishment of batteries on the banks of the river. It was resolved to erect a battery on Jones Island, the rear of which could be reached by the National Flotilla. The first attempt was made on the night of February 7th, but owing to storms and other causes, it was not successful. A few days after, General Sherman issued orders for a second expedition to Jones Island, and, if practicable, erect a battery there, so as to command the Savannah River. This was to be done without the assistance of the naval forces. The expedition was placed under the command of Brigadier General Veal, and consisted of the 48th New York Volunteers, Colonel Perry, 2 companies of volunteer engineers, and 2 companies of the 3rd Rhode Island Artillery. The troops, with 6 large guns, 32-pounders, were embarked in flatboats at Dofusky Island and in tow of light draft steamboats. The expedition reached Jones Island, a preliminary reconnaissance was made of all the points on the island, and a site at Venus Point was selected for the erection of a fortification. The swampy character of the soil seemed to forbid the landing of troops on the island, much more to erect batteries and mount heavy guns thereon. It was determined, however, to erect the battery at the point already designated, and to carry the guns a distance of a mile through the swamp. To facilitate matters, Colonel Perry undertook the construction of a corduroy road from the place where the troops landed on the Mud River side of Jones Island to Venus Point. The road was constructed, and by the untiring labor of the troops, the guns were at last placed in battery. While the construction of the road was going on, another detachment of Colonel Perry's regiment attempted to erect breastworks to cover the guns. The mud, as fast as it was piled up for the battery, slipped and sunk away. But the platforms were laid and the guns mounted. The guns were landed on a wharf made of bags filled with sand and long planks laid across them. Tramways were laid along the marsh, constructed of planks 30 feet long, placed in parallel lines. 2 sets of these parallels were used for each gun, and as fast as the pieces were taken over one set, it was taken up and placed still further in advance. Holes were drilled in the planks, and ropes looped through the holes, so that the planks might be more easily dragged by the troops. In this manner, the guns were conveyed across Jones Island to the chosen position. Colonel Perry, Lieutenant J. H. Wilson of the United States Engineers, and Lieutenant Horace Porter of the Ordnance Department superintended the removal of the guns. On the first night, the heavy guns were dragged 200 yards. The second night, the work proceeded, and the guns were dragged the remainder of the route, and before morning, all were in position. The work of tugging the guns was performed entirely by the 48th New York Regiment, commanded by Colonel Perry. In the morning, a rebel gunboat came down the river to reconnoiter, and doubtless was amazed to find the Federal fort confronting her, but by hugging the western shore she was enabled to pass the guns on Jones Island without serious injury. This demonstrated the necessity of another battery on the west end of Bird Island, in the middle of the river opposite, which was subsequently erected, and the river thus effectually blockaded. On the 15th, 4 rebel gunboats attacked the batteries on Venus Point, Jones Island, but were all driven back and one of them disabled. By the erection of these batteries, Fort Pulaski was cut off from all supplies and reinforcements, and General Hunter now commenced the erection of batteries for the reduction of the fort. New Mexico and Arizona. The comprehensive scheme of the rebel leaders was not confined to the mere occupancy of the Cotton States or the entire section of the Union south of the Ohio River, but included within its future all the vast domain west of the Mississippi and south of Kansas. The restoration of peace and the independence of the Southern Confederacy would then enable it to carry its victorious arms into Mexico, and a vast empire would be erected, subject to the control of the Confederate government. In order to accomplish these purposes with the greatest promptitude, it was determined to take possession of New Mexico and Arizona at an early day, and bodies of armed men were dispatched from Texas upon this errand. They reached the territories during the month of July 1861, one portion of the invading force entering Arizona, and the other took their line of march toward Santa Fe in New Mexico, under the command of Brigadier General H. H. Sibley. There was no military organization of the inhabitants of either New Mexico or Arizona to favor the rebel cause, excepting perhaps a very few recent emigrants from Texas or other southern states who joined the invading forces. The natives were, for the most part, loyal. Fort Fillmore, then under command of Major Lind of the United States Army, who had 700 regulars for its defense, was surrendered or betrayed on August 2nd to a force of Texan troops inferior to his own. The men were paroled and finally brought to the east, where they were stationed by the government at various posts on the northern lakes. Subsequently, Forts Davis, Bliss, and Stanton were easily captured by the rebel chieftains. The want of military organization among the people, their unprotected towns, and the scarcity of arms prevented any effective resistance, and they were compelled to submit to the invasion, while waiting anxiously for the relief which they felt assured the government would send. At length, the governor of New Mexico, Henry Connolly, issued a vigorous and stirring proclamation on the 9th of September, calling upon the citizens to enroll themselves for the defense of their homes against the invaders, who were coming to subdue them to the rule of the Texan authorities. He ordered an organization of the militia in the several counties of the state, and the adjutant general was instructed to carry the orders into effect. On the 9th of November, New Mexico was constituted a military department, and Colonel E.R.S. Canby of the United States Army was appointed to the command. Colonel Canby immediately entered upon his duties and pushed his work with so much energy that by the end of December he had retaken Forts Craig and Stanton. Federal forces also held Fort Massachusetts to the north and Fort Union on the southeast of Santa Fe, the capital of the territory. On the 2nd of December, The legislature assembled, and the governor recommended the adoption of measures to secure the loyal adhesion of such of the Indian tribes as had not been betrayed into the hands of the Confederate agents. While loyal to the government in their sentiments, they found themselves apparently cut off from its protection and support, under the circumstances in which they were placed and pressed on all sides. They were somewhat divided. While some remained loyal and were willing to enlist in the Federal service, others joined the Confederates, but the great body desired to pursue a course which would be entirely neutral. On the 30th of December, General Sibley, the rebel commander, issued a proclamation from his headquarters, notifying the people that he took possession of New Mexico in behalf of, and for the benefit of, the Confederate States. He declared that, by geographical position, by similarity of institutions, by commercial interests, and by future destinies, New Mexico pertains to the Confederacy. General Sibley also declared the United States tax laws abolished. Battle of Valverde, February 21st, 1862. Colonel Canby had no intention of remaining inactive while the rebel leader was thus earnestly endeavoring to persuade the people into willing submission to Confederate power, or of permitting him by an apparent triumph to exercise his authority for the subversion of the legitimate government. He accordingly prepared for the important business of expelling him from the territory, determined to accomplish this, whatever effort it might involve. The rebels, on their way through the territory, followed the valley of the Rio Grande, and consequently would be obliged to pass Fort Craig. At this place, Colonel Canby resolved to dispute their advance. His force was composed in part of United States regulars, and in part of New Mexican volunteers. With these, he descended the river to meet the invaders. They were informed of his approach, and on the 19th crossed the river in order to take a position on the other side, from which they could shell the fort and obtain command of the stream above it, by which movement they could cut off his communications. On the afternoon of the 19th, Colonel Canby ordered the detachments of the 5th, 7th, and 10th United States Infantry, under Captains Selden and Wingate, and Colonels Carson's and Pino's regiments of volunteers, to cross the river and occupy an elevation opposite the fort, which would otherwise be appropriated by the rebels. On the afternoon of the 20th, Captain McRae's battery and the cavalry under Major Duncan were ordered to cross the river, and were brought into position. The enemy were thus cut off from the river and suffered from want of water. Their mules were so much exhausted that it was found necessary to double the teams in order to draw the wagons, but this resort at last failed, and the animals gave out entirely. The rebels, finding the desperate strait to which they were reduced, opened a heavy cannonade upon the Federal troops. Being protected by the elevations between them and the enemy, the Union troops suffered no injury, except one man who was wounded by a fragment from a ball, which struck a rock and was shattered by the blow. The night closed on the antagonists. About 200 mules were captured by the Union scouts, and a number of wagons burned. On the morning of the 21st, at about 8 o'clock, Colonel Canby ordered Colonel Roberts, with his cavalry, Colonel Valdez's cavalry, Colonel Carson's volunteers, the regular infantry, and Captain McRae's and Lieutenant Hall's batteries to proceed up the west bank of the Rio Grande and prevent the Texans from reaching the water, at the only point where the river was fordable by the sloping banks. This position was 7 miles north of the fort, and when Colonel Roberts' command reached it, he found that the enemy had gained the water first. Colonel Roberts immediately opened his batteries upon them, on which they retreated with a loss of 25 or 30 killed and 1 cannon. The gun was dismounted, spiked, and rendered unfit for use. Colonel Roberts then crossed the river and held his position until the issue of the battle was decided. After 1 o'clock, Colonel Canby came upon the ground with his staff, followed by Colonel Pino's regiment of volunteers, and took the command in person. Up to this time, the fighting had been principally with the batteries. Captain McRae's battery occupied the left, and Lieutenant Hall's battery the right of the line. On the left flank, and within about 100 yards of McRae's battery, was a piece of woods, where bodies of the enemy were seen to collect, but out of range of the guns. 2 companies of regulars and 2 companies of volunteers were assigned to support this battery. Lieutenant Hall's guns were to be supported by the cavalry and Colonel Carson's volunteers. Thus disposed, Colonel Canby intended to make an advance, when suddenly a brisk fire of musketry was opened towards the right of the field. This was entirely unexpected, but the object was soon discovered to be a ruse to divert attention from an attempt which was immediately made to take the batteries. Advancing to the front in 2 divisions, the enemy rushed on and made their charges against the batteries in the most determined and gallant manner. The charge against Lieutenant Hall's battery was made by the cavalry, who dashed forward with an unbroken front in the face of the destructive fire to which they were exposed. Standing true to their posts, the experienced gunners worked with their pieces to such deadly effect that the enemy was appalled by the carnage and compelled to retire from the field. The charge upon McRae's battery was made on foot, and was never surpassed for the cool and deliberate determination with which the rebel infantry pressed forward undismayed to their work. The iron hail belched forth from the guns, swept through their ranks, opening a pathway through the columns, which closed up and moved onward, apparently heedless of the losses they sustained. Volley after volley from the batteries poured destruction on the advancing foe, but still they came on steadily under the fire, pouring forth in return volley upon volley, and closing with their revolvers and bayonets until the last brave man was shot down while standing faithfully by his gun. During all this time, the New Mexicans remained inactive, and when once convinced of the danger they were in, fled in haste, leaving the thrice heroic McRae alone with his gunners, who fell one by one till he stood alone before the enemy. When this fearless man saw that he was utterly abandoned, he sat down with sublime coolness on one of his useless guns, with his face to the enemy, waiting for the glorious death which soon came to his relief. A ball struck him in the forehead, and he fell by the gun his courage had defended to the last. Captain Plimpton's regulars stood their ground and fought until one half their number were wounded or dead and dying on the field, when they were compelled to retire. When the battery was lost, the day was decided in favor of the enemy, and the Federal forces retreated to Fort Craig. Colonel Canby had in the engagement about 1,500 men, consisting of regulars and volunteers. The force of the enemy under Colonel Steele was from 1,500 to 2,000. Our loss, according to the best information, was 50 or 60 killed and about 140 wounded. The loss of the enemy was estimated at from 100 to 200 killed and wounded. Captain Rossell of the regulars was taken by the Texans, his horse having been drowned in crossing the river. End of section 31. Section 32 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Apache Canyon, Fight at Blooming Gap, Virginia, and East Tennessee under Confederate rule. Battle of Apache Canyon, March 28, 1862. The immediate consequence of the Battle of Valverde was that the insurgents marched directly past Fort Craig, which for want of men and provisions they were powerless to invest or capture, direct on Albuquerque and Santa Fe, which fell into their power without resistance. Albuquerque was the depot of United States government stores, most of which was removed on the advance of the insurgents, and the rest destroyed. The occupation of Santa Fe was followed by the proclamation of a provisional government, which, however, never entered into practical operation. Fort Craig still remained in the rebel rear, and Fort Union in the possession of the national troops on the northeast, from which direction reinforcements might be expected. The policy of the insurgents was therefore either to capture Fort Union before relief could arrive, or maintain their position, isolating Fort Craig until that post should be compelled to surrender for want of supplies. Meantime, news of the critical condition of affairs having reached the Colorado Territory and Kansas, troops were at once organized to go to the relief of the threatened positions. By forced marches, scarcely paralleled in history, a Colorado regiment 950 strong, under Colonel Huff, reached Fort Union on the 13th of March. Here he gathered around him all the troops available or possible to obtain, and marched for Santa Fe to give battle to the invaders. The latter moved their forces forward to meet him. The numbers on both sides were nearly equal, between 1,200 and 1,500. They met at a point called Apache Pass. The main fight took place at Apache Canyon, 80 miles from Fort Union and 20 miles from Santa Fe. 3 battalions, one under Major Chivington, one under Captain Lewis, and one under Captain Wincoop, advanced to the canyon on the 28th, when the pickets reported no enemy in sight. The command then advanced, when shots were fired at them by the Texans, who were in ambush and succeeded in killing 4 privates. The Union men under Huff rushed on them, killing 20 or 30 Texans, wounding many of them, and taking 7 prisoners, 4 officers and 3 privates. Major Chivington's command, which went ahead and surprised the Texan pickets, taking 67 prisoners and 64 provision wagons, now arrived, and a plan of action was determined upon. It was to meet the enemy in front and flank them at the same time. About 12 o'clock they advanced, and the action became general, the Coloradans doing wonders. The battery under Captain Ritter, and also the howitzer battery under Lieutenant Claflin, swept the Texans from the field. The fight lasted until 4 o'clock, when flags of truce were interchanged to bury the dead and care for the wounded. The enemy had about 2,000 men and 1 6-pounder. The Unionists had 1,300 men, 1 6 and 1 12-pounder, and 4 howitzers. The enemy lost their entire train, 64 wagons and provisions, 230 mules, about 150 killed, 200 wounded, and 93 taken prisoners, among whom were 13 officers. The Texans, when surprised, supposed it was Colonel Canby's force that was coming. The Texan officer in command, with 2 of his companies, made several attempts to charge on the Union men and seize their batteries, but they were each time repulsed, with tremendous loss, while daring, noble deeds were performed by the Federal soldiers. At one time, the Texan companies charged within a few yards of the Union batteries. The defeat at Apache Pass proved an effectual check on the invaders, and so far weakened their forces as to compel their abandonment of the territory and its complete restoration under the national authority. The enemy fled into Arizona, where they found it useless to remain, and applied to the authorities of Mexico for permission to cross their territory on their return home, but were refused. They, however, succeeded in reaching Texas. A reinforcement of federal troops soon after arrived in New Mexico. Fight at Blooming Gap, Virginia, February 14, 1862. To General F.W. Lander's brigade had been assigned the perilous duty of protecting the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad at Cumberland, Maryland, and the various towns and strategic points in Virginia within a radius of 40 or 50 miles from that center, at several of which his troops were quartered. On the 13th of February, Lander received information that a brigade of rebels under General Carson had occupied Blooming Gap, a strong pass in the mountains 7 miles beyond the Cacapon River, whose turbid waters, swollen by the storms of winter, were deemed an impassable barrier to the advance of the Federal forces. No bridge spanned the torrent, and the blackened buttress and crumbled pier gave evidence that the incendiary torch had been at work. Lander was then at Pawpaw Tunnels, on the Maryland shore of the Potomac, a station on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, midway between Hancock and Cumberland, with a small force. He immediately marched to New Creek in Hampshire County, Virginia, to join the detachment of troops at that point, where he also hastily concentrated all his available command. Taking 20 wagons loaded with lumber, he proceeded to a point on the Cacapon River, 7 miles south of the railroad, and between the hours of 9 and 1 o'clock at night, he improvised a bridge 180 feet long, by placing the wagons in the river as a foundation, over which he marched his force of 4,000 men, and advanced upon the enemy's pickets before the dawn of day. With 500 of the 1st Virginia Cavalry under Colonel Anastinzel, he had designed to charge through the rebel camp at the Gap, and then form immediately in his rear, cut off the retreat, and capture the whole force, after the Federal infantry, following up the cavalry charge, should have completed the discomfiture of the enemy. But the rebels had retired before Lander's approach, and when led by the general and his staff, the cavalry flew through the Gap and beyond it. They met with no opposition. Colonel Anastinzel was once ordered to push forward on the Winchester road with the cavalry, reconnoiter, and, if possible, overtake and capture the baggage of the enemy. General Lander, meantime, brought up Colonel Carroll with the 8th Ohio Regiment and the 7th Virginia, Colonel Evans, for sport. Colonel Anastinzel encountered the enemy at the head of the pass, 2 miles from Blooming. He was met by a sharp fire and halted his command. On hearing the firing, General Lander came up and led the charge, followed by Major Armstrong, Assistant Adjutant General, Lieutenants Fitzjames O'Brien, the well-known poet of his staff, and Major Bannister, Paymaster USA, who had volunteered for the expedition. A group of rebel officers were distant about 300 yards, encouraging their men. General Lander, being the best mounted, outran the rest of the party and cut off the retreat of the rebel officers. "Surrender, gentlemen," he said, coolly dismounting, and extending his hand to receive the sword of Colonel Baldwin, over whom an instant before he had appeared to be riding. 5 of the rebel officers surrendered to General Lander, and 4 others immediately afterward to the officers of his staff, among them the Assistant Adjutant General of General Carson. By this time, the rebel infantry, perceiving the small number of their adversaries, commenced a heavy fire from the woods, but the cavalry had recovered from its panic and now rushed up the hill. General Lander ordered Anastanzel to charge up the road and capture the baggage of the enemy. The cavalry dashed forward, and the advanced guards soon overtook and turned 15 wagons and horses out of the road. Colonel Evans now came up with his regiment of infantry and captured many more of the rebels. Colonel Carroll cleared the road as he went, both infantry regiments behaving admirably, following and engaging the enemy to the last until ordered back. The pursuit was continued 8 miles. The result of this affair was the capture of 18 commissioned officers and 45 non-commissioned officers and privates. 33 of the rebels were killed and wounded, with a loss on the Union side of 7 killed and wounded. During this engagement, Lieutenant Fitzjames O'Brien was shot mortally while in advance of his comrades, and like the author-soldier Winthrop, immortalized his name with the sword, as he had before proved himself great with the pen. General Dunning of Lander's command returned to New Creek the same day from an expedition to Moorfield, 40 miles south of Romney, having captured 225 beef cattle and 4,000 bushels of corn. In a skirmish, 2 of his men were wounded and several rebels killed. East Tennessee under Confederate rule. The history of the world has never exhibited more exalted devotion to an idea, nor a more splendid patriotism than that of the people of East Tennessee. We may almost challenge the records of religious history to produce anything more like holy enthusiasm than the lofty inspiration which has characterized these people. In no country and among no class can be found more heroic persistence or unfaltering adherence to principle than has exalted the patriotism of this region. With many inhabitants of the eastern portion of the state, loyalty and devotion to the Union became in truth a part of their religion. The rebel leaders knew that they had very little sympathy in East Tennessee, and took measures to crush out all Union sentiment with the iron heel of military despotism. Any expression of sympathy with the Union cause, any cooperation of its inhabitants with the Loyalists, either for their own protection or for the aid of the government, was punished as a crime. The presses of that part of the state had all been silenced or converted to their own use by the secessionists, with one exception. The Knoxville Whig remained true to the Union. Its vigorous defense of the government, its exposures and denunciations of the rebel leaders, its unsparing invective against the rebellion, and its bold, defiant appeals to the people rang like a clarion through the hills and valleys of East Tennessee, and as the echo gathered from thousands of loyal voices, it made itself heard through all the valleys and mountain passes of that noble border state. The heroic editor of this paper was not to be silenced either in his voice or his press without a vigorous struggle. The Reverend William G. Brownlow had learned how to denounce and how to endure, for that is a lesson most Methodist clergymen are called upon to learn, and being brave in deeds as well as words, he stood forth in defense of the country he loved, when she greatly needed the power of his eloquence and the strength of his arm. The popularity which this man had won by his uprightness, his courage, and firm adherence to the Constitution gave his opinions a force that made him an object of peculiar importance to the enemy. Yet they hesitated to lay violent hands upon a man whose words were more potent than their bayonets. He was frequently threatened by soldiers passing through Knoxville from other states, yet none dared to execute their threats. His family were inspired with the same lofty heroism, and on one occasion when a company of rebels came to his house to haul down the Stars and Stripes, which was kept floating over his domicile, one of his daughters stepped out to meet them, and by her courage and decision protected the flag. The suppression of this undaunted advocate of the Union and faithful and fearless witness against secession became an inevitable necessity, and at last, in the hope that he would at least become silent on political affairs, it was resolved to offer him the alternative of the oath of allegiance or the cell of a prison. He chose the latter, and in a valedictory to his readers, published October 26th, which must ever be memorable for its heroic defense of the Union, its bold denunciation of the rebels and their course, he announced to his readers the suspension of his paper. This remarkable address, which under the circumstances rises to the sublime in its moral courage, closed with these words: "Exchanging with proud satisfaction the editorial chair and the sweet endearments of home for a cell in the prison or the lot of an exile, I have the honor to be, etc., William G. Brownlow. Mr. Brownlow was sent to prison, and for months occupied a room with several other patriots who preferred imprisonment to denial of the government they loved. Here he was in daily expectation of being led forth to execution. Though suffering from ill health, he was in no way daunted by the dark fate that threatened him. Nor were these anticipations groundless, for during his stay there, many a brave man left that prison to meet a violent death, and he had no reason to expect a happier destiny. During the closing months of the summer and fall, the hopes of the people were excited by promises of aid from the government. Loud and earnest appeals were made for help, and with the energy of despair, the people clung to their principles, through every species of persecution, robbery, arson, and imprisonment. Hundreds were hung or assassinated, and the records of Tennessee are among the most heart-rending that this war for the Union will leave to posterity. The position of the rebel armies in western Tennessee was at that time very strong, but the importance of keeping their lines of communication open with the Atlantic states was great, and thoroughly understood by the Loyalists. To cut these lines was to the Federals a work of pressing necessity, and in view of the probable redemption of East Tennessee, the Loyalists organized, and on the night of November 8th they destroyed several bridges and broke the lines. 2 of these were on the Georgia State Road, 2 on Chickahominy Creek, Hamilton County, and 1 on the East Tennessee and Georgia Railroad on Hiawassee River, Bradley County. Besides these, 2 bridges on the East Tennessee and Georgia Railroad on Lick Creek, Greene County, and another on Holstein River were also burned. The rebels were thrown into consternation by these events, and their leaders took the most active measures to arrest and punish the perpetrators. A correspondence between some of the prominent men ensued, and a large portion of the letters was discovered among other papers and effects captured after the Battle of Mill Spring, which took place on the 19th of January, 1862. This correspondence, in which the names Colonel William B. Wood and General F. K. Zollicoffer appear, prove that the majority of the people were unalterably for the Union, and that they could only be restrained by the most oppressive and cruel measures. Colonel Wood wrote to J.P. Benjamin, the Secretary of War, asking what disposition should be made of the bridge burners, to which Mr. Benjamin replied, "All such as can be identified as having been engaged in bridge burning are to be tried summarily by drumhead court-martial, and if found guilty, executed on the spot by hanging. It would be well to leave their bodies hanging in the vicinity of the burnt bridges." The Loyalists were encouraged in their cause by the devotion of Honorable Andrew Johnson, U.S. Senator, and Honorable Horace Maynard, M.C., for Tennessee, whose eloquent and powerful appeals and confident assurances of aid cheered the hearts of the people. Thousands of East Tennesseans escaped by night, wandering along unfrequented roads until they reached Kentucky, where they organized regiments under the direction of the Federal commanders. Their cherished desire was to return to their own state with a powerful army and redeem their soil. The atrocity of the rebel guerrillas drove them almost to a passion of revenge, and when disappointed at the announcement that their time had not come, and that they must await a more favorable condition of the army, hundreds of them, when ordered to retreat from the border lines of their state, strayed from the ranks, despairing and heartsick, and falling down by the way, wept bitterly. Several of them, exhausted by hard labor and forced marches, never rose again, but were afterwards found dead on the road to Mount Vernon. On the 26th of November, the house of a gentleman named Bell was attacked by an armed party of the enemy and set on fire. The inmates, a large family of 9 persons, were consigned to the flames. 2 alone of the whole household escaped this horrible fate. On the 29th, a band of 21 Union prisoners at Nashville were compelled to take the oath of allegiance and enter a company in the rebel army. Ledbetter, the secession commander in East Tennessee, had his headquarters at Greenville, and on the 30th of November issued a proclamation promising protection and pardon to all who would lay down their arms and submit to the Confederate government. From this clemency, he accepted bridge burners and destroyers of railroad tracks. He closed his proclamation with the assurance that they will be tried by a drumhead court-martial and will be hung on the spot. This terrible order was put into execution a few days afterward. Jacob M. Hemslier and Henry Fry, 2 Unionists, being tried and pronounced guilty of these offenses, were hung. The days of hope for the Unionists were weary and prolonged, but deliverance was drawing nigh. The loyal men of the western part of the state organized to oppose the measures of the leaders, and early in January a bold resistance was made in Carroll, Weakley, McNary, and other counties, against the Conscription Act. Rebel troops were sent into these counties to compel submission and enforce obedience. The defeat and death of Zollicoffer, the breaking up of his army, and the destruction of his stronghold at last gave a brilliant promise to these persecuted people that their deliverance was drawing nigh. This event, succeeded in a few weeks by the capture of Fort Henry, Fort Donelson, the evacuation of Bowling Green and Columbus, and the occupation of Nashville, filled every true heart with rejoicing, and the good old flag once more swept its folds freely over the houses of East Tennessee. The appointment of Honorable Andrew Johnson as military governor of Tennessee was greeted with enthusiasm by the people. His reputation and conservative principles were a guarantee for the character of his administration, and he soon began to rally to his support the wavering and timid of the people who were still apprehensive that the Confederates would return and restore their rule. Parson Brownlow, after having borne a long and severe confinement in prison, in which his health suffered terribly, was released, and sent beyond the military lines of the Confederates. His reception by the Federal Guards was enthusiastic and joyous in the extreme. As soon as his health permitted, he visited several cities in the West, where he was greeted with overwhelming demonstrations of popular admiration and respect. On his arrival at New York, May 17th, he was honored with a public reception at the Academy of Music, which was densely filled with a brilliant audience, eager to welcome him. End of section 32. Section 33 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Capture of Fort Henry, Tennessee. The Burnside Expedition, and capture of Roanoke Island. Capture of Fort Henry, Tennessee, February 6, 1862. The brilliant victory obtained by General Thomas's army over the Confederate forces at Mill Spring on the 19th of January laid open the rebel lines to the successful advance of the Federal arms and served to stimulate the commanders of the land and naval forces to avail themselves of the opportunity thus afforded. Previous to the Battle of Mill Spring, General Grant, with a large force, had left Cairo and marched toward Columbus for the purpose of reconnoitering the country and to prevent rebel reinforcements moving from that point to the assistance of General Buckner at Bowling Green, Kentucky, who was then threatened by the approach of General Buell's army. Upon the return of General Grant's division to Cairo, a combined movement of the land and naval forces was determined on for the purpose of capturing Fort Henry on the Tennessee River in Henry County, Tennessee, just beyond the Kentucky state line. Fort Henry and its approaches were reconnoitered on the 21st January by the United States gunboat Lexington, with a view to ascertain its strength and the position of the rebels. She went within 2 miles of the fort and flung a number of shells into it without eliciting any reply. At first it was thought the rebels had evacuated the work, but on approaching it still nearer, pickets were discovered at various points. The heavy guns on the work were seen distinctly, also a number of field pieces. In addition to the fort proper, numerous earthworks were thrown up on a high bluff above the fort, on the west bank of the river. This additional work, named Fort Hyman, commanded Fort Henry. On the 22nd January, Brigadier General C.F. Smith, commanding the 2nd Division of General Grant's army, was at Crown Point, Kentucky, where he had arrived with 6,000 men after a fatiguing march of over 100 miles from Paducah. He proceeded thence on a personal reconnaissance on the gunboat Lexington in the direction of Fort Henry. The gunboat advanced up the west channel of the river to a point within 1.5 miles from the fort. General Smith obtained an excellent view of the rebel fort, camp, and garrison, and sent his report to headquarters. He then marched his division back to Paducah. The flotilla of gunboats, which had been so long in course of preparation on the Ohio and Mississippi, was now ready to take part in the impending battles of the nation, and to assume that prominence in the momentous events which were to follow, to which they have proved themselves entirely justified. Flag Officer Andrew H. Foote was appointed by the government to command the naval forces on the upper Mississippi and the western waters, and now led forth his gallant fleet to attack the enemy in conjunction with the land forces under General Ulysses S. Grant. The fleet consisted of fleet officers, Flag Officer Andrew H. Foote, Fleet Captain, Commodore A.M. Pennock, Ordnance Officer Lieutenant J.F. Sanford, Ordnance Lieutenant Byron Wilson, Flag Lieutenant James M. Prickett. Essex, 9 guns, Commander William D. Porter. St. Louis, 13 guns, Lieutenant Commanding Leonard Paulding. Cincinnati, 13 guns, Commander R.N. Stemble. Carondelet, 13 guns, Commander Henry Walk. Conestoga, 9 guns, Lieutenant Commanding Phelps. Tyler, 9 guns, Lieutenant Commanding W. Gwynn. For several days at Paducah, the utmost vigilance was exercised at the headquarters of the Provost Marshal in issuing passes, and on Sunday and Monday, the 3rd February, no persons were allowed in or out of the lines. Half a dozen gunboats steamed leisurely into port and brought their black forms to anchor opposite the levee in the center of the river. Monday afternoon, steamers commenced coming up from Cairo, laden with troops and stores, and by night the whole landing in front of the town was crowded with the arrivals. The fleet which came up brought General Grant and staff, and the 1st Division, under command of Brigadier General McClernand. The steamers were under command of Commodore G.W. Graham and consisted of the following boats: City of Memphis, Eaton, D.A. January, Chancellor, Alp, W.H.B., New Uncle Sam, Rob Roy, Alexander Scott, Minnehaha, Illinois, Emerald, and Fanny Bullitt. The 1st Division on these boats was made up of 2 brigades, composed as follows, and commanded by General John A. McClernand. 1st Brigade, Colonel Oglesby, commanding. 7th Illinois, Colonel Cook. 8th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. 18th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Lawler. 29th Illinois, Colonel Reardon. 30th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Dennis. 31st Illinois, Colonel John A. Logan. Swartz's and Dresser's batteries. Stewart's, Dollins, O'Harnet's, and Carmichael's cavalry. 2nd Brigade, W.H.L. Wallace, commanding. 11th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Hart. 20th Illinois, Colonel Marsh. 45th Illinois, Colonel Smith. 48th Illinois, Colonel Harney. Taylor's and McAllister's batteries. In the latter, 4 siege guns. 4th Illinois Cavalry, Colonel Kellogg. 7th Illinois Cavalry, Colonel Dickey. Soon after arriving, General Grant and staff paid a visit to General Smith and had a conference, in which it was determined to forward the division of General McClernand that night, and after landing them at some point below Fort Henry, out of range of its guns, send the boats back after General Smith's division at Paducah. It was nearly midnight before the boats took their departure. The point at which the troops were landed is about 4 or 5 miles below Fort Henry, opposite a small town in Kentucky called Buffalo. Immediately at the place is a clearing of about 100 acres, surrounded on 3 sides by high bluffs densely timbered, and reaching down to the river. The troops, on landing, immediately took possession of these eminences, and planted batteries which commanded the country in every direction, and then awaited the arrival of the remaining forces under General Smith. Tuesday afternoon, while the troops were disembarking, the Osband cavalry, with Carson's and Carpenter's scouts, thoroughly examined the country in every direction, even up to within 2 miles of Fort Henry. Tuesday night was beautiful. 1,000 campfires flashed through the shadows that lay upon the amphitheater of wooded hills. The sky was warm and serenely purple, as if brooding over the first sweet blossoms of May. The silver crescent of a new moon glittered in the western sky, shedding a faint radiance over the treetops and sloping hillsides. All at once the music of a half-dozen bands broke through the stillness of this lovely scene, and the Star-Spangled Banner, Red, White, and Blue, and Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean, filled the night with bursts of patriotic music. Then some dreamy strain followed, hushing the soldier's heart with thoughts of home sweet home. On Wednesday, parties were out reconnoitering near the enemy's works, and in one case a squad of cavalry went within a mile of the fort and encountered 200 rebel horsemen. Both sides fired, when the rebels ran, leaving one of their number dead and carrying off 3 severely wounded. One man on the Union side was shot through the brain and killed instantly. He was the first man who gave up his life in the vicinity of Fort Henry. It had been noticed that a steamer belonging to the rebels was busily engaged in running from the fortifications to some point up or across the river, which was doubtless bringing in reinforcements. 2 of the gunboats, the Taylor and Conestoga, ran up to nearly the center of the island and dropped a few shells in the direction of the fort and the steamer, with what result was not known. They effected a thorough reconnaissance of both sides and discovered 2 ugly torpedoes sunk in the west channel, which they carefully hauled out and towed down to the shore below. During the day and night, the division of General Smith from Paducah arrived and was landed on the west shore of the river with a view of operating against batteries supposed to be on that side, and also to counteract a large body of troops, which scouts reported to be concentrating opposite the fort. Wednesday night was cold and most disagreeable. About 8 o'clock, a heavy storm set in, which speedily quenched the campfires and sent the troops wet and disconsolate under any shelter that could be found. All over the southern horizon in the direction of Fort Henry, a tremendous thunderstorm swept its way, filling the hills with flashes of fiery blue lightning and shaking the forest with loud reverberations of thunder. Hailing this burst of heaven's artillery, rolling southward toward the enemy as a good omen, the Union soldiers pulled the wet blankets closer around them, turned drearily in the yielding mud, and fell asleep. Thursday dawned cloudily, but towards 9 o'clock it cleared up and the sun came out warm and gloriously. Nature nowhere seemed to anticipate the bloody event which gives the day prominence. A few more troops arrived, among whom were the Ohio 7th, Colonel Lauman, and the Ohio 12th, Colonel Wood, both from Smithland, and which, together with the 7th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Bancock, 13th Missouri, Colonel Wright, and 15th Illinois, Colonel Blank, and Company D, 1st Missouri Artillery, made the 3rd Brigade, Colonel John Cook commanding, assigned the right wing of the advance up the Tennessee shore. About 10 o'clock, the gunboats started slowly up the river, 4 ironclad steamers leading abreast, the Essex, Captain Porter, on the right, and the Cincinnati, Commodore Foote, on the left. The 3 wooden gunboats ranged themselves abreast and followed half a mile or so to the rear. The ironclad boats moved up abreast, keeping up the west or high water channel. Almost immediately on passing the lower end of the island, the boats in the forts were in each other's range, but on both sides an ominous silence was preserved, a silence that betokened deadly intent on the part of the belligerents. On swept the boats, coming in full view of the long line of breastworks that broke the east shore, in full view of the black muzzles of the heavy guns which seemed watching the approach of the gallant little fleet in ominous silence, in full view of the flag waving defiantly from a high staff in the center of the works, until one could almost see down the huge bore of the guns, the bright straps of the shells, which seemed like leashes to prevent the deadly missiles from springing forth upon their work of destruction. And yet not a trigger was pulled on either side. Less than a mile separated the fleet and the fort, yet not a word was said. The insurgents appeared to be confidently anticipating the conflict, and grouped like statues around their guns, with lanyards stretched, they waited for the onset. When about 600 yards from the fort, the bow guns of the flagship poured their contents into it, and so close after that the reports seemed almost one, the other 3 poured in their fire. Scarcely had the smoke cleared from the muzzles of the pieces, ere the whole 10 guns of the rebels belched forth their contents, sending a terrific iron shower in, above, and around the gunboats. Taking their cue from the others, the 3 wooden gunboats, which were about a mile below, opened from their bow guns, and then the contest was fairly begun. For 1 hour the roar was so incessant that the successive reports of the guns could not, in many cases, be distinguished. Occasionally there would be a momentary lull, then a single reverberating roar would give the keynote, and an instant after all the voices would swell together in one tremendous chorus. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the boats, hiding them completely from view. Over them hovered a dense white vapor, from which quick flashes of flame leaped and quivered, incessantly followed by delicate, balloon-like forms of smoke, which burst like ghostly shadows from the enemy's shells. From the very first, the fire of the rebel guns seemed directed at the Essex. In their first volley, 2 32-pound shots struck the Essex on the starboard bow, indenting deeply the iron sheathing, and then glanced off down the river, while a perfect storm of the iron missiles whistled over her decks and plowed into the water on either side. She received in all 11 shots, one of which carried death through the whole length of the vessel. It entered a larboard port, carried off the head of the master's mate, and passing on entered the boiler. The steam and water poured out, filling the whole space between the decks, and causing more destruction than all the enemy's missiles put together. 4 men were instantly suffocated, and some 25 severely scalded, among whom was the gallant Commander Porter. The 2 pilots, who were in the pilot-house above, had no escape except through a passage from below, and up this the steam rushed, as if coming from a safety valve, and of course with fatal effect. Both these poor men perished. Of course, the Essex was thenceforth unmanageable. She slowly drifted down the main channel, and was soon after met by a steamer, which towed her down to the place occupied by the boats before starting. Soon after, the Essex became disabled, the pelting of the iron storm proved too hot for endurance, and the rebel flag came rapidly down. The firing on the part of the gunboats immediately ceased, and messengers were sent off from the flagboat, which found, upon landing, that the rebels were disposed to an unconditional surrender. In scarcely more than an hour after the first attack, the flag of Fort Henry was in the dust. The fort was soon after taken possession of, and it was found that the sum total of rebel prisoners was between 70 and 100, the balance having left the night before on the steamer Dunbar. Among those who surrendered were Brigadier General Tillman, Major Corico, Colonel Carmichael, Captain Hayden of the Engineers, and Captain Miller, with several other commissioned officers. 10 of the rebels were found killed and some 12 or 15 wounded. 306 tents were found on the west side of the river, and about as many near the fort, all of which bore evidences of the haste with which the rebels had evacuated their quarters. Several hundred stands of arms were found, chiefly squirrel rifles and double-barreled shotguns, also a large amount of clothing, forage, provisions, wagons, mules, and horses. There was a large supply of ammunition, and when the Union forces entered the fort there was beside each gun an abundance unexpended. The tents were new and of excellent make, sufficient to shelter 5,000 or 6,000 men. The enemy had flour, corn, bacon, and sugar in large quantities, but no salt, and not a large supply of beef. There were 19 guns in position of the following caliber: 2 128-pounders, 1 80-pounder, 2 42-pounders rifled, 10 32-pounders, 2 24-pound howitzers, 2 12-pound howitzers, 3 6-pound smoothbores, 5 6-pound rifles found outside the entrenchments. A 24-pound rifled gun exploded on the fourth round, and near the close of the fight, a shell from one of the Union boats entered the 80-pounder and burst, disabling it. Several caissons were captured in the redan upon the west side of the river, but no guns were in position. Evidences abounded on all sides of the deadly accuracy of the Federal gunners. Every one of the 11 log buildings within the ramparts was perforated with shot. The roof of one of the small magazines was torn open, hurdle-work scattered in all directions, half the guns knocked out of place, and great gullies cut in the parapet and in the ground. A 32-pounder bearing upon the gunboats had been struck by a Union shell, completely shattering the muzzle. The ground beside the embrasure was stained with blood, which lay in pools on the uneven surface. Beside one of the buildings, with gray blankets thrown hastily over them, lay 6 dead soldiers, all fearfully mutilated. Inside, 10 wounded men were stretched upon cots, or on the ground, some insensible, and others rending the air with groans, while the surgeons of the garrison were attending upon them. Just above, on the river, was the hospital ship of the rebels, the stern-wheel steamer R.M. Patton, which had captured with the fort. The ensign of disease, the yellow flag, was flying from the staff, waving off destruction from 60 invalids. The rebel camp. Upon a high plateau, the heavy trees had all been cut away over a large area. They were designed for the construction of an abatis, and though nothing had been done beyond chopping down the heavy timber, the large trunks and limbs, lying in all directions, would have presented almost insurmountable obstacles to the approach of cavalry or artillery, had the rifle pits just beyond been filled with men. Crossing the rifle pits, the Unionists were in the enemy's camp, though still more than half a mile from the fort. Here were the wall tents of a regiment, all standing in complete order, with the campfires still blazing, the copper pots of soup for dinner boiling over them, and the half-made biscuits in the pans. Inside the tents, everything was just as the enemy had left it. Pistols, shotguns, muskets, bowie knives, clothing, tables partially set for dinner, letters half-written, with the ink scarcely dry upon the open page, cards thrown down in the midst of the game, overcoats, blankets, trunks, carpet sacks, and so on through all the articles of camp life. It seemed as if the men were out at guard mounting and expected to return in 10 minutes. Along the river bank were long rows of log barracks, enough to accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 men, and finished comfortably. Inside they bore the same indications that the inmates had decamped without a moment's warning. Advance of national gunboats up the Tennessee River. In accordance with the instructions of Commodore Foote, given before the attack on Fort Henry, immediately after the capture of the fort, February 6th, the gunboats Conestoga, Lexington, and Tyler, under the command of Lieutenant Phelps, advanced up the river 25 miles to the crossing of the Bowling Green and Memphis Railway, breaking up a portion of the railway bridge and rendering it impassable. They proceeded to destroy the rebel gunboats and transports, capturing large quantities of munitions of war and supplies, and advanced up the river for upwards of 200 miles to Eastport in Mississippi and Florence at the foot of Music Shoals in Alabama, annihilating the rebel flotilla in the Tennessee River. The expedition was welcomed at every point by the inhabitants. 25 Tennesseans enlisted at Saratoga, where also 3 steamers were seized, containing 250,000 feet of valuable ship timber. Toward the latter part of February, intelligence reached Fort Henry that the rebels were fortifying a point on the Tennessee River, near the Mississippi state line, whereupon Lieutenant Commanding William Gwynn, with the gunboats Tyler and Lexington, were sent forward to reconnoiter the position. Having learned that the rebels had occupied and were fortifying a place called Pittsburgh, 9 miles above, on the right bank of the river, he determined to attack them. At 12 a.m., the Taylor, followed by the Lexington, Lieutenant Commanding Shirk, proceeded up the river. When within 1,200 yards of Pittsburgh, they were opened upon by the rebel batteries, consisting of 6 or 8 field pieces, some rifled. Getting within 1,000 yards, the Taylor and Lexington opened a well-directed fire, and had the satisfaction of silencing the batteries. They then proceeded abreast of the place, and, under the cover of grape and canister, landed 2 armed boats from each vessel, containing, besides their crews, a portion of Company C, Captain Thaddeus Phillips, and Company K, First Lieutenant John C. Ryder, of the 32nd Regiment, Illinois Volunteers, sharpshooters. Second Master Jason Gondy commanded the boats of the Taylor, and Second Master Martin Dunn commanded the boats of the Lexington. The landing was successfully accomplished. This small force drove back the rebels and held them in check until they had accomplished their difficult object, which was to discover the real strength and purpose of the enemy, and to destroy a house in close proximity to the batteries. In addition to their artillery, the enemy had a force of not less than 2 regiments of infantry and a regiment of cavalry. The Burnside Expedition. Sailing of the fleet for Hatteras Inlet, January 12 through 20th, 1862. Immediately after the departure of the expedition to operate against Port Royal and the adjacent territory, the organization of another armament to proceed to the North Carolina coast was commenced, and like its predecessor, was mainly fitted out at Annapolis, Maryland, and gradually concentrated at Fortress Monroe. After many delays, it sailed from that place for its destination on the 12th of January, 1862. The expedition consisted of a large naval force of light draft boats, taken from the commercial marine, fitted up and armed, and a numerous retinue of transports and supply vessels, all under the command of Commodore L.M. Goldsborough. There were 31 gunboats in the expedition, exclusive of transports, carrying an aggregate of 94 guns. 5 of these, called floating batteries, were vessels of strong hulls, heavily braced, and cut down so as to present but a small surface when in action, and designed to be anchored during an engagement. The entire number of vessels of all classes was 125. The land force consisted of about 14,000 men under the command of Brigadier General Ambrose E. Burnside, who was also commander-in-chief of the expedition. It consisted of 15 regiments divided into 3 brigades, commanded in their order by Generals John G. Foster, Jesse L. Reno, and John G. Park. The vessels encountered adverse weather immediately after starting from Fortress Monroe, and a number of the transports were obliged to put back, having experienced one of those severe storms which have rendered the coast of Cape Hatteras a terror and a proverb to the mariner. For a time the expedition was in deadly peril. Communication between the vessels of the fleet was rendered impossible, and wreck and disaster happened to be their inevitable fate. Several gunboats and vessels were driven ashore and lost, and a number of valuable lives sacrificed to the fury of the elements, in a vain endeavor to succor some of the disabled vessels. Along the whole coast of North Carolina there are many desolate sandbars or islands, varying from half a mile to 2 miles in width, intersected by numerous inlets, which, with few exceptions, are not navigable. A principal one of these, known as Hatteras Inlet, opening into the waters of Albemarle Sound, was the point where Commodore Goldsborough's fleet was now endeavoring to concentrate. On Monday morning, January 13th, they were off Hatteras Inlet. Day broke with a leaden sky, against which the angry, white-crested waves raced their mad career along the reefs of Cape Hatteras, that threw its headland oceanward but 8 miles distant. 14 steamers were laboring to weather the storm point. Bravely they breasted on, staggering beneath the giant blows of each successive sea, the decks swept fore and aft, and all on board reeling from side to side like drunken men. One figure stood immovable, grasping the bits and scanning the horizon for traces of ships as they rose on the glittering mass of foam. It was the square, manly form of General Burnside, whose anxiety for the fate of his army was intense. Many of the vessels on which the troops were embarked were nothing more than huge, top-hampered river steamers with projecting guards that would break up like cardboard if fairly struck by a sea. At dark, all hands on the flagship were startled by the report of a gun, and on reaching the hurricane deck they saw a brig drifting rapidly onto the bar. As it grew darker, her outline became less defined, the excitement became intense. She was evidently in a most critical position, and every moment might be her last. Slowly the black hull rose and fell, each time gliding nearer and nearer to the vortex of white breakers, which, once reached, nothing could save her. Suddenly a fringe of musketry fire surrounded her bulwarks, and blue lights were burnt in her tops. Volley after volley succeeded each other in rapid succession, yet apparently no one could help her. No human power dared face the tempest, and perhaps share her doom. General Burnside boarded every steam tug in the harbor, offered any reward, and also to go himself in aid of the brig, but all held back. Were 300 men to be launched into eternity, and no effort made to save them? At last, one brave seaman volunteered to take his little steamer out. General Burnside jumped aboard her, but by the earnest entreaties of the officers, he delegated the honorable position to one of his staff, for his heroic conduct had nerved every brave heart in his command. Burnside's fleet at the Hatteras Inlet. From the 13th of January until the 4th of February, the fleet at Hatteras Inlet experienced an almost uninterrupted series of gales, and the two dikes which reached the east and west boundaries of the inlet were fringed with perpetual spray and foam from the breakers. The lighter vessels, comprising the propeller gunboats, the side-wheel steamers, and most of the schooner transports, had gone safely through the swash, and were securely anchored some 2 miles from the throat of the inlet, while the larger ships and barks were still riding outside, with colors continually flying for a pilot. Many of these vessels were crowded with men suffering for the want of necessary supplies, especially water, and the largest of the transports had a draft of from 2 to 4 feet more than the specifications of the guarantee should have allowed. The consequence was that they grounded in attempting the passage. An occasional cessation of a few hours in the storm afforded opportunity that could be taken advantage of by vessels to try the dangerous passage, aided by the tugs that responded but shyly to the signals for aid. And thus for days, the severity of the gale defied all communication between the vessels outside of the bar, as they battled with a fiercer foe than that upon the land, fighting a very hand-to-hand fight with storm and ocean. Nearly 3 weeks passed before all the vessels of the expedition were brought in safety through the swash to anchorage within the inlet. Though the severity of the storm had threatened the destruction of the entire armada, and occasioned the deepest gloom and anxiety in the minds of thousands of loyal friends at home, the brave and skillful commanders were never despondent, and met the new dangers of each day with hopeful energy and perseverance. 8 vessels of various sizes were cast away or foundered in the storm, though but few lives were lost. Colonel J.W. Allen and Surgeon T.S. Weller of the 9th New Jersey were drowned from a small boat while on a noble mission to relieve a suffering crew. Many of the large transports were grounded in attempting to pass inside the inlet. From the necessity of lighting them, vast quantities of property were lost or thrown overboard. An expedition beset with such difficulties, all overcome by indomitable perseverance, has seldom been recorded in the history of any country. Capture of Roanoke Island, February 8, 1862. After a detention of 3 weeks in sight of Hatteras Inlet, occasioned by the severity of the storm and the difficulty of piloting the heavy-laden vessels through the inlet, the expedition received sailing orders on the 4th of February, and proceeded on the next day to the point of attack. The fleet anchored on the night of February 5th, about 10 miles below the southern point of Roanoke Island, from which they again weighed anchor at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 6th. A storm retarded their progress, and they remained overnight without passing through Roanoke Inlet to Croatan Sound. At 10 o'clock on the morning of the 7th, the gunboats, under the lead of the flag officer's ship, moved forward, and were soon inside the narrow passage leading into Croatan Sound, known as Roanoke Inlet. The mainland juts eastward, forming a point of marshy land at the southern extremity of Croatan Sound, which is the only navigable water leading past Roanoke Island. A small island forms the eastern boundary of the channel, while the western shore is a low, marshy point. Following Commodore Goldsborough's squadron were the gunboats of the Coast Division, all of which passed through without interruption. The S.R. Spaulding, with General Burnside on board, next passed through, but the remainder of the transports were detained about 2 hours. The rebel gunboats could now be seen close inshore, evidently under the guns of batteries on shore. As the fleet passed into the Sound, a signal was fired from one of the rebel gunboats to announce its approach. This was about 10:30 o'clock. At 11:30, the first gun was fired from the flagship and was replied to by the rebels. The flag officer hoisted the signal. "This day our country expects that every man will do his duty." The effect was electric. The men worked their guns with unflagging energy, determined that their country should have nothing to complain of in relation to them. As the Federal vessels came within shorter range, the fire became more rapid, but the regular fire did not commence until noon, when the flagship displayed the signal for close action. The number of the rebel gunboats visible in the early part of the engagement was 7. As the vessels came into closer action, they moved to the northward, with the design of drawing the Union fleet after them, and bring them under the guns of their batteries on the island. At 12 o'clock the engagement became general, between the retreating gunboats of the rebels and the Union fleet, varied by an occasional shot from a battery on shore. The firing was exceedingly brisk for some time, but the distance was evidently too great for destructive effect. The 100-pound Parrott gun on board the Southfield, to which the flag officer transferred his flag, boomed forth terrific explosions, followed by the roar and crash of flying shells. The puff of smoke in the air was almost simultaneous with the splash of fragments in the water. The rebel gunboats kept up a steady fire in reply. Their fire was varied at times by the louder report of a 100-pound Parrott gun on board one of their vessels. The Sawyer gun on board the Fanny, which was captured by the enemy at Hatteras Inlet, was the most annoying in its effects, as the range was long and very accurate. The fire from the fort indicated a weak force working the guns. The rebel gunboats retired steadily a considerable distance up the Sound. A line of piles driven into the bed across the principal channel obstructed the progress of the Union vessels in the pursuit of the retreating rebels, who occupied an inner channel under the guns of their battery. The Union fleet now turned their attention to the fort, which kept up a steady and rapid fire. On the afternoon of the 7th, the transports with the land forces were all brought safely through Roanoke Inlet and clustered securely in rear of the bombarding fleet. General Burnside gave immediate orders for landing the forces, which was done at a small cove known as Ashby's Harbor. In less than an hour, 4,000 men were landed, and by 11 at night the entire force, excepting one regiment, were on the island, and their bivouac fires lighted up the shore and the woods for the distance of a mile. At 9 o'clock on the morning of the 8th, a few shots were exchanged between the Federal gunboats and the battery, which ceased after 15 minutes' duration and was not renewed during that day. The rebel gunboats had retreated, and all interest now centered in the movements of the land forces. From definite information received by General Burnside, the position of all the works on the island was clearly known, and his movements were based on this knowledge. The plan of attack consisted of a central attacking column led by Brigadier General Foster, a left flanking column to attack the right of the enemy's work under Brigadier General Reno, and a right flank column to attack the left of the enemy's position under the command of Brigadier General Parke. The approach to the enemy's position was through a swampy wood with a dense undergrowth, rendering it almost impenetrable. An ordinary cart road leading through this wood from the shore to the fieldwork, a distance of about a mile, was the only mode of communication. The woods in front of the battery had been cut down a distance of 300 yards, forming an open space to be played on by the rebel guns, about 200 feet wide. The woods immediately in rear of the work were also cut down to permit the maneuvering of their own forces. Their battery consisted of an earthwork with 3 faces covering the open space before, and the woods at each side of the open space, but with a general direction of fire to the front. The guns were mounted in embrasure, and consisted of a 24-pounder brass Dahlgren howitzer, a long 18-pounder brass field gun, and a 12-pounder brass field piece. In front of the work was a ditch 8 feet wide and about 3 feet deep, filled with water. The earthwork was about 35 yards wide and was erected across the road. The ground in front of the work was a deep marsh, on which the trees were felled still lay. The difficult nature of this ground was increased by the pits from which the turf and the earth for the field work had been taken. Branches were strewn over the front of the work, making it impossible to discover it from the wood in front. The defending force consisted of about 300 men within the breastwork and about 2,000 as a reserve, partly deployed as skirmishers on the left of the battery. The rebels relied chiefly for the defense of their flanks on the almost impenetrable nature of the wood on each side. Their entire force, with the exception of the force working the battery, was scattered in front and in the woods on the left as skirmishers. The Federal army advanced from the bivouac ground of the evening previous, where they had spent the night with nothing but thin overcoats to protect them from a cold, driving rain. They had left their knapsacks and blankets on the transports, each man carrying nothing but his haversack, with 3 days' provisions, and his cartridge box, with 40 rounds of ball cartridge. The center and the 10th Connecticut, Colonel Russell, had moved forward about 8 o'clock. They were followed by the 2nd column under General Reno, consisting of the 21st Massachusetts, Lieutenant Colonel Maggie, the 51st New York, Shepherd Rifles, Colonel Ferrero, 9th New Jersey, and the 51st Pennsylvania, Colonel Hartranft. The 3rd column, led by General Parke, was formed of the 4th Rhode Island, Colonel Rodman, 1st Battalion, 5th Rhode Island, Major Wright, and 9th New York, Colonel Hawkins. A brilliant, well-contested fight of 2 hours' duration put the Federal forces in possession of Roanoke Island, with all the batteries mounting 30 guns, and Fort Forest on the mainland, mounting 8 guns. It resulted in the unconditional surrender of the rebel army on the island, numbering 2,500 men, with all their arms and munitions of war. Captain O. Jennings Wise, son of ex-Governor Wise of Virginia, lost his life in this engagement. The governor himself, being absent from his command on the day of battle, escaped. Colonel Russell of the 10th Connecticut and Lieutenant Colonel de Montuil of the New York 53rd were killed. The Federal loss was 50 killed and 150 wounded. That of the rebels was about 20 killed and 60 wounded. End of section 33. Section 34 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Evacuation of Bowling Green, Kentucky, and capture of Fort Donelson. Evacuation of Bowling Green, Kentucky, February 14 through 16, 1862. Before the commencement of hostilities in the state of Kentucky, the rebel General Buckner, commander-in-chief of the state militia, seized upon the town of Bowling Green in Warren County in the southern section of the state, and occupied it as the grand center and depot of future military operations. The position was well chosen. It was situated on the line of the Louisville and Nashville Railway, and connected also by rail with Memphis and Nashville, while water communication through the Barren River was open to the Green River, the Ohio, and Mississippi, and thus to all important points. As a military post, its means of defense were also of the first importance. The town lies on the south bank of Barren River, at a point where the channel makes a bend not unlike a horseshoe. The buildings are situated a distance of 500 yards from the banks, which rise by jutted rocky sides 50 feet from the water level. A series of 9 swelling hills, or knolls, completely encompass the town on the land side, and on these Buckner had erected a cordon of forts, some of stone and others of earth, 20 feet in thickness, all of great magnitude. 49 guns were mounted on the various fortifications, and great engineering skill had been displayed in their construction. On learning the defeat of Zollicoffer's troops at Mill Spring on the 19th of January, General A.S. Johnson on the 25th ordered the evacuation of Bowling Green, and General Floyd's brigade immediately marched from thence to Fort Donelson. Active measures were then taken to carry out the order further by shipping heavy ordnance to Columbus, which placed General Grant's reconnaissance at that time had induced the Confederates to believe would be the first point of attack from the Federal Army. After the capture of Fort Henry on the 6th of February, by which the enemy's communication with Columbus was intercepted, the remaining troops were distributed, some to Fort Donelson, some to Nashville and other points, and a work of indiscriminate destruction of the buildings and property in the town commenced. The beautiful iron railway bridge and the wooden turnpike bridge over the Barren River were first destroyed. The railway bridge over the Green River, some 40 miles to the northeast, had long since been burned, and the forces of General Buell had been deterred from crossing that stream up to the present time. On the 11th of February, however, General Mitchell's division, encamped on Bacon Creek, 7 miles north of the Green River, were ordered to advance on Bowling Green, and on that day marched to Camp Madison, 1 mile north of the river, where, receiving confirmatory information of the retreat of the rebel forces, they hastened forward. Thursday morning, February 13th, the division, infantry, cavalry, and artillery, left Camp Madison for Bowling Green, 42 miles distant, and made 20 miles the first day. The railroad appeared to be but little injured, but all the buildings were destroyed. The roads the first day were in splendid order, but much obstructed by trees, which were, however, speedily removed by 2 companies of mechanics and engineers, who swung their axes with energy and were never delayed over 15 minutes by any impediment. The ponds along the road were filled with dead horses and cattle, so long as any cattle were to be found to fill them. The troops rested at noon at Cave City, which was very nearly destroyed. On the second day they started again for Bowling Green. The next morning was cold, with about 1.5 inches of snow, but they were up betimes and on their way, the 19th Illinois ahead as usual, with her blue flag waving triumphantly. The road was obstructed and filled with signs of the rapid retreat of Hindman's forces. Hearing repeatedly that the railroad bridge over Barren River was destroyed, and that the Confederates would not stand this side of the river, Colonel Turchin ordered the cavalry and 1 battery ahead. The ranks opened to the right and left, and Captain Loomis's battery dashed in fine style toward Bowling Green. The men, hearing the cannon roar, hurried on and reached the banks of the river opposite Bowling Green about 2 o'clock, making the 42 miles in about 37 hours. After the firing commenced, they seized every team along the road and had the knapsacks drawn by horses the rest of the way, much to the relief of tired shoulders. General Turchin fired the first shell into the town, and immediately 3 regiments were seen scampering to the cars and putting off in great confusion. But though within a mile of Bowling Green, they were powerless to interfere, for there was Barren River, wide and unfordable, between them, and both bridges destroyed. The Texan Rangers soon began to fire all the public buildings. 50 men under Captain Scott got ready to cross in a little skiff by parties, and try to drive out the few who remained to perform this work, but the general would not allow it. They then pitched their tents and prepared to wait until a bridge could be erected. When snugly tucked in their blankets, the assembly beat to arms, and the brigade was soon in ranks. They expected to march to town, but were put on the back track some 3 miles. They left the main road and soon came to the river, where they built fires and rested as well as possible. Here the repairs of an old wherry were completed, and they crossed the river, protected by artillery. There was a slight snow falling, and it was uncomfortably cold. The 19th and 24th, Heckers, Illinois, crossed first. The men suffered intensely from cold, but declared that they had rather be shot than frozen, and pushed on. But no enemy appeared, and the tired soldiers soon surrounded the fires, some of which had been burning for several days. All the public buildings and several warehouses, filled with pork, beef, coffee, etc., were destroyed. A pile of grain 30 feet by 20 was burning when the Federal troops arrived. 4 engines and several cars were also burnt. The cars had been carrying away provision for a week, but still immense quantities were destroyed. Boxes of guns, large numbers of bowie knives roughly fashioned of iron, every conceivable kind of shooting apparatus, and all sorts of hardware for cooking and other uses were found in immense quantities. Bowling Green is a town of considerable commercial importance, and possesses many large stores and warehouses. The majority of the inhabitants were loyal in their sentiments, though many influential citizens sympathized with the rebellion. But when the work of destruction commenced, no discrimination was allowed, and all were made sufferers. The unexpected arrival of General Mitchell's army and the terror of his artillery drove the rebels from the town before their incendiary intentions were fully consummated, and much private property was saved which would else have been consumed by the flames. When General Buckner was exercising military sovereignty in southern Kentucky, one of his proclamations demanded that every man in Wright County should deliver to him, at his headquarters, 1 gun, or $20 in money, under the penalty of $50 fine, or 90 days imprisonment. In response to this edict, a motley collection of old squirrel and shotguns were added to the Confederate stores, with other treasures packed in buildings at Bowling Green. A hasty evacuation of that stronghold having become a military necessity, these buildings were fired by the retreating rebels, and among the ruins which met the curious gaze of General Mitchell's men when they entered the town were scattered piles of the iron parts of these guns, in several places a foot thick. Capture of Fort Donelson, February 13th to 16th, 1862. Bravely as the Army of the West had sustained the honor of the Union, the crowning glory of taking Fort Donelson remained to be accomplished. To attack a strongly defended fort, formidable by nature and rendered almost impregnable by military art, was a work of extreme danger, nay, of impossibility to less resolute men. The relative positions of Fort Henry and Donelson, the former on the Tennessee River and the latter on the Cumberland, should be clearly understood in order to comprehend the difficulties of this undertaking. Fort Henry had been occupied by Federal troops, and it became necessary to effect the reduction of Fort Donelson in order to open the river to the navigation of the National Flotilla and to reach Nashville, the capital of Tennessee. The surrender of Fort Henry took place on the 6th of February. One of the gunboats, the Essex, being disabled, was obliged to return to Cairo for repairs, while the Lexington, Conestoga, and Tyler returned to the Ohio in order to reach the Cumberland River to make the ascent to Fort Donelson. Commodore Foote, having completed his preparations, left Cairo on the 11th of February for the scene of action, the Carondelet having previously been sent forward to reconnoiter the position. On the same day, General Grant issued his orders for the movement of the land forces in 2 divisions on the following morning. The distance from Fort Henry to Fort Donelson across the land lying between the 2 rivers is 14 miles. There are several roads running from Fort Henry to Dover, near which Fort Donelson was situated. The divisions were disposed by brigades, one of which was to be thrown into Dover to cut off the retreat of the enemy, if attempted by that route. Fort Donelson takes its name from Andrew Jackson Donelson, a citizen of Tennessee, and its construction was commenced as early as May 1861. It occupied the best position for defense on the Cumberland River, standing on the summit of a fine slope rising to the height of 150 feet from the river on its right bank, and mounted 16 guns. There were 2 water batteries, one of which was about 20 or 30 feet above the river, and defended by 9 pieces, 8 32-pound guns, and 1 10-inch Columbiad. The second was some 60 feet above, and was mounted with 1 10-inch Columbiad and 2 32-pound carronades. Both these batteries were sunken or excavated in the hillside. In the lower one, strong traverses were left between the guns to secure them against an enfilading fire. The elevation above the water at the time of the gunboat attack gave them a fine command of the river, and made the task of attacking them in front an arduous one. The range of the guns in arc was, however, quite limited. The third occupied the summit of the hill and mounted 4 128-pound guns. The camp was behind the fort on the hill, but within range of gunboats on the river. The naval attack. On the night of February 11th, the St. Louis, the flagship, Louisville, and Pittsburgh sailed from Cairo. The Carondelet, as already stated, had been dispatched a day or 2 in advance, and at Paducah, on the noon of the 12th, the fleet was joined by the Conestoga and Tyler. Of these, the 3 first were ironclad vessels. From Paducah, the fleet was accompanied by 16 transports carrying 6,000 infantry and cavalry and artillery. The fleet followed the flagship of Commodore Foote as they turned out of the Ohio and began the ascent of the Cumberland. Passing onward from the Ohio, sweeping through Kentucky and Tennessee up to the western boundaries of Virginia, the fleet carried the national ensign, which was met with continual cheers and responses from the people on the banks. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a messenger steamer, the Alps, met the fleet with a dispatch from General Grant, requesting all haste to be made, as the gunboats were anxiously expected. Putting on steam, the Alps took the St. Louis and Louisville in tow, leaving the transports to hasten as rapidly as they could be urged. The former arrived within 2 miles of the fort at 12 o'clock on the night of Thursday the 13th. On the morning of that day, the Carondelet, by order of General Grant, had bombarded the fort and single-handedly commenced the attack on the works. On the previous day she had advanced and fired 8 shots, but without drawing out any reply. The attack of the 13th was differently met by the fort, as the shells were briskly responded to, and a vigorous fire was maintained for 2 hours. The Carondelet kept her bows hard on the fort, carefully guarding against presenting her broadside to the enemy. She fired 128 shots in 95 minutes. At the end of that time, a ball from one of the 128-pound guns entered her port bow and struck a portion of her machinery. 6 men were slightly wounded by the splinters which flew from the ship's timbers. She retired beyond the range of the guns to ascertain the amount of damage, and in the afternoon, after repairing, was again ordered to the charge, and fired a number of shots, but without sensible effect. The morning of the 14th found the flotilla lying in the wake of the flagship. The transports had arrived, and the troops, with the artillery, were landed about 2 miles from the fort. The arrival of the fleet and the thousands of determined soldiers inspired the troops already at the scene of action with new vigor. Long and tumultuous cheers came down the hills from the army under General Grant, which could be seen in the distance, watching the movements of the fleet. General Grant and his staff had gone on board the St. Louis before daylight, and an attack by the land forces was agreed upon, to be made as soon as the signal gun should be given from the river. Accordingly, at 2:00 p.m., all the vessels comprising the flotilla, the ironclad boats St. Louis, Carondelet, Pittsburgh, and Louisville, and the 2 wooden boats, Conestoga and Tyler, got under way. They were then about 2 miles from the fort. The line of battle was immediately formed, the flagship taking the extreme right, with the Louisville, Pittsburgh, and Carondelet at the left, 4 abreast. The Conestoga and Tyler, not being ironclad, remained in the rear, about 1/4 of a mile. The fleet proceeded at a speed of about 3 miles an hour up the river. At 25 minutes to 3 o'clock, they reached the termination of a long range of woods to the right, and came in full view of the fort. The fortifications were distinctly visible, consisting of 3 tiers of frowning batteries on the slope of a steep hill, 150 feet in height. About 2:30 o'clock, the enemy opened fire from a battery about 20 feet above water level by discharging a 32-pounder, but the shot fell far short. This was followed by another ball of larger dimensions, which also fell short. The Union men were anxious to show the enemy a specimen of their fighting power, but the Commodore would not permit them to fire a gun for 15 minutes, until they got within certain range of the fort. At a few minutes before 3 o'clock, the St. Louis opened the battle on the National side, and the other boats quickly followed. For a while, all the shot fell short of the mark. The boats kept advancing slowly and steadily for about half an hour, when the order was given to slack the engines, so as to prevent them from coming in too close range. The firing then increased to a terrific rate on both sides. The enemy poured 32 and 64-pound balls into the vessels with great effect, and the gunners returned their 8-inch shell and 64-pound rifle balls with unusual skill. In the heat of the action, a shot from the enemy's water battery carried away the flagstaff of the St. Louis. Almost the next shot took the chimney guys of the same boat. A well-sent ball from the St. Louis soon struck the flagstaff of the enemy, which was on the top of the hill behind the batteries. This terrible fire lasted about half an hour, when a 64-pound ball from the middle battery cut the tiller ropes of the gunboat Louisville, rendering her steering apparatus unmanageable. About the same time, a shot entered one of the windows of the pilot house of the Carondelet, mortally wounding the pilot. Thus, the control of 2 Union boats was in a great degree lost. Shortly after this, a 32-pound ball penetrated the pilot house of the St. Louis, mortally wounding one of the pilots, injuring 2 other pilots, and severely wounding Flag Officer Foote. There were 5 men in the pilot house at the time the shot entered, only one of whom escaped injury. The room was filled with pieces of the broken wheel, chains, room furniture, and rubbish of every sort. There was no one there to take the helm save the Commodore, no chance to call another to his aid. So, equal to the emergency, the gallant old Commodore seized the remaining handles of the wheel, and for 1/4 of an hour acted the double part of commander and pilot. And at last, when compelled to fall back, he kept bow to the foe, and gave his orders as calmly and coolly as when first entering the action. At about the middle of the engagement, a 32-pound rifle shot took away the flagstaff and Commodore's pennant. In a moment, 6 men sprang out of the ports, caught the mutilated staff upon their shoulders, hoisted the blue flag to its place, where they stood and held it for several minutes in the face of most murderous fire. Thus, 3 powerful vessels were disabled by accidents that do not happen twice in 100 times. The men on board were unwilling to give up the fight. The enemy had been driven from the lower battery, and their fire had slackened perceptibly. What remained to be done? To fight in such a current with unmanageable boats would, the Commodore knew, be worse than folly. Reluctantly, therefore, he ordered them to fall back. The vessels then stopped their engines and floated slowly from their positions. They had been within 200 yards of the fort. The enemy soon saw the condition of the fleet and redoubled their fire. They ran to the lower batteries and opened them on the retiring vessels with terrific force. One of the guns of the Carondelet had burst in the middle of the action, and the Pittsburgh had received 2 balls below the watermark, causing her to leak rapidly, but they replied well to the reinvigorated foe, and fired the last shot. The fleet retired in good order and anchored 2 miles below the fort. The injuries to the gunboats were not very great. The principal damage to the St. Louis was what sustained by the shot entering her pilot house. She was struck 61 times, the Pittsburgh 47, the Carondelet 54, and the Louisville about 40. the enemy fired about 500 shots. The fleet fired a little more than 300, about 75 of which were 8-inch shells. The demeanor of Commodore Foote during the engagement was the subject of admiration with every man in the fleet. His countenance was as placid and his voice as mild in the heat of the action as if he had been engaged in social conversation. He stood in the pilot-house for a long time, watching the effect of every shot. When he saw a shell burst inside the fort, he instantly commended the deliberate aim of the marksman by a message through his speaking tube. When the balls fell short, he expressed his dissatisfaction in such words as, "A little further, man, you're falling too short." During a part of the action, he was on the gun deck, superintending the care of the wounded. In the end, nothing but the pilot's assurance that his vessel could not be managed with her broken wheel induced him to consent to a withdrawal. Incidents on board the Louisville were not wanting. Captain Dove had just complimented one of the gunners on a splendid shot, when the shot that played such havoc entered his port, and completely severed the gunner in twain, scattering his blood and brains over Captain Dove's person. But the captain never blanched. He only wiped his face and in an instant was superintending the replacement of another gun, as if nothing had happened. Cool, brave, and determined, he was throughout the action a support to his men and an honor to his country. The land attack. In addition to the 2 water batteries already described, a third had been commenced, but was not at the time completed. The fort stood on a hill, and within its ample lines nearly 100 large and substantial log houses had been erected for quarters. In order to prevent any lodgment of an opposing force on the hills back of the fort, it was necessary to construct a line of defenses around the fort at a distance of a mile, and in some places more than a mile, from the principal work. These outworks extended from a creek on the north side of the works to another which entered a quarter of a mile below. Both of these streams were filled with backwater from the swollen river, for the distance of 3/4 of a mile from their mouths. This chain of breastworks and the miry bed of the creeks formed a most complete impediment to the marching of an artillery force within sight of the main fort. This line of works was not less than 3 miles in length, breast high, and formed from a ditch on either side, so as to answer the purpose of rifle pits and parapets. At intervals on every elevation, platforms had been constructed and mounted with howitzers and light field pieces. Such were the works, defended by from 20,000 to 25,000 men, that the national troops were determined to take by assault. Early on the morning of the 12th of February, the national troops left Fort Henry with 2 days' rations in their haversacks, without tents or wagons, except such as were necessary to convey a surplus of commissary stores and ammunition, and ambulances for the sick. The expedition under the command of Brigadier General U.S. Grant was divided into 3 columns. The division under Brigadier General McClernand, taking the road from Fort Henry to Dover, running to the south of the enemy's position. The 2nd Division, under command of Brigadier General C.F. Smith, taking the direct or telegraph road to the fort. The 3rd Division, subsequently placed under the lead of Brigadier General L. Wallace, being sent round by Paducah and Smithland, ascending the Cumberland under the escort of the gunboats. Each of these divisions consisted of about 10 regiments of infantry, batteries, and cavalry. 1st Division, Brigadier General McClernand. 1st Brigade, Colonel Oglesby, acting. 8th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. 11th Illinois, Colonel Lawler. 29th Illinois, Colonel Reardon. 13th Illinois, Colonel Dennis. 31st Illinois, Colonel J.A. Logan. Schwartz's Battery, Dresser's Battery. 4 battalions Illinois Cavalry. 2nd Brigade, Colonel W.H.L. Wallace, acting. 11th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Hart. 20th Illinois, Colonel Marsh. 48th Illinois, Colonel Smith. 49th Illinois, Colonel Haney. Taylor's Battery, McAllister's Battery. 4th and 7th Illinois Cavalry, Colonels Kellogg and Dickey. 2nd Division, Brigadier General C.F. Smith. 1st Brigade, Colonel Cook, acting. 7th Illinois, 50th Illinois, 12th Iowa. 13th Missouri, Colonel Wright. 52nd Indiana. 3 batteries Missouri 1st Artillery, Major Cavender commanding. Captains Richardson, Stone, and Walker. 2nd Brigade, Colonel Lauman, acting. 7th Iowa, Lieutenant Colonel Parrott. 2nd Iowa, Colonel Tuttle. 14th Iowa, Colonel Shaw. 25th Indiana, Colonel Veach. 56th Indiana. 3rd Division, Brigadier General Lewis Wallace. 1st Brigade, Colonel Croft, acting. 17th Kentucky, 25th Kentucky, 31st Indiana, 44th Indiana, Colonel Hugh B. Reed. 2nd Brigade, Colonel Thayer, acting. 1st Nebraska, Lieutenant Colonel McCord. 13th Missouri, Colonel Wright. 48th Ohio, Colonel Sullivan. 58th Ohio, Colonel Bausenwein. Willits Chicago Battery. By 9 o'clock, all the forces were on the march. The division of General McClernand took the upper or southern road to Dover. The division of General Smith proceeded by the northern or telegraph road, running directly to the fort. The route lay through broken and undulating lands. Small streams of the purest water were crossed at every ravine. The hills were, in places, covered with green pines and tall, heavy timber. The weather was mild and spring-like, the men in admirable spirits, marching in regular order, and the surrounding scenery almost tropical in its luxuriance. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the advanced skirmishers of McClernand's division came in sight of the enemy's tents, stretching between the hill upon which the fort was situated, and the next on Dover Ledge. Word was passed back to General Grant that the enemy and his camp had been sighted. General Grant at once ordered up the rear of the column. Dresser's battery was posted on an eminence overlooking the tents, and a few shells sent into camp. There was a general and promiscuous scattering of men from the camps into the earthworks to right and left. General Grant immediately ordered the division of General Smith into a line of battle on the ravine back of the main elevation. A column of men was pushed up on the left of the fort. Scouts returned saying that the breastworks could be discovered on the extreme left. An hour or two was then spent in reconnoitering along the various hills surrounding the enemy's position. This preliminary skirmish was soon over, and the enemy had fallen back within his entrenchments, when the shades of night fell upon the two armies. Many of the Federal soldiers, in anticipation of an engagement, had relieved themselves of their overcoats, blankets, and haversacks, and were altogether unprepared for the experience of the night. But cheerfully kindling their campfires, under a mild and genial temperature, they gathered around the cheerful blaze, and gradually fell into slumberous dreams of home, of conquest, of love. During the night, the enemy made a sortie on the extreme right of the Federal lines, which by its suddenness created some confusion for the time, but was repulsed and compelled to retire. On Thursday the 19th, the attack commenced. The morning sun rose brightly on the scene. The men were soon engaged in cooking what provisions could be obtained. Several hogs running at large in the woods had been shot for breakfast, and a sumptuous meal was made from their flesh. At sunrise, the firing of riflemen commenced. The enemy could be descried behind his breastworks. The most available positions were selected for batteries, and by 8 o'clock a regular exchange of shot and shell had commenced across the ravine which separated the combatants. Captain Richardson's 1st Missouri Light Artillery, on the point of a ridge provokingly near the enemy's lines. Higher upon the same rise was McAllister's battery of 24-pound howitzers, and on the left could be heard at intervals an Iowa battery. The long-established form of opening the fight by a contest of sharpshooters and artillery was observed. For 2 hours nothing was to be heard but the loud thuds of cannon, with a relief of a sharp crack of rifles, and an occasional report of a musket, which in the distance could hardly be distinguished from a field piece. Major Cavender of the Missouri 1st sighted his 20-pound Parrott rifle guns. 2 or 3 shots had been sent whizzing through the trees, when clash came a shot in front of the piece. Without moving a muscle, the major completed his task, and bang went a response. Bang went another from the sister piece under the intrepid captain. A second was received from the fort, passing over the hill, exploding just in the rear. A third burst directly overhead, and the combat was kept up with spirit. Dresser's battery poured out shell from his large howitzers in splendid style. The enemy held a slight advantage in position, and had the range with accuracy. The shells were falling fast around the batteries, doing, however, but little injury. A few minutes and a round shot passed over the gun, and carried away the shoulder and part of the breast of artilleryman Bernhard of Richardson's battery, killing him almost instantly. The captain shifted his position 3 times during the morning, whenever the enemy got his range with too much accuracy. On the extreme right, Schwartz and Taylor were blazing away fearlessly. The ground between them and the entrenchments was nearly cleared of trees, and they could observe by the smoke the position of each other with accuracy. The firing from the batteries in McClernand's division was continuous. An attempt had been made by the enemy to capture Taylor's battery, which had been gallantly repulsed. The rebels had reached close upon the battery, and only an incessant shower of canister saved it from capture. the infantry not being formed in position to support it effectually. The 20th Illinois came up in time to drive the enemy from their works. In the afternoon, General McClernand determined to make a formidable assault of a redoubt of the enemy, fronting the center of his right. The redoubt was the only one which could be distinctly seen, owing to timber and undergrowth. At this point the ground was, for the most part, void of large timber, the barren extending even beyond the road on the ridge which the Union troops passed. The batteries of this redoubt had a very perfect range, and gave the troops considerable uneasiness, by blazing away at them whenever they passed over the brow of the hill. 3 regiments were detailed for the work, the 48th, 17th, and 49th Illinois. They advanced in line of battle order, the 49th, Colonel Morrison, on the right, the 17th, under command of Major Smith, in the center, and the 48th, Colonel Hanley, on the left. Colonel Morrison, as senior colonel, led the attack. The advance was a most beautiful one. With skirmishers arrayed in front, the 3 regiments swept down the hill, over a knoll, down a ravine, and up the high hill on which the redoubt was situated, some 250 or 300 feet in height, covered with brush and stumps, all the time receiving a galling fire of grape, shell, and musketry, with a precision which would have done them credit on the parade ground. The breastworks were nearly reached, when Colonel Morrison, while gallantly leading his men, was struck by a musket ball. The captain of the company on the right was also killed, while the 49th fell into some confusion, but unappalled, the 17th still gallantly pressed forward, and penetrated even to the very foot of the works. But it was not in the power of man to scale the abattis before them. Brush piled upon brush, with sharp points, fronted them wherever they turned, so after a few interchanges of musketry with the swarming regiments concentrated there, the word for retiring was given. It was done in good order, by filing off to the left and obliquing into the woods below, but many a gallant soldier was left behind underneath the entrenchments he had vainly sought to mount. They were not, however, destined to die unavenged. Scarcely had their retiring columns got out of range, ere Taylor's Chicago battery opened on the swarming rebel masses with shell and shrapnel. The effect was fearful. Each gun was aimed by the captain himself, and when its black mouth belched out sudden thunder, windrows of dead men fell in its track. While this heavy firing had been heard on the right, General Smith had ordered the enemy to be engaged on the left. The 25th Indiana, at the head of a brigade, led the way. They had reached a position on the brow of a hill, where the successful assault was afterwards made, and were met by the enemy in force, who swarmed behind the works, pouring a deadly hail of bullets and grape into them. The leading regiment broke in disorder after sustaining a hot fire, and the whole line fell back out of range. The object of the sortie had been accomplished, and the enemy's forces drawn from the other side, but the advantage did not result, as might have been anticipated, in the occupation of the fort on the right by General McClernand. 6 companies of the famous regiment of riflemen, raised by Colonel Burge, accompanied the expedition from Fort Henry, and 2 companies afterwards arrived by the transports. This was a corps of picked men, skilled in the use of the rifle, drawn from the northwest. These hardy pioneers started out in the morning, with a hard biscuit in their pocket and a rifle on their shoulder, for the rebel earthworks, where they remained until relieved by a fresh gang. So adventurous were they that many of them crept within 50 yards of the rifle pits and exchanged words as well as shots with the enemy. One piece in front of Dresser's battery was kept in silence during the morning by the sharpshooters picking off their gunners. At last, a shell from a Union battery, falling short, drove them away. One valiant Southerner, to prove his bravery, jumped into the rampart to take aim. In an instant he was pierced by 3 balls, and fell out of the entrenchment, where he lay until nightfall. The firing for the rest of the day was slow, and appeared by general consent to be abandoned. The Unionists seemed to have failed in every attempt on the fort. Wounded men were being brought in on stretchers, some limped along, supported by comrades, others staggered forward with bleeding hands and battered heads tied in handkerchiefs. The ambulances had brought in the maimed and seriously wounded. In the gray dusk of evening, men came forth with spades to dig the graves of their fellow soldiers, whose remains, stiffened in death, were lying under the pale stars. Hardly had the campfires been kindled for the night when a drizzling shower set in, which soon turned into a steady fall of rain. The wind grew suddenly colder. The weather, hitherto so pleasant, was chilled in an hour to a wintry blast. Snow began to fall and the mercury sank below freezing point. Many of the soldiers had lost their overcoats and blankets during the day. Not a tent, except hospital tents, in the command. Provisions growing very scarce. The muddy, wet clothing freezing upon the chilled limbs of the hungry soldiers. It was a most comfortless night. Not 5 houses could be found within as many miles, and these were used as hospitals. Various expedients were devised to ward off the cold. Saplings were bent down and twigs interwoven into a shelter. Leaves piled up made a kind of roof to keep off the snow. Large fires were kindled, and the men lay with their feet to the fire. The victims who perished of cold, exposure, hunger, and neglect on this night will fill up a long page in the mortality record of that eventful siege. On Friday, the conflict was maintained only by the pickets and sharpshooters, General Grant having concluded to await the arrival of additional forces before assaulting the works. Hitherto, the investment had been made by the divisions of Generals McClernand and Smith, about 10,000 men each, including the cavalry and artillery. A third division had been sent up the Cumberland, and should, by reasonable calculation, have been opposite Fort Henry on Wednesday night. Here was Friday morning, and no transports arrived. What could have befallen them? General L. Wallace, who had been left in command at Fort Henry, was summoned over, and arrived on Friday evening with 2 regiments of his brigade. Couriers were seen dashing along from the headquarters to the point where the boats were expected to land. About 10 o'clock came the joyful intelligence that the gunboat fleet, with 15 transports, had landed 5 miles below the fort. The troops from Fort Henry were pouring in, and close upon them came the troops from the boats. The men had heard something of the fighting and moved up in splendid order, expecting to be marched directly into battle. At about 2:30 o'clock, the sound as of thunder, with long reverberations in the distance, told that the river guns had at last opened their mouths, and were paying their compliments grandly to the rebel batteries. Now and then could be seen in the distance, high up in the air, a sudden puff of white smoke, which sprang as if from nothing, slowly curling in graceful folds, and melting away in a snow-white cloud. It was a bursting shell, instantly followed by the rumble of the gun from which it had been sent. The loud roar of the cannon kept growing thicker and faster. The heavy columbiads and dahlgrens in the fort were returning the fire. 1, 2, 3, and then a half-dozen at once. The terrible game of death becomes wildly exciting. The gunboats were advancing. The bombardment had fairly begun. The cheers went up in 10,000 voices. The death-dealing bolts of Fort Henry were falling thick and fast into Fort Donelson. But little did the besiegers know what protection and defense nature had laid against the ingenuity of art, which the insurgents had seized upon to accomplish their purpose. No one considered the importance of those great natural traverses and curtains of rock which had been thrown up by the primeval subterranean fires, nor what bomb-proofs and lunettes the waters of 1,000 years had worn into the sides of those hills. The area of the place was so large that nearly the whole force could be removed from the waterfront, and thus leave the shells to explode against the bleak hillsides, or crush through the deserted huts of the enemy. Meantime, an occasional shot from the batteries surrounding the outer lines of defense must have told upon the enemy on the other side. The enemy replied but feebly. The entire morning had been in anxious expectancy, neither party being willing to risk the chances of another trial of valor. The weather was keen and frosty, the roads slippery and clogged with stiff mud. Saturday, which was destined to witness the grand denouement of the painful tragedies enacted about Fort Donelson, was cold, damp, and cheerless. The enemy, during the night, had transformed several of their batteries to portions of their works, and within a few hundred feet of which the extreme right wing of the Federals was resting. Upon the first coming of dawn, these batteries suddenly opened on the 9th, 18th, 29th, 30th, and 31st regiments, comprising Oglesby's brigade, which had the advance. Simultaneously with the opening of the batteries, a force of about 12,000 infantry and a regiment of cavalry was hurled against the brigade with a vigor which, made against less steady and well-disciplined troops, must surely have resulted in their entire demolition. Sudden and unexpected as was this sally on the part of the enemy, it did not find the gallant Illinoisans unprepared to meet them. The attack was made in columns of regiments, which poured in upon the little band from no less than 3 different directions. Every regiment of the brigade found itself opposed to 2, and in many cases to no less than 4 different regiments. Undismayed, however, by the greatly superior force of the enemy, and unsupported by adequate artillery, the brigade not only held their own, but upon 2 occasions actually drove the rebels fairly into their entrenchments, but only to be pressed back again into their former position. At last, having expended every round of their ammunition, they were obliged to retire and give way to advancing regiments of Colonel W. H. L. Wallace's brigade, the 11th, 20th, 17th, 45th, 48th Illinois, and 49th Indiana regiments. By rapid firing from the 2 batteries of Taylor and Schwartz, the enemy was driven back. The Union regiments which had suffered so much were withdrawn. The enemy had, by this time, concentrated their broken troops for another attack. General McClernand had already prepared for the emergency. Anticipating that an attempt would be made to force a passage through, he ordered a brigade to the rear and extreme right to form behind the regiments then in front. An hour had elapsed when the enemy returned in a dense mass, renewing the fight. The battery of Captain Schwartz seemed to be the object of their attack. On they came, pell-mell, with deafening volleys of fire. The Union batteries, well nigh exhausted of canister, poured a storm of shell into their ranks. Ammunition caissons were sent back in haste to get a fresh supply of canister. The 9th, 18th, 30th, and 41st were the next regiments to be brought up. The crest of the hill was contested with variable success for a full hour when the enemy was finally driven back. The line of battle was so much confused that no connected account of the movements can be detailed. The utmost bravery was displayed on both sides until the struggle degenerated into a wild, fierce skirmish. The rebels finally retired a 3rd time. The Union men had expended their ammunition. It was during this lull, and before the men could realize the fact that they had driven the enemy before them, that the 4th and last attempt was made to seize the battery. The horses being shot, the enemy succeeded in gaining possession of the battery of Captain Schwartz, and were on the point of turning the guns on the Federal troops when Captain Willett's Chicago battery, which had just toiled up fresh from Fort Henry, arrived on the ground and poured in a perfect storm of canister, just in time to save the day. The rebels fell back in disorder, dragging the guns of Schwartz with them down the hill, and gained entrance to the fort before the Federals could overtake them. Some eager regiments followed them to the embankments, a few men climbing over, who were driven back for want of support. The regiments which suffered most in this morning's engagement were the 18th and 11th Illinois, next to them the 31st and 8th. The expenditure of ammunition must have been excessive, on the hypothesis that each man had his cartridge box full on going into action. 40 rounds of the standard cartridge is enough to fight with, and more than enough to carry with other accoutrements of battle. There were many instances of men who displayed the utmost heroism in this action. Some refused to be called off the field, fighting to the last moment. Others returned after having their wounds dressed. One of the artillerymen who received a wound walked to the hospital a mile or more, had the ball extracted, and then insisted on going back to his battery. The surgeon refused, when he quaintly said, "Come, come, put on some of your glue and let me go back." General McClernand, who had been a conspicuous mark during the whole of this fight, bore himself with firmness, exhibiting great decision and calmness in the most arduous situation. The tumult on the left having subsided, he sent a messenger back to General Grant to know if the left wing of General Smith was secure. If so, he was ready to advance. As the day waned, an occasional shot was to be heard from the gunboats, but no satisfactory account could be received of their operations. A lull followed the storm. Both armies were preparing for the grand coup de main by which Fort Donelson was to be taken. It was resolved to storm the fort. The honor of accomplishing this difficult and perilous exploit on the left wing was given to General Smith. When Colonel Lauman led his brigade in solid columns up the steep sides of the hill, he drove the enemy from his entrenchments, pouring a fearful volley into the disorganized and broken ranks. The national ensign was immediately flung out from the earthworks and greeted with deafening cheers from 10,000 loyal voices. The shades of night cast their canopy over the contending hosts, and compelled the Federal commander to delay the completion of his victory till morning. Soon after daylight, the Federal columns advanced in battle array, prepared to storm the works at all points, when their eyes were greeted with innumerable white flags, thrown out by the enemy at every threatened position. What followed may be told in a few words. The enemy, seeing that the Unionists had gained one of his strongest positions and successfully repulsed him in his most daring attempts to raise the siege, took advantage of the darkness and called a council of war, in which it was determined to surrender. With all possible haste, some 7,000 troops were dispatched up the river by night. The rebel generals Floyd and Pillow made their escape. The fort, with all its contents, fell into the conquerors' hands. More than 13,000 prisoners, Brigadier General Buckner, with 20 colonels and other officers in proportion, 65 cannon, 48 field and 17 siege guns, $1.5 million in stores, provisions, and equipage, 20,000 stand of arms, was glorious result, purchased at comparatively small loss. The Federal loss in killed and wounded was 2,200, that of the rebels, 1,275. At the storming of Fort Donelson, many acts of personal valor might be recorded. An instance of reckless gallantry and fortitude under a most painful surgical operation, that of Hamilton, a son of Professor Lieber, is worthy of record. This young man was twice wounded in the Battle of Fort Donelson. The first was a flesh wound, of which he made nothing. Presently, however, he was struck by a Minette ball in the same arm. This shattered his elbow, with the bones above and below, and he sank to the ground, fainting with loss of blood. He was picked up towards night, carried to a house, and thence over a rough road in an army wagon to the river bank, a distance of 3 miles, which necessarily caused the greatest suffering. Arrived at the river bank, he was put on board a boat and conveyed with other wounded to a hospital, where his arm was amputated. When the operation was over, the brave young fellow's first words were, "How long will it be before I can rejoin my company?" At that time, young Lieber was a lieutenant of the 9th Illinois Regiment. He was appointed aide-de-camp by General Halleck soon after the Battle of Donelson as a reward for his great bravery. End of section 34. Section 35 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Occupation of Nashville, Fort Clinic in Fernandina, Florida, and the Merrimac and the Monitor. The Occupation of Nashville, February 25, 1862. After the surrender of Fort Donelson on the 16th of February, it became evident to the Confederate leaders that the cities of Nashville, Memphis, and other important positions must soon fall into the hands of the victorious Federal Army. Public meetings were held at both these cities in which it was recommended to defend them to the last extremity, and if necessary to prevent their occupancy by the Union troops. Many of the more violent and reckless of the military determined that they should be burned, and every description of property destroyed. At Nashville, the governor, Isham G. Harris, pledged himself to shed his blood, fight like a lion, and die like a martyr, rather than submit to the enemy, and at the same time efforts were made, but with little success, to organize additional forces for defense. During the progress of the siege at Fort Donelson, dispatches were sent to Nashville announcing a series of rebel successes, and on Saturday night information was conveyed that the Federals had again been defeated both on land and water, but they had been reinforced and might renew the attack in the morning. With these hopeful and exulting assurances, the city rested in peace, confident that the light of the morning would open upon a glorious victory for the rebel arms. Early on the morning of Sunday, the first rumors of this heavy calamity to the rebel cause had been conveyed to the leaders in Nashville. At first, suppressed whispers and grave countenances indicated that something important had transpired, but the people generally were confident and hopeful as on the evening before, and anticipated that any hour of the day would give the signal for a grand jubilee and rejoicing. The time for public service in the churches drew near, and the people repaired to their several places of worship. The churches were partly filled and the streets crowded with passing multitude, when a startling rumor broke the peaceful stillness of the day. The Federals were victorious. Fort Donelson had surrendered. 15,000 Confederate prisoners had laid down their arms to the invaders. Fear, added to imagination, ran riot in the town. It was said that the Federal troops had already reached Robertson, a place about 25 miles from Nashville, connected by a railroad, and that the gunboats were at Clarksville on the river, on their way to the city. Governor Harris, taking advantage of his early information, had hastily convened the members of the legislature, then in session at Nashville, which had met, and adjourned to convene at Memphis. These circumstances becoming known gave plausibility to the exciting rumors of the celerity of the federal movements, and the people were panic-stricken. Before nightfall, hundreds of citizens, singly and in families, were making their way south, many of them having no idea why they were thus recklessly abandoning comfortable homes, or where they were going. Toward night, it was announced that the military authorities would throw open the public stores to all who would carry the property away. The excitement continued throughout Sunday night, constantly gaining strength, aided by the destruction of 2 gunboats which were in the process of construction, 2 fine New Orleans packets, the James Woods and James Johnson, having been taken for that purpose. The army of General Johnston commenced its retreat, encamping by regiments at convenient points outside of the city. On Monday morning, great excitement prevailed. The public stores were distributed to some extent among the people, while the army and hospitals were making heavy requisitions, and pressing all the vehicles and men that could be obtained to carry supplies to their camp. At the same time, considerable quantities of stores were removed to the depots for transportation south. Evening came, and no gunboats, no federal army from Kentucky. General Johnston left for the south, placing General Floyd in command, assisted by Generals Pillow and Hardee. The apprehensions of the near approach of the enemy having been found groundless, it was determined by General Floyd that the distribution of the stores was premature. An order was sent to close the warehouses, and a force detailed to collect what had been given out. This was done so far as practicable, but on Tuesday the distribution commenced again, and continued with slight restrictions, under the eyes of the most judicious citizens, until Saturday morning. Tuesday night, the iron and railroad bridges across the Cumberland were destroyed, in spite of the most earnest and persistent remonstrances of leading citizens. The iron bridge cost about $150,000, and the railroad bridge $250,000. It was one of the finest drawbridges in the country. The scenes which were enacted during the following days, up to Monday morning the 24th, were still more exciting. The untiring energy of the mayor and the city authorities, who throughout this whole affair acted with prudence and zeal, was inadequate to keep the excited people under control. On Sunday morning, 25 federal pickets breakfasted in Edgefield, opposite the city, and during the morning 8 of them seized a little stern-wheeled steamer that had been used as a ferry, and refused to permit it to continue its trips. Mayor Cheatham immediately crossed in a skiff, but found no officer with whom he could negotiate. In the evening, Colonel Emmett of the 4th Ohio Cavalry arrived, and sent a message to the mayor requesting his presence. The interview was satisfactory on both sides, though the formal surrender of the city was deferred until the arrival of General Mitchell, who was expected on Sunday night or Monday morning. On Monday morning, the city became comparatively quiet. In the evening, Generals Buell and Mitchell arrived in Edgefield, and understanding that the authorities had appointed a committee, consisting of the mayor and several of the leading citizens, he sent a message requesting an interview. The hour of the interview was fixed at 11 o'clock a.m. on Tuesday. In the meantime, General Nelson arrived in the city about 8 o'clock a.m. in command of a fleet consisting of 1 gunboat, the Cairo, and 8 transports. Transports continued to arrive during the day, and at night the number reached 18 or 20. A large portion of this army disembarked during the morning and occupied the public square, encamping in the vicinity at night. At 11 o'clock, the committee of citizens were conveyed by order of General Buell to Edgefield, on the steamer Hillman. They were met at the landing by Generals Nelson and Mitchell and escorted to General Buell's headquarters. The interview was an amicable one, General Buell giving assurance that the personal liberty and property of all citizens would be fully protected, and no state institutions of any kind interfered with. The first business of General Buell, after having thus established a cordial understanding with the officers of the city, was to inaugurate his military authority by the appointment of a provost marshal, to preserve order and regulate the intercourse of the Union troops with the citizens. Colonel Stanley Matthews, a highly respected and well-known gentleman, conservative in politics, was selected for this responsible position, an appointment which was greeted with satisfaction by the citizens. The post office was continued in the hands of Colonel J. H. Markland, a native Kentuckian and a gentleman of high character and social standing. General Buell immediately restored the mail facilities, which had so long been denied the people by the rebellion, and adopted every measure to ensure and restore confidence among the citizens. Many of them had fled their homes during the panic, the stores and places of business were closed, and the whole community were perfectly paralyzed during the week that had intervened between the fall of Fort Donelson and the occupation of the city. 8 days of terror afforded them a fearful illustration of lawlessness and violence, and when the Federal troops took possession, their sobriety, decorum, and uprightness amazed the people with the contrast. The loss of many of their relatives, the deep hostility that had been engendered in their breasts, and the doubts as to the ultimate restoration of the federal authority made the development of loyal sentiments a work of time and patience. The retreat of the national forces from Nashville and the withdrawal of the protection of the government would be the death warrant of any person committing himself too openly for the Union cause, and many citizens allowed these contending motives to restrain their welcome to the flag under which they had so long enjoyed peace, prosperity, and repose. The government at Washington took an early opportunity to appoint a military governor for the state of Tennessee, in the person of Honorable Andrew Johnson, a man who had long represented its people as governor and United States senator. Some of the ladies of Nashville were peculiarly ardent in their dislike of the Union occupation, and took especial pains to avoid or sneer at the glorious old flag, which was directly hosted in the most prominent parts of the town. Over the large gate of the Provost Marshal's splendid headquarters, Eliot's Female School, a Union flag was hoisted. A very ardent secesh lady, who wished to see Colonel Matthews, was about to pass through the gate, when looking up she beheld the proud flag streaming on the breeze. Starting back horror-struck, she held up her hands and exclaimed to the guard, "Dear, I can't go under that dreadful Lincoln flag. Is there no other way for me to enter?" "Yes, madam," promptly replied the soldier, and turning to his comrade, he said, "Here, orderly, bring out that rebel flag and lay it on the ground at the little gate and let this lady walk over it." The lady looked bewildered, and after hesitating a moment, concluded to bow her head to the flag which had so long protected her, and passed under it with submissive grace. Fort Clinch and Fernandina, Florida. On the 28th of February, 1862, Commodore S.F. DuPont, commanding the South Atlantic Blockading Squadron, set sail from Port Royal, South Carolina, the headquarters of General Sherman, for the purpose of taking military possession of the forts and towns on the coasts of Georgia and Florida. Brigadier General Wright accompanied him as commander of the land forces. The squadron consisted of 20 vessels of war, 7 transports, and a few schooners and smaller vessels. The first point of attack was to be Fernandina, Florida, an important seaport near the entrance of St. Mary's River, the boundary between Georgia and Florida. The main channel is between Cumberland and Amelia Islands, with 14 feet of water on the bar. Fort Clinch, a regular bastion work of brick with heavy casemates and guns mounted on barbette, commanded the entrance. This place had been strongly fortified by the rebels and mounted with guns of the heaviest caliber. Commodore DuPont anticipated a stubborn resistance, but the garrison, on learning the approach of the formidable expedition, deemed their position indefensible, and evacuated the fort, leaving 12 of their heaviest guns behind. The town of Fernandina was also occupied by the Federal forces without any resistance. Many of the inhabitants had fled, and those remaining were terrified on the approach of the vessels, having been assured by the rebels that the national forces would subject them to unrestrained pillage and abuse. The kind and conciliatory government instituted by General Wright soon restored confidence, and the people returned to their homes and occupations. The Merrimac and the Monitor, March 9, 1862. The most remarkable naval battle which has ever taken place in the history of the world was the encounter between the 2 ironclad steam batteries, Merrimac and Monitor, in Hampton Roads, Virginia. The Merrimac was one of 5 war steamers authorized to be constructed by an act of Congress passed at the session of 1844-5 and was built at Charlestown, Massachusetts. The spar deck was 281 feet long and 52 broad in her original condition. The vessel was completed and launched in 1856. She was soon put in commission and continued in the service until April 1861, when she was lying at Norfolk Navy Yard for repairs. When the government property at the Navy Yard in the neighborhood of Norfolk was destroyed or rendered unserviceable to secure it from seizure by the Confederates, the Merrimac was scuttled. Not long after the rebels had taken possession of the Navy Yard, the Merrimac was raised and placed in the floating dock. Here she was remodeled and covered by a sloping roof of iron plates, 4 inches thick, which bore her down so heavily that it became almost impossible to launch her. When she launched, she drew 4 feet of water over the calculated draft and was again placed upon the dry dock, and underwent material changes in her construction. Her bow and stern were steel-clad, and the bow furnished with a projecting ram for the purpose of piercing an antagonist. The armament consisted of 4 11-inch Navy guns, broadside, and 2 100-pounder rifled guns at the bow and the stern. The Monitor was built by contract under the Act of Congress of July 1861, appropriating $1.5 million for ironclad vessels. Captain Erickson presented proposals for a battery to be launched within 100 working days from the date of the contract. The contract was awarded to him in October, and on the 101st working day, the Monitor was launched from the Continental Iron Works at Greenpoint, New York. The Monitor is low, wide, and flat-bottomed, with vertical sides and pointed ends, requiring shallow water to float in. The sides of the vessel are formed of plate iron half an inch thick, outside of which is attached solid white oak 26 inches thick. Outside this again is rolled iron armor 5 inches thick. The inclination of the lower hull is such that a ball to strike it in any part must pass through at least 25 feet of water and then strike an inclined iron surface at an angle of about 10 degrees. In the event of an enemy boarding the battery, they can do no harm, as the only entrance is at the top of the turret or citadel, which cannot easily be scaled, and even then only one man at a time can descend into the hull. The principal novelty of this vessel is the cylindrical revolving turret rising from its exact center in which the guns are placed. This is formed of rolled 1-inch iron plates bolted together to a thickness of 8 inches. Its internal diameter is 20 feet and it is 9 feet high. It rests at its lower edge on a smooth, flat ring of composition metal, but when in action the principal portion of its weight is sustained by a central shaft, about which it revolves, a massive wedge being driven below the steps of the shaft on such occasion to raise it, and thus cause it to bear up the turret. A large spur wheel upon the shaft is connected by a train of gearing with a small steam engine, which supplies the power for turning the turret. 2 11-inch guns are placed within the turret, in position precisely parallel with each other, on smooth ways or slides, a clamp being arranged upon the sides of the ways for adjusting the friction and taking up the recoil in such distance as may be desired. The turret is pierced in different places, with 4 holes for the insertion of telescopes, and just outside of the holes reflectors are fixed to bend the rays of light which come in a direction parallel with the guns through the axis of the telescope, which is crossed by a vertical thread of spider's web through the line of collimation. The sailing master takes his position in the turret, with his eye to the telescope, and his hand upon the wheel that governs the motion of the small engine, and turns the turret so as to keep the guns always directed with absolute precision to the object against which the fire is directed. A scale is also arranged for adjusting the elevation of the guns with similar engineering precision. Upon the sides of the turret that have the portholes through which the guns are discharged, the massiveness is increased by an additional plating 3 inches in thickness, making the sides of the turret presented to the enemy 11 inches. In preparing for action, the awning over the turret is removed, and the square smokestacks, as well as the shorter pipes, through which air is drawn into the vessel, are taken down. A small square tower at the bow is the wheelhouse, in which the steersman stands. It is made of bars or beams of iron, 9 by 12 inches, interlocked at the corners. After a preliminary trial trip, the Monitor sailed from the Brooklyn Navy Yard for Fortress Monroe on the 6th of March, and at 5 o'clock on the afternoon of that day discharged her pilot off Sandy Hook. Her officers at this time were as follows: Lieutenant Commanding John S. Warden, Lieutenant and Executive Officer S.D. Green, Acting Masters I.N. Stoddard, J.W. Weber, Acting Assistant Paymaster William E. Keeler, Acting Assistant Surgeon D.C. Logue, Government Inspector Albin C. Steimers, First Assistant Engineer Isaac Newton, Second Assistant Engineer Albert S. Campbell, Third Assistant Engineers R.W. Sands, M.T. Sundstrom, Acting Master's Mate George Frederickton. The voyage to Fortress Monroe was safely terminated by the arrival of the vessel with her consort about 8 o'clock on the evening of the 8th. Important events had transpired in Hampton Roads on that day. The Merrimac had steamed down towards the sloop of war of Cumberland, blocking James River, and demanded a surrender. This was refused, when the monster turned ponderously, and bringing her bow to bear on the Cumberland, dashed into her side, rending the timbers as she went. She then drew her iron prow from the shattered vessel, scattering a storm of splintered wood on the water, and receding to a safe distance, poured a broadside in from her guns. The crippled Cumberland, still vibrating in all her timbers, returned the broadside. This was answered and returned without intermission for 15 minutes. During this time, shot and shell boomed over the water, crashed into the doomed vessel, and fell like mighty hail on the iron coat of the Merrimac. But while every shot told on the quivering woodstock of the Cumberland, the Merrimac threw off the iron missiles as a rock beats back the tempest, sending in her volleys more triumphantly each moment. The brave old man of war stood up to the slaughter much as a blinded horse, forced among the wild bulls of a Spanish arena, falls, gored to the heart but fighting desperately. Half full of water, which still came pouring in through her wounded side, recoiling like a living thing from each outburst of shot and shell, she at last settled slowly to the water's edge and sunk, pouring out a defiant broadside as she went down, with the stars and stripes floating at her masthead. The Merrimac then challenged the Congress, a federal sailing frigate of 1,867 tons, but was also refused to surrender. This refusal was replied to by the guns of the rebel vessel, and after a short contest, when it became hopeless to continue resistance, the Congress surrendered and was fired and abandoned. The evening was clear, the air still, the water without a ripple, and the scene was magnificent, as the noble vessel became wrapped in its fiery shroud. When entirely enveloped in flame, the fire reached the magazine, and an explosion took place which scattered the burning wreck in one vast upheaving of fragments and cinders, kindling up the sky with its glare, and throwing portions of the wreck the distance of a mile. The Merrimac, having succeeded in sinking the Cumberland and compelling the Congress to surrender, withdrew for the night, evidently confident that in the morning she would sweep away the rest of the fleet. As the day closed, sadness and gloom filled the hearts of the federal officers in the fleet and fortress. They felt assured that the powerful enemy that had just made such murderous work had only retired for the night to recruit, and then returned to complete the destruction she had commenced, having the sailing vessels at her mercy. While despondency settled on many brows, and conjectures were rife as to where the Merrimac would direct her attention the next day, a gleam of hope arose. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a bright, movable light was discovered seaward, coming from the direction of Cape Charles Beacon. It being known that the Erickson battery had left New York 2 days previous, surmises were rife that this light might proceed from her deck. The best night telescopes were brought into requisition, and in less than half an hour after it first hove in sight, the fact was circulated that the Erickson battery was coming up the roads. The news spread like wildfire, and the ramparts in the fort were soon lined with troops. At 9 o'clock, the Monitor anchored off Fortress Monroe. The next day, Sunday the 9th, dawned fair and calm. The sun rose with almost cloudless splendor, a soft haze alone hung upon the water, so silvery and transparent that it hardly intercepted the view. At 6:30 o'clock a.m., this haze cleared away. Looking towards Sewell's Point, there appeared the Merrimac and the rebel steamers Yorktown and Patrick Henry. They were stationary, the Merrimac to the right of the others, blowing off steam. Their appearance was the cause for a second alarm. The rebel craft seemed deliberating what to do, whether to move on and attempt the destruction of the Minnesota, which was aground, or to attack the Union fleet anchored near the Rip Raps. The appearance of the Merrimac on this second visit caused great precipitation in the removal of the Federal transport fleet to a safe harbor a mile or two up the Chesapeake. At 7 a.m., a plan seemed to have been adopted, and the Merrimac steamed in the direction of the Minnesota, which was still aground. The Yorktown and Jamestown were crowded with troops and steamed slowly after the Merrimac. The plan of the latter seemed to be to destroy the Minnesota, and then proceed to shell out the Union camp at Newport News, land, and take possession of the camp with their own troops. The Merrimac steamed along with boldness until she was within 3 miles of the Minnesota, when the Monitor emerged from behind the latter and proceeded towards the Merrimac. At first, the rebel craft hesitated, no doubt, in astonishment at the strange-looking vessel approaching her. The Merrimac then closed the distance between her and the Monitor until they were within a mile of each other. Both batteries stopped. The Merrimac fired a shot at the Minnesota, to which no reply was made. The rebel craft then fired at the Monitor. The latter replied, hitting the Merrimac near the waterline. The Merrimac then commenced firing very rapidly, first from her stern gun at the Monitor, and then her broadside guns, occasionally firing a shot at the Minnesota. The fight went on in this way for an hour or two, both vessels exchanging shots pretty freely. Sometimes the Merrimac would retire, followed by the Monitor, and vice versa. While the fight between the batteries was going on, 100 solid 9-inch shot were sent up from Fortress Monroe on the steamer Rancocas to the Minnesota. At 10 o'clock, the Merrimac and Monitor had come into pretty close quarters, the former giving the latter 2 broadsides in succession. They were promptly replied to by the Monitor. The firing was so rapid that both craft were obscured in columns of white smoke. The ramparts of the fort, the rigging of the vessels in port, the houses and the bend were all crowded with sailors, soldiers, and civilians. When the rapid firing alluded to took place, these spectators were singularly silent, anxious, and doubtful of the result. Their impatience was soon removed by the full figure of the Monitor, with the stars and stripes flying at her stern, steaming around the Merrimac, moving with the ease of a duck on water. The distance between the vessels was 40 feet. In this circuit, the Monitor's guns were not idle, as she fired shot after shot at her formidable antagonist. At 11 a.m., the Minnesota opened fire and assisted the Monitor in engaging the Merrimac. She fired 9-inch solid shot with good accuracy, but with apparently little effect. The Merrimac returned the fire with shell, one of which struck and exploded the boiler of the gunboat Dragon, which was alongside the Minnesota, endeavoring to get her off. For the next hour, the battle raged fiercely between the Merrimac on the rebel side and the Union vessels, the Monitor, Minnesota, and Whitehall, but with no particular result. The Minnesota presenting the best mark, the Merrimac fired at her frequently, alternately giving the Monitor a powerful shot. The Merrimac made several attempts to run at full speed past the Monitor to attack and run down the Minnesota. All these attempts were parried, as it were, by the Monitor. In one of these desperate efforts, the Merrimac ran her plow or ram with terrible force against the side of the Monitor, but it only had the effect of careening the latter vessel in the slightest degree. The rebel boats Yorktown and Patrick Henry kept at a safe distance from the Monitor. The former vessel, at the beginning of the fight, had the temerity to come within range of the Monitor. The latter fired one shot at her, which entered her pilot house, carrying it away, when she retired out of range. The fire raged hotly on both sides, the opposing batteries moving around each other with the skill, ease, and dexterity of knights in a tournament. The Merrimac, though the strongest, did not move with the freedom of her antagonist, hence the Monitor had the advantage, taking choice of position. At 12:15, the Merrimac was in full retreat, heading for Sewell's Point, and chased for a few minutes by the Monitor. The Merrimac had evidently suffered to some extent, and it was thought at one time that she was sinking. After she got safely under the guns of the rebel battery at Sewell's Point, she stopped and signaled for help from her consorts, who were beating a retreat. Subsequently, 2 tugboats or gunboats went alongside, took her in tow, and proceeded to Norfolk. This ended the combat. Toward the close of the engagement, Lieutenant Worden was standing in the pilot house when a percussion shell struck the turret and exploded. The openings for sighting outside objects, through one of which Lieutenant Worden was looking, allowed the fine dust and splinters to enter, injuring his eyes. Almost immediately afterward, the same thing occurred, and this second injury rendered him completely blind, and he was compelled to retire below. It was feared that he was permanently injured in this gallant encounter, but after careful treatment his sight was restored, and he was again ready for duty. This remarkable encounter between 2 ironclad vessels was regarded with the greatest interest throughout Europe, where its importance to the questions of naval architecture and warfare was fully appreciated and understood. It had not only a direct bearing upon the construction and working of floating batteries, but it demonstrated that a new engine of war had been introduced that might render valueless for effective defense all the land batteries against which these iron antagonists might be brought to bear. The destruction of the Cumberland and Congress on the first day of the engagement, and the triumphant condition in which the Merrimac had retired from the heavy broadsides of the Federal frigates, which would have almost destroyed an ordinary vessel, created intense excitement in all the seaport cities of the North. The loud boasts of the rebels over the strength, sailing qualities, and impregnable character of their vessel, apparently justified by the events of March 8th, led to an apprehension that she might be successful in running out to sea and visiting Philadelphia, New York, Boston, and other cities which were entirely unprepared for sudden attack. The appearance of the Monitor alongside of the Minnesota on the morning of the 9th was altogether unexpected, and the rebel commander evidently knew that he had no common foe with which to deal. End of section 35. Section 36 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Capture of Jacksonville, Florida. Occupation of Columbus, Kentucky. And Battle of Pea Ridge, Arkansas. Capture of Jacksonville, Florida, March 12, 1862. Jacksonville, the principal town in East Florida, is situated on the St. Johns River, 20 miles from the sea. Vessels drawing 12 feet of water can cross the bar. An important commercial city of Florida, it was desirable to restore it to the protection of the government, and after the capture of Fernandina, the commanders of the expedition turned their attention to the accomplishment of this object. The United States gunboat Ottawa, in company with the Pembina and Seneca, succeeded in crossing the bar off Jacksonville on the 11th of March. Commodore Rodgers found to his great satisfaction, as already at Fernandina and St. Mary's, no attempt to dispute his progress or resist the restoration of the city to its allegiance to the government. Contrary to expectation on both sides, the approaches to this place by the river were not defended, and no resistance was offered to the Union forces by land or water. As at Fernandina, the batteries were evacuated, and the guns for the most part left behind. This was by order of General Trapier, who is said to have acted upon orders from General Lee, commanding the Confederate troops on the South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida coast. There were some 5,000 rebel troops in this part of Florida, at Fernandina and on the line of the railroads to Tallahassee and the Cedar Keys. When it was ascertained by the mayor of the city that the troops were to be withdrawn, he held a consultation with General Piles, in company with a portion of the city council, in which the question of resistance was freely discussed. The retirement of the troops and the entirely defenseless condition in which the people had been left allowed them no choice had they been ever so much determined to dispute the entry of the federal forces. The mayor, H. Hogue, issued a proclamation, informing the citizens that no opposition would be made and calling upon all the inhabitants to treat their expected visitors with proper decorum and to do nothing that would provoke any ill feeling between citizens and soldiers. On the arrival of the vessels, Lieutenant Stevens was politely received by the authorities, who came on board his vessel, the Ottawa, and through S.L. Burritt, Esquire, gave up the town. Many of the inhabitants had abandoned their homes, fearing to trust the federal troops. Others, however, remained and testified their gratification at the arrival of the fleet. Unfortunately, however, they did not reach Jacksonville in time to save that beautiful town from the flames, as a part of it was laid in ruins. On the afternoon of the 11th, some 500 or 600 armed men, claiming to be a part of the force which had been stationed at Fernandina, arrived by railroad and announced that they had come, by order of General Trapier, to burn the steam sawmills, lumber, etc., which might be of value to the federal authorities. No time was given to save property of any description. At dusk the torch was applied, and in a brief space 8 of these immense establishments, forming nearly a circle on both sides of the river, were in a blaze. Immediately afterwards, the spacious and elegant hotel, well known to northern invalids as the Judson House, was fired by unknown persons, together with warehouses, the railroad freight depot, etc., etc. All this property was a total loss to the owners, as no attempt was made to save or rescue any portion of it. The loss was estimated at $500,000. The population of Jacksonville before the war broke out was about 4,000. It had a large trade, as the St. Johns River is settled with plantations and is navigable for 200 miles above the town for large vessels, and there were a dozen steamers running on it. The lumber trade was very extensive and prosperous. About 50 million feet of Florida pitch pine were sawed there annually. The business was ruined by the incendiaries. The exports of rosin, turpentine, etc. amounted to $100,000 annually, cotton $250,000, cedar $100,000, etc. The arrivals of vessels were about 400 yearly. The town was built mainly of brick, lighted with gas, and was a great resort for invalids, for its mild and balmy climate. The Florida, Atlantic, and Gulf Railroad, starting here, intersects with the road from Fernandina to Cedar Keys, 12 miles from Jacksonville, and then goes on to Tallahassee, the capital, 160 miles, and thence 18 miles to St. Mark's on the Gulf. General Sherman and staff arrived on the 20th in the steamer Cosmopolitan. He immediately issued a proclamation to the people, assuring them of protection and peace, and calling upon them to continue their accustomed business. On the same day, a meeting of the citizens was held, at which the most loyal sentiments were avowed, and a series of very strong resolutions adopted in favor of the Union, and denouncing the acts of the secession convention and the state authorities in a most emphatic manner. The resolutions also called for the holding of a convention of the state to organize a state government for Florida, and called upon the chief of the military department of the United States to retain at Jacksonville a sufficient force to maintain order and protect the citizens and their property and persons. The loyal men of the town, after being thus assured of the continued protection of the government, gave evidence of their patriotism and devotion to the Constitution, and for a time they enjoyed the peace and protection they so much desired. But it was of short duration, and the result was more disastrous to them than the uninterrupted occupancy of the place by the rebel force would have been. Not only had the most important business establishments been sacrificed to the flames, but the principal hotels and other buildings had also been destroyed by the retiring enemy. In a short time, General Hunter, the new commander in that department, ordered the evacuation of the city by the federal troops, and they accordingly withdrew. Immediately the rebel forces returned, the secession authorities renewed their administration, and the active Unionists were arrested, imprisoned, their property confiscated, and in many cases their lives were sacrificed. Some of them were fortunate enough to escape with their families and some personal effects, and obtained passage on vessels bound to New York, where they arrived and narrated a painful history of their sufferings. Jacksonville, occupied and speedily evacuated by federal troops, makes a gloomy chapter in the history of loyal adversities during the rebellion. Occupation of Columbus, Kentucky, March 3, 1862. The city of Columbus stands on the Kentucky shore of the Mississippi, 25 miles below Cairo, which is at the junction of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. It is a place of great natural strength, from the high and precipitous bluffs upon which the city is built. This important position had been early seized as a stronghold by the enemy, and Herculean labors had been performed in the erection of batteries and fortifications, and the mounting of immense guns of the heaviest caliber. The necessity of holding Columbus against the federal approach in order to protect Nashville, Memphis, Vicksburg, and New Orleans was one of the great incentives to the rebel commanders in expending so much labor and time in its defense. But all their calculations had been shaken by the capture of Forts Henry and Donelson and the evacuation of Bowling Green. Their line of defense was broken by these brilliant movements. Their flank was exposed, and they were in danger of having their retreat cut off by a vigorous movement of the Federal army flushed by brilliant successes. There was no alternative but to risk a similar defeat and capture, or to evacuate their works. The latter course was adopted, and on February 27th, the army commenced its retreat from the apprehended foe. They carried away with them large quantities of commissary stores, ammunition, guns, and war material of every description, and by March 2nd had abandoned their works and the city. On the same night, Lieutenant Colonel Hogg of the 2nd Illinois Cavalry left Paducah to reconnoiter in the direction of Columbus. At the same time, the flotilla at Cairo was being put in a state of complete readiness for a movement, which was kept a profound secret from all but the commander and his advisory officers. Commodore Foote himself was not acquainted with the movement of Lieutenant Colonel Hogg. On the morning of the 4th, at daylight, the flotilla left Cairo and dropped down the river. Commodore Foote and General Collum were on board the flagship Cincinnati, accompanied by the gunboats St. Louis, Louisville, Carondelet, Pittsburgh, Lexington, and 4 mortar boats. General Sherman commanded the transports. Alex Scott, I.L. McGill, and Illinois, with the following troops aboard: 27th Illinois, Colonel Buford, 42nd Illinois, and 2 batteries. On reaching that part of the river which makes a curving sweep toward Columbus, the vessels took up various positions, the mortar boats being placed at a favorable point on the Missouri shore, where they could shell the rebel works and be out of sight and range of their guns. While the gunboats were gradually nearing the fortifications, a flag was discovered flying from the summit of the bluffs. It was at too great a distance to be distinctly discerned, but the possibility of the Federal flag flying on that spot was not to be entertained. General Sherman, on a tugboat, advanced and turned the bend in the river out of sight of the fleet. No shot was fired, and the gunboats followed in time to discover the general and some of his men scaling the summit of the bluff. The stars and stripes were floating magnificently, where only a few hours before the flag of the enemy asserted dominion. The general soon ascertained that Lieutenant Colonel Hogg had arrived on the afternoon of the 3rd, and quietly occupied the abandoned fortifications and raised the national colors on their walls. The works were extensive, of massive strength, capable of resisting a protracted siege, and supplied with guns, of which the 128-pounders formed a part. The natural position, as well as the immense defensive preparations which had been made, seemed to render them impregnable to an attacking force. Yet with all these advantages, the enemy had spiked many of their guns, rolled them down the bluff into the river, destroyed large amounts of stores, burnt their buildings, and retired. The Federal forces, jubilant with their easy conquest and spared the horrors of bloodshed, took possession of the place in a spirit of cheerful triumph. There was no drawback to the rejoicing, no dead to bury, no wounded to send their groans through the cheering shouts that rang far and wide from under the stars and stripes when they were once more flung to the wind. Columbus was drawn back to the Union almost without an effort. Battle of Pea Ridge, Arkansas, March 6 through 8, 1862. One of the most brilliant events of the war west of the Mississippi was the Battle of Pea Ridge, which lasted from the 6th to the 8th of March and crowned the National Army with a splendid victory, after a long and toilsome pursuit of the rebels. After the removal of General Fremont from command in Missouri, the army which he had led from Jefferson City to Springfield made a retrograde movement, falling back on Rolla, St. Louis, and the towns on the line of the Missouri River. As was to be anticipated, the consequence of this retreat was the return of General Price with his forces, and the reoccupation of the whole of southern Missouri by the insurgents. They remained in possession of the field until February, when a new national force, under Generals Curtis, Sigel, and Ashboth, entered the field and advanced rapidly in pursuit of the retreating enemy. The rebels fell back to avoid a general engagement and evacuated Springfield on the 12th of February, near which, in a brief skirmish, General Curtis's army encountered and defeated them. On the morning of the 13th, General Curtis entered the town and restored the national flag to its place. Price left about 600 sick men behind him and large quantities of forage and wagons. He expected that the Federal army would remain several days at least in Springfield to give the troops rest, satisfied with the reoccupation of this valuable position. But General Curtis was not a man to sleep upon his arms. On the morning of the 14th, he resumed his pursuit and continued his march to Crane's Creek, about 22 miles from Springfield. He pressed closely upon the enemy, and on the 17th had another encounter with them at Sugar Creek. This protracted pursuit of 3 weeks, at an average rate of 20 miles a day, is remarkable in the history of warfare. But, like most Western men, General Curtis had learned the art of war, and the expediency of energetic action to some purpose. He had given up his seat in Congress when the war broke out and took the field, forgetting politics and everything else in a burning love of his country. With such men, long marches and hard fighting is the business of war. They shrink from nothing but inaction. Both armies had now reached the soil of Arkansas, the rebels being rapidly reinforced by regiments which had been stationed in that state and the Indian Territory. General Price was in a better position to give battle. Upon mature deliberation, General Curtis selected Sugar Creek as the best position he could take to withstand any attack which might be made upon him. The enemy had, in the meantime, taken up his position in the locality of Cross Hollow, which was peculiarly adapted to his mode of warfare. But this was not long permitted, for on learning that the Union troops were turning their flank by way of Osage Spring, Price's followers again decamped in hot haste, leaving behind a considerable quantity of supplies and munitions of war. By this time, the lines of the Union Army extended nearly 10 miles. The right was under General Sigel, resting at Osage Springs, and the left under Colonel Carr, extending to Cape Benjamin. Colonel Carr's headquarters were at Cross Hollows. Having abandoned Cross Hollows, General Price took up a fresh position in the Boston Mountains, a high range that divides the waters of the White Mountains and Arkansas, where every effort was made to rally the dispirited rebels and augment the ranks of his command. Here it was that he was reinforced by Generals McCulloch, Pike, and Van Dorn. These combined armies were estimated at 35,000 men. Matters remained comparatively quiet until the 5th of March, when General Curtis received information that the rebels were advancing to give battle. The information proved correct, and the 6th, 7th, and 8th will long be held in remembrance as the anniversary of one of the bloodiest conflicts of the war. Pea Ridge is in the extreme northwest part of Arkansas, situated in Benton, the corner county of the state. A range of hills, a spur of the Ozark Mountains, sweeps from Missouri into this corner of the state, and from thence branches into the Indian Territory, where the section known as the Boston Mountains is found. Sugar Creek, where the battle commenced, is situated close to Bentonville, the capital of the county on the north. Pea Ridge is also adjacent to the same town and forms part of the mountain range just described. At this time it became evident to the several commanders that a general contest was inevitable. A decisive combat was, in fact, desired by both of the opposing forces. General McIntosh, confident of success with his large army, under the leadership of Price, McCulloch, Pike, and Van Dorn, believed that he could strike a fatal blow at the Union cause west of the Mississippi by the annihilation of the Federal army. General Curtis, on the other hand, was not less anxious for a contest, even at the fearful disadvantage offered him. With his keen discrimination, he saw the glorious results of a defeat of the 4 rebel chieftains united against him. Should he prove successful in the almost desperate encounter, it would prove the destruction of the rebel forces in the 2 states, and leave a clear field for future operation. Should he fail, but no true general even thinks of that after he has made up his mind to fight. At the time, his force was divided into 3 divisions as follows. General Sigel's division, 1st Brigade, Colonel Grussel, 36th Illinois, Colonel Grussel, 25th Illinois, Colonel Kohler, 44th Illinois, Colonel Noblesdorf, 2nd Brigade, Colonel Osterhaus, 12th Missouri, Colonel Osterhaus, 7th Missouri, Colonel Hassendufel, 2nd Missouri, Colonel Schaefer, 3rd Brigade, Colonel Asboth, 3rd Missouri, Colonel Friala, Illinois Cavalry, 1 battalion, Captains Jenks and Smith, 3rd Iowa Cavalry. General Davis's division, 1st Brigade, Colonel Benton, 8th Indiana, Colonel Benton, 18th Indiana, Colonel Patterson, 22nd Indiana, Colonel Hendricks, 2nd Brigade, Colonel Julius White, 59th Illinois, Colonel Fredericks, 37th Illinois, Colonel Burns, Missouri Cavalry, Battalion, Major Brown, 2nd Ohio, Battery, Colonel Caton, 1st Missouri Light Artillery, 1 battery. General Carr's division, 1st Brigade, Colonel Dodge, 4th Iowa, Lieutenant Colonel Gallican, 35th Illinois, Colonel G.A. Smith, 24th Missouri, Battalion, Major Weston, 2nd Brigade, Colonel Vanderneer, 9th Iowa, Lieutenant Colonel Herron, 25th Missouri, Colonel Phelps, 9th Iowa, Battery, Captain Hayden, 1st Iowa, Battery, Lieutenant David, 3rd Brigade, Colonel Ellis, 1st Missouri Cavalry, Colonel Ellis, 3rd Illinois, 6th Missouri, Battalion, Major Wright. Opposed to the forces of General Curtis, just enumerated, the rebel army had fully 10,000 Missouri State troops under Major General Price, 6 to 8 regiments of Arkansas troops under General McCulloch, 6 regiments of Texans under General Earl Van Dorn, 3,000 Cherokee, Choctaw, and Seminole Indians under Colonel Albert Pike, all under command of Major General McIntosh. Besides those mentioned, there were 2 or 3 regiments of Louisiana troops and companies of Mississippi and Alabama regiments under the command of their respective colonels, majors, and captains. Upon this occasion, the Union troops were well armed and equipped, while the weapons of the rebels varied in character and effectiveness. Many of them were excellent, embracing Minet rifles, Enfield muskets, and good United States muskets. The larger portion, however, were hunting rifles and shotguns. The rebels had 82 field pieces, 20 of which were rifled, while General Curtis's forces had but 49. Nearly all, however, were of superior manufacture and destructive power. On the evening of the 5th of March, the scouts of General Sigel brought in word that large forces of the rebel cavalry were on the Pineville Road at Osage Spring. Sigel was evidently in a bad position, and on the following day he commenced moving back, his pickets being driven in before he could get his wagon train in motion. His route lay a few miles to the north when he struck the bed of Sugar Creek, along which he traveled 6 miles. It was there the battle first began. General Sigel, with 2 battalions of Missouri infantry and a squadron of cavalry, formed the rear guard of his division, and were delayed by the train which moved slowly along the rough roads. He determined not to desert a single wagon to the rebels, although by so doing he could have easily reached the main body of the Union forces. The enemy made his appearance with 4,000 cavalry at about 10 o'clock in the morning, a few miles out of Bentonville, and immediately commenced the attack by a desperate charge. Sigel had with him nearly 1,000 men. He sent forward 200 infantry to prevent the enemy cutting him off, and with the remainder he received the whole of the vast army. He ordered his men to stand firm and take good aim. The teams were put upon good pace, and the enemy came rushing on in several lines. The horsemen on the flanks and infantry in the rear awaited their approach until within about 200 yards, when they delivered a terrible volley of Minet balls into the rebel ranks, which had the effect of throwing them into temporary confusion. In a few minutes the leaders succeeded in getting them into something like order. This time they came up to close quarters. The same volley, succeeded by a second and a third, greeted them. The enemy came on in crowds, and their cavalry all closed around the little band, notwithstanding horses and riders were falling thick and fast before its steady fire. General Sigel rode undismayed along the whole line, inspiring his men. Some of the cavalry on the flank had succeeded in getting across the road, so cutting the train in two. Here the enemy set up a shout of triumph. It was short-lived. In a minute more, the bayonets of the Union men had done their work, leaving hundreds of dead and wounded in their tracks. The enemy was driven off, broken and dismayed. Galled and maddened at the repulse, his scattered ranks could be seen reforming to renew the attack. The column was yet 7 miles from the encampment. A dispatch had been sent forward to General Curtis, explaining the position and asking for assistance. It was hardly possible that the messenger could have been captured. The enemy was advancing on the road and along the ridges enclosing the stream. At about 2 o'clock, a second attack was made and desperately carried forward. The rebel cavalry spurred their horses right on to the irresistible bayonets, delivering their load of buckshot from their miscellaneous guns, and then brandishing huge knives, which every one of them carried in place of sabers. They surrounded the rear guard a second time, and for a few minutes friend could hardly be distinguished from foe. The dense smoke enveloped the whole of the combatants, and for some time it was doubtful whether any of the Union bands survived. The faithful Germans never faltered for a moment. Their gallant leader struck down a dozen who clamored for his life, and hewed his way through a line of enemies to rejoin his command. The bayonets proved the invincibility of the Union infantry against horsemen. The foe retired a second time, and for an hour could not be induced to return. By this time, the advance, which had been constantly skirmishing with the rebel cavalry, announced reinforcements in sight, and a faint cheer went up, which was re-echoed by the troops from the camp. A third and last attempt was made to capture the train. It failed, and the enemy withdrew about 3:30 o'clock. General Sigel reached camp at 4:30 o'clock to receive the congratulations of the whole army. His loss in the entire march was estimated at 60 killed and 200 wounded, many of whom fell into the hands of the rebels, it being impossible to bring them off. The night of the 6th March was passed in a state of suspense. The houses in the valley had been appropriated as hospitals, and a strong force posted on the hill on the south bank of the creek under Colonel Carr, with General Sigel occupying the ridge on the north side, while Colonel Davis occupied the center near the crossing. The enemy, it was supposed, would naturally make the attack from the Fayetteville Road, and the baggage trains and hospitals had been placed to the rear of the lines. During the night, the manifestation showed conclusively that he was approaching in great strength by the road leading from Bentonville to Keatsville, thus getting to the flank and rear. This road lies, after crossing Sugar Creek, over a high tableland called Pea Ridge. It extends from the stage road westwardly some 8 miles along the right bank of Sugar Creek. The ridge is covered with a growth of stunted oaks, and a sprinkling of larger growth called post oaks. 3 or 4 farms were located upon the ridge 2 miles west of the road, to which the name of Leetown has been given. It was near these farms that the principal part of the fighting took place. Thursday night, March 6th, was clear and cold. The reflection of the enemy's campfires could be seen stretching along for miles to the right. On the Fayetteville Road, the Union pickets reported nothing unusual. Several Union field pieces had been placed in position, sweeping that road. The men slept on their arms, that is, each man lay on the ground in fine of battle with his musket by him, ready for action at a moment's notice. A strong picket guard was extended for 1/4 mile beyond the lines, and the Federal soldiers awaited the break of day with premonition that the morrow's sun would be the last which would rise for many of them. The evidences were very clear on the morning that a strong force had been posted on the Fayetteville Road, thus standing directly between the Union forces and their next line at Cassville, completely cutting off communication with the outer world. The line of battle was changed. Colonel Carr was sent back along the Fayetteville Road, 2 miles, with his right resting on Cross Timber Hollows at the head of Beaver Creek, a tributary of Big Sugar Creek, immediately facing the rebel batteries on the side of Elkhorn Tavern. General Davis, with the Central Division, was posted on the top of Pea Ridge, leaving Sigel to cover the camp with his left wing resting on Sugar Creek. In this position, things stood when the rebels opened the fight with artillery on the extreme right from a very advantageous position at the distance of a mile. The Federal batteries soon replied. The fight raged in front of Colonel Carr's division from 10 to 11 o'clock, when another battery was ordered up to his support, for he was hotly pressed. The left as yet had not been menaced. General Sigel felt confident that the enemy might be expected to make a descent from the south side, and it was deemed indispensable to keep the men ready for action in that direction. Colonel Osterhaus was sent with his brigade in the morning along the highland in the direction of Leestown, where he intercepted the reinforcements of the enemy. This was one of the most spirited and successful attacks of the battle, and resulted in a complete diversion of the enemy from the overpowered forces of Colonel Carr on the Fayetteville Road. The Union cavalry penetrated along the main ridge beyond the road by which the enemy had advanced, and were on the point of seizing some of his wagons when a brigade of rebel cavalry and infantry attacked them. Then followed one of the most sanguinary contests that has ever been recorded between cavalry. Most of the fighting was done at close quarters. Pistols and carbines having been exhausted, sabers were brought into requisition. The rattle of steel against steel, sabers against muskets and cutlasses, was terrific. The rebels were Texas Rangers and fought like demons. The slaughter was awful. The Missouri cavalry, cleaving right and left windrows of dead and wounded in front of their horses. The enemy fell back in dismay. The valorous Federals pursued them along the road for a mile, when they opened a battery upon the mass of friends and foes, plowing through them with solid shot and shell. Colonel Osterhaus had succeeded in his attempt, and retired, bringing off his dead and wounded in safety. Meantime, the contest was raging furiously on the extreme right on both sides of the Fayetteville Road. The 1st and 2nd Iowa batteries, planted at an eminence overlooking the declivity in the road, were plying shrapnel and canister into the ranks of the enemy, who appeared in immense numbers on all sides, as if to surround the right of the Union line and thus completely environ them. In order to defeat this object, a severe struggle took place for the occupancy of a rising knoll on the east side of the road. The enemy gained upon the Federals, and it was not until the men were half stricken down that they yielded the point. Word had been passed back to General Curtis that the enemy was passing severely on the right flank, and the Union forces were sent back. The section of a battery had been left on the hill, and the enemy was now turning it upon the Union lines. Colonel Carr, fearing that no reinforcements would arrive, collected his strength and mustered his entire force for a last desperate charge, resolved to retake the position or perish in the attempt. A heavy firing on the center, and a cheer from the advancing division of General Davis favored the effort. The troops marched up the battery amid a storm of shot from their own guns, and after a desperate hand-to-hand struggle, finally drove the enemy down the ravine in hopeless confusion. Colonel Carr received a wound in the arm, but remained on the field. During the night, a sharp fire of artillery had been kept up from the left, and from 2 Missouri batteries on the center, under Colonels Patterson and Fiala. The enemy had made frequent attempts to gain a position nearer the Union lines, and succeeded in getting so near that the balls from their guns would strike near the tents and baggage wagons. Towards night, the enemy made an attempt to break the Federal center, but the timely support of a brigade of General Sigel and a section of artillery promptly repulsed them. The night closed with skirmishing and sharpshooting. Occasionally the report of a musket could be heard during the night, then a second and an interval of silence, but few of the soldiers slept. The communication with Springfield was cut off, and Union messengers were falling into the enemy's hands. As yet, the Federals had gained little advantage, and with desperate fighting had only succeeded in repelling equally desperate attacks. Nothing but hard fighting could avail them. Filled with these thoughts, the soldiers solemnly gave their wives and children into each other's charge, no one being aware who the survivor would be. Young men talked in low voices of the loved ones at home, fathers, mothers, sisters, sweethearts, and messages full of tender pathos were left to be given after death. It was indeed an anxious, mournful night. The fight on the morning of the 8th commenced by a salute from the Union batteries on the extreme right. General Asboth, with a regiment of infantry and a battalion of cavalry, had been sent to the support of Colonel Carr, while General Sigel was moving up to a fresh position on the ridge near Leestown. The enemy was unprepared for this sudden and vigorous assault, and fled after a short and spiritless resistance. They ran, leaving 4 pieces of artillery behind them, and a 5th was afterwards taken in the pursuit. The enemy was being turned by the left flank, General Sigel pushing boldly after him. An hour or more was spent in contesting the possession of a spot on Cox's farm, when the rebels fell back to the hollow. A pause ensued, when the right, under General Davis, moved along, and after a sharp contest of half an hour, in which the rebel General McIntosh was killed, the enemy began to retreat to cross Timber Hollow. The whole line was then ordered forward. The rebels attempted to make a stand on the next hill, but the Union artillery played upon them with disastrous effect. The enemy on the road near the tavern refused to be moved. General Asboth, with a large column of cavalry, was sent round to outflank them, when another desperate conflict ensued between the Union cavalry and the Texas and Louisiana troops. The Indians also took part in it, but beyond shrieks and yells their influence was not felt. The batteries of the enemy fired chains, spikes, pieces of bar iron, and solid shot. It was evident that his canister and shell were exhausted. Now the Federal batteries on the right were ordered to the front. Taking a position within 500 yards, they poured an incessant shower of grape, canister, and shell for 20 minutes. A general bayonet charge was then ordered, and the Union line rushed down the valley and ascended the opposite hill. A cheer went up from them as they delivered volley after volley into the enemy's ranks. The rebels cheered also, and it was evident that they doubled the Union forces from the overwhelming shout that rang up from their lines. At this time, General Sigel was carrying everything before him on the extreme left. The foe was running, and the Union men, catching the inspiration of the moment, rushed on in pursuit. Before 1 o'clock, the rout was complete. To the westward of Pea Ridge there was a wide strip of timber which had been blown down by a hurricane the previous summer. Across this swath of uprooted trees, which were larger and denser in the lowlands, the enemy's cavalry and artillery attempted to retreat, and were mercilessly pelted with shell. The panic was overwhelming, and their defeat decided. Muskets, clothing, and shotguns were strewn along the woods. Horses roamed about in wild droves. The cries of the cavalrymen and the yells of the Indians, with the groans of the wounded, surpassed all description. Caissons overturned, wagons broken down, and horses dying and dead strewed the whole road. 13 cannon, 6 and 12-pounders, were taken in all, besides thousands of shotguns and loads of provisions. It was in this position of affairs that General Price, with a detachment of his army, had, in his attempt to make a stand on the Keytesville road, caught the contagion of his fleeing comrades, and betook himself to the northward, Colonel Carr and General Asboth keeping closely after him. This was probably one of the most hotly contested battles of the war, when everything is taken into consideration, and it is worthy of remark that few officers were wounded, although at all times exposed even to recklessness. For 3 days the fighting continued, the men only resting during the darkness to renew the attack with the first light, and even then were but partially allowed to slumber. Pea Ridge will never be forgotten while we have a history. The Federal loss in killed, wounded, and missing was 1,351. That of the rebels was about 2,000. Generals McIntosh and McCulloch were killed. End of section 36. Section 37 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Newburn, North Carolina, and the capture of New Madrid, Missouri. Battle of Newburn, North Carolina, March 14, 1862. Newburn, in Craven County, North Carolina, is situated at the confluence of the Trent and Neuse rivers, which flow into Pamlico Sound, from whence, through Ocracoke Inlet, communication is had with the Atlantic. It is 80 miles northeast of Wilmington and 100 from Raleigh, has a population of 6,000, and considerable commerce. The importance of Newburn was early appreciated by the rebels, who adopted vigorous means for its defense. The approaches to the city on the south bank of the Neuse, the only available route of an assailant, were defended by formidable earthworks, and as a protection against gunboats, a line of vessels, backed by a chevaux de frise, was placed in the channel, commanded by heavy batteries. The expedition designed to operate against Newburn sailed from Hatteras Inlet on the 12th of March, the land forces under General Burnside and naval forces under Commander Rowan. The land forces consisted of the brigades of Generals Foster, Reno, and Park, much reduced, however, by regiments left behind at Roanoke Island and Hatteras Inlet, and not exceeding 8,000 men. They were supported by McCook's battery of boat howitzers, 3 companies of Marines, and a detachment of the Union Coast Guard. The distance from Hatteras Inlet to the entrance of Pamlico Sound is 23 miles. Thence, through the Sound and up the river to Newburn, about 50 miles. Early on the morning of the 12th, the entire force started for Newburn, and that night anchored off the mouth of Slocum's Creek, some 18 miles from Newburn, where General Burnside decided to make a landing. The landing commenced by 7 o'clock the next morning, under cover of the naval fleet, and was effected with the greatest enthusiasm by the troops. Many, too impatient for the boats, leaped into the water and waded waist-deep to the shore. Then, after a toilsome march through the mud, the head of the column moved within 1.5 miles of the enemy's stronghold at 8 p.m., a distance of 12 miles from the point of landing, where they bivouacked for the night, the rear of the column coming up with the boat howitzers about 3 o'clock next morning. This detention was caused by the shocking condition of the roads, consequent upon the heavy rain that had fallen during the day and the whole of the night. It required a whole regiment to drag the 8 pieces which had been landed from the Navy and the vessels of General Burnside. By signals agreed upon, the naval vessels, with the armed vessels carrying the land forces, were informed of each other's progress, and were thereby enabled to assist the march by shelling the road in advance. At daylight on the morning of the 14th, an advance of the entire division was ordered. General Foster's brigade marched up the main country road to attack the enemy's left, General Reno up the railroad to attack their right, and General Parke was to follow General Foster and attack the enemy in the front, with instructions to support either or both brigades. On the morning of the 14th, at 7 o'clock, the column of General Reno on the railroad was the first to move. The 21st Massachusetts, as the right flank regiment, was leading the advance. The regiment had not proceeded far before it saw a train of cars standing on the track. In front of the locomotive, on a platform car, a large rifled gun was placed in position to take the road. The men advanced at the double quick and poured in a volley with such accuracy of aim that the enemy, who had already rolled the gun and caisson off the car, did not stop to unload the carriage, but ran into the entrenchments, and the train was back toward Newburn, leaving the platform cars standing on the track. The 21st had got within short range of the enemy's earthworks, but now fell back, and, forming line of battle in the woods, opened fire. The 51st New York would move to the left, and ordered forward to engage a series of redans, the 9th New Jersey occupying the left of the line, and the 51st Pennsylvania held in reserve, in rear of the 9th, a little to the left. Meanwhile, General Foster's brigade had advanced up the main road to the clearing, when the 24th Massachusetts was sent into the woods to the right of the road, and opening a heavy fire on the enemy, commenced the action of the 1st Brigade. The 27th was sent to their left to support them, and, news being received that the enemy were trying to outflank the Federals on the right, the 25th was sent to resist the movement. The 23rd, being moved to the front next in line of battle, opened fire upon the enemy, which was replied to by very heavy volleys, and a cannonade from a park of field pieces behind the breastwork. The very first cannon shot killed Lieutenant Colonel Henry Merritt of the 23rd. General Foster's line of battle was completed by moving the 10th Connecticut to the extreme left, a position which they were compelled to maintain under the most discouraging disadvantages. The ground was very wet, swampy, and cut up into gullies and ravines, which opened toward the enemy, offering no protection from his fire. General Parke's brigade, which had followed the 1st Brigade up the main road, was placed in line between the 10th Connecticut and 21st Massachusetts, the 4th Rhode Island holding the right of line, the 8th Connecticut the next place, the 5th Rhode Island next, and the 11th Connecticut on the left. The line of battle was now complete, the 24th Massachusetts on the extreme right, and the 51st Pennsylvania at the extreme left, and extended more than a mile. The naval battery was in position at the center, with Captain Bennett's and Captain Dayton's rifles alongside, and were all worked with the greatest gallantry throughout the day. The fire of the enemy was now telling so severely upon the 21st that Colonel Clark ordered the regiment forward on a double quick, and at the head of 4 companies entered the breastworks from the railroad track in company with General Reno, and the colors were taken into a frame house which stood near and waved from the roof. The men at the nearest guns, seeing the movement, abandoned their pieces and fled, and the 4 companies being formed again in line of battle, charged down the line upon the battery. Colonel Clark mounted the first gun, waved the colors, and had nearly reached the second when 2 full regiments of the enemy emerged from a grove of young pines and advanced upon his men, who, seeing that they were likely to be captured or cut to pieces, leaped over the parapet and retired to their position in the woods. On being driven from the battery, Colonel Clark informed Colonel Rodman of the 4th Rhode Island of the state of affairs inside, and that officer decided upon a charge with the bayonet. His regiment had been firing, like the rest of the line, by companies and otherwise. When the command was given to charge, they advanced at the double quick directly up to the battery, firing as they ran, and entered at the right flank, between a brickyard and the end of the parapet. With a steady line of cold, sharp steel, the Rhode Islanders bore down upon the enemy, and, routing him, captured the whole battery with its 2 flags, and planted the stars and stripes upon the parapet. The 8th Connecticut, 5th Rhode Island, and 11th Connecticut, coming up to their support, the rebels fled with precipitation, and left the Union troops in undisputed possession. General Reno's brigade was still attacking the redans and the small battery on the right of the railroad, and the firing was heavy. The 21st was engaging the battery of 5 small pieces, the 51st New York the first of the redans, and the 9th New Jersey the next 2. The 51st Pennsylvania was still in reserve, drawn up in a hollow or ravine, from which they would move up to the top of the eminence, discharge their volleys, and retire to such cover as the inequalities of ground might furnish. General Reno, becoming impatient at the loss of life which his regiments, particularly that of Colonel Ferrero, was suffering, urged that regiment to advance as soon as possible, so Lieutenant Colonel Potter took a color over the brow of the hill into another hollow, and from thence charged up an acclivity and over brushwood and abatis into the redan. The 51st Pennsylvania was ordered up to participate in the decisive charge of the whole brigade upon the line of redans, and passing through the 51st New York as it was lying on the ground, after having exhausted all its ammunition, came under the heaviest fire, and without flinching or wavering moved to its place and rushed, with other regiments, upon the defenses of the enemy. The movement of Colonel Hartranft's regiment was executed splendidly, and proved a complete success. The movement of the 3rd Brigade was supported by a charge of the 4th Rhode Island from the captured main battery upon the works which were being assailed, and the enemy, already demoralized by the breaking of their center, fell back before the grand charge upon the left and front of their position, and fled in confusion. On the extreme right, the brave 24th and its supporting regiments had been advancing inch by inch, standing up to the enemy's musketry and cannonade without faltering, and almost at the time when the 4th Rhode Island charged in at the right flank, the colors of the 24th were planted on the parapet at the left, and the whole of the 1st Brigade poured into the fortification. The whole line of earthworks was now in Union hands, and the cheers of the Federal men, from one end of it to the other, broke out with fresh spirit as each new regimental color was unfurled on the parapet. The approaches to Newburn were defended by a line of water batteries, or forts, communicating with extensive field fortifications. The lower fort is about 6 miles from the city. The next communicates with the unfinished batteries and breastworks. The others were distributed about equal distances along the shore. The line of fortifications attacked and stormed was some 3 miles in extent. At the river bank a hexagonal fort, or water battery, with a large bomb-proof and 13 heavy guns, commanded in addition the river approach. By means of pivot carriages the cannon could be turned upon an advancing land force, and even sweep the line of breastworks itself in case the garrison should be driven out. From the fort to the center of the line a well-made breastwork extended, with a deep moat in front. At the center was a bastion and sally port, after which the breastwork was continued to the railroad embankment, which was used as a means of defense. Beyond the railroad, but completely protecting the right flank of the main battery, was a small battery of irregular shape, communicating with a system of 13 redans, or rifle pits, each pair of which were constructed on a knoll rising between ravines, the conformation of the ground furnishing in itself a most admirable basis for field works. The locality was chosen with rare judgment, and all that engineering skill could accomplish was done to make these fortifications an impassable barrier to hostile troops. From the railroad westward, a swift, deep brook with muddy bottom, and a wide border of swamp on both sides, ran in front of the redans, and on the side of approach the timber was so very heavy that, when felled, it presented a barricade which would seem enough of itself to stop any army of French waves. On the brow of each mound, brushwood had been piled with regularity to the height of 4 feet in front of the redans, rendering it extremely difficult to take them by assault from the front. The redans were constructed of heavy timbers, covered with at least 5 feet thickness of earth, while an interior ditch, say 3 feet in depth, gave complete protection to the garrison from volleys of musketry or discharges of grape and canister shot. Inside, the battery presented a most revolting appearance. Beneath the parapet, in the ditch, on the open ground under the gun carriages, lay the dead and mangled bodies of rebels. On every side lay heaped the bleeding carcasses of artillery horses, killed by musket or rifle balls. Here and there a broken gun carriage, or caisson, lay tilted into the mud. Stores of all kinds were scattered over the ground or trampled in the black mire. Muskets with broken stocks or bent barrels were thrown about in every direction. It was a scene of wild confusion on all sides. It was not known with certainty that there was no other battery erected formidable as this, still further up the road, but thinking it best to increase the panic which had seized upon the enemy, General Burnside ordered an advance. General Foster immediately sent forward the 24th, 25th, 27th, and the whole brigade by the straight road. In the charge on the rifle pit, about 100 rebels, among them the colonel of the 33rd North Carolina and a number of commissioned officers, were captured. When these were secured in an old brick kiln and placed under guard, Generals Reno and Parke moved their brigades after General Foster's, the former going before up the railroad track and the latter by the country road. The march to Newburn was unobstructed, the enemy having apparently all he could do to get away on any terms, and early in the afternoon the Union forces reached the bank of the river immediately opposite the city. Long before they came in sight of it, however, dense volumes of smoke were seen rising in that direction, and the suspicion that the place had been fired by the enemy was fully realized when its steeples and houses came into view. Newburn had been fired in 7 different places, and if the wind had not mercifully subsided, there would hardly have been a house left standing by sheet of flame. Preparations were made by General Foster to move his forces across the river. This was accomplished by the assistance of a light draft stern-wheel steamer, which had been captured with 4 or 5 small side-wheel boats by the naval gunboats, which by this time were quite up to the city wharves. To the eastward of the city, a very large rebel camp with barracks and tents was found deserted and taken possession of. Stragglers from different regiments wandered through the city and committed some acts of depredation, but were speedily checked by a strong provost guard appointed by the commanding general. The forts taken were Fort Dixie, 4 guns, 1 100-pound rifle and 3 32-pounders. Fort Thompson, 12 guns, 2 100-pound rifle and 10 32-pounders. Fort Ellis, 8 guns, 1 8-inch Columbiad, 1 100-pounder, under casemate, and 6 32-pounders. Fort Lane, 4 guns, 2 100-pounders and 2 32-pounders. 2 forts at the foot of the city mounting 2 guns each, 3 guns on a car and 2 lying on the wharf. The Federal loss was about 100 killed and 450 wounded. That of the rebels, who were protected by their fortifications, about 220 in killed and wounded. About 300 prisoners were taken by Lieutenant Hammond of the gunboat Hetzel, who was serving one of the guns of McCook's battery. Naval operations. The naval operations under Commander Rowan were conducted with great skill and success. The navigation was impeded in every possible way by the rebels. Sunken vessels closed the main channels at all accessible points, while torpedoes, chevaux de frise, and fire rafts threatened destruction on every side. Captain Rowan hoisted his pennant on Thursday morning on board the steamer Delaware. At 8:30 a.m., the gunboats commenced shelling the woods in the vicinity of the proposed place of landing, taking stations at intervals along the shore to protect the advance of the troops. At 9:30 a.m., the troops commenced landing, and at the same time 6 naval boat howitzers with their crews, under the command of Lieutenant R.S. McCook of the Stars and Stripes, were put on shore to assist the attacks. The army commenced to move up the beach at 11:30 a.m., the debarkation of troops still continuing. In the meantime, the vessels were slowly moving up, throwing shell in the woods beyond. At 4:15 p.m., the first of the enemy's batteries opened fire on the foremost of the gunboats, which was promptly returned at long range. The troops were now all disembarked and steadily advancing without resistance. At sundown, the firing was discontinued, and the fleet came to anchor in position to cover the troops on shore. At 6:30 a.m. Friday, 14th instant, there was heard a continuous firing of heavy guns and musketry inland, and immediately the fleet commenced throwing shells in advance of the position supposed to be held by the Union troops. The fleet steadily moved up and gradually closed in towards the batteries. The lower fortifications were discovered to have been abandoned by the enemy. A boat was dispatched to it, and the Stars and Stripes planted on the ramparts. As they advanced, the upper batteries opened fire. The fire was returned with effect, the magazine of one exploding. Having proceeded in an extended line as far as the obstructions in the river would permit, the signal was made to follow the movements of the flagship, and the whole fleet advanced in order, concentrating their fire on Fort Thompson, mounting 13 guns, on which rested the enemy's land defenses. The army, having driven them out of these defenses, the forts were abandoned. Several of the vessels were slightly injured in passing the barricades of piles and torpedoes which had been placed in the river. The upper battery having been evacuated on the appearance of the combined forces, it was abandoned and subsequently blew up. They now steamed rapidly up to the city. Upon the approach of the Federals, several points of the city were fired by the enemy, where stores had been accumulated. 2 small batteries, constructed of cotton bales and mounting 2 guns each, were also fired by them. 2 small steamers were captured, another having been burned. A large raft composed of barrels of pitch and bales of cotton, which had been prepared to send down upon the fleet, was fired, and floating against the railroad bridge set it on fire and destroyed it. In addition to their prizes, a quantity of pitch, tar, and a gunboat, and another vessel on the docks, several vessels afloat, and an immense quantity of arms and munitions of war fell into their hands. Washington, Morehead City, and Beaufort were in turn occupied by General Burnside's forces without resistance, and the inhabitants generally evinced a friendly spirit. The commandant of Fort Macon having refused to surrender, preparations were immediately made to invest and capture that place. The capture of New Madrid, Missouri, March 14, 1862. Shortly before the evacuation of Columbus, General Pope, with a large force, was dispatched by the commander of the department to besiege the town of New Madrid on the Mississippi River in the extreme southeastern section of Missouri. This place had been strongly fortified by the rebels and garrisoned by 5 regiments of infantry and several companies of artillery. The town is about 7 miles below Island No. 10, but owing to a bend in the river, lies nearly west. Its possession was deemed important in order to advance the Union forces down the Mississippi. The enemy had one bastioned earthwork, mounting 14 heavy guns, about half a mile below the town, and another irregular work at the upper end of the town, mounting 7 pieces of heavy artillery, together with lines of entrenchments between them. 6 gunboats carrying from 4 to 8 heavy guns each were anchored along the shore, between the upper and lower redoubts. The country is perfectly level for miles around the place, and the river was so high just then that the gunboats looked directly over the banks, and the approaches to the town for 7 miles were commanded by direct and cross fire from at least 60 guns of heavy caliber. The column under General Pope left Commerce, Missouri on the 27th of February, and after 6 days of hard marches through and over the interminable jungles of the Great Mingo, sat down before the town. They had scarcely been in camp a day before the river batteries opened upon them, forcing the right wing back a few hundred yards further from the river. Trials and dangers now beset the Federal army, which would have discouraged less brave men. It would not have been difficult to carry the entrenchments, but it must have been attended with heavy loss, and they could not have been held half an hour exposed to the destructive fire of the gunboats. It therefore became necessary to bring down a few heavy guns by land to operate against those of the enemy. They were accordingly sent for, and meantime forced reconnaissances were pushed over the whole ground and into several parts of the town. Some brisk skirmishes resulted, in which the enemy invariably retreated precipitately. It was found impossible to induce them to trust any considerable force of their infantry outside of their entrenchments. While awaiting the arrival of the heavy guns, Colonel Plummer of the 11th Missouri was dispatched to Point Pleasant, 8 miles below, with 3 regiments of infantry, 3 companies of cavalry, and a field battery of 10-pound Parrott and rifled guns, with orders to make a lodgment on the river bank, to line the bank with rifle pits for 1,000 men, and to establish his artillery in sunk batteries of single pieces between the rifle pits. This arrangement was made in order to present the smallest possible marks to the shells of the gunboats, and to render futile the use of round shot from their heavy guns. Colonel Plummer, after some cannonading from the gunboats which he found there, succeeded in making a lodgment, constructing his batteries in rifle pits, and occupying them in sufficient force to maintain them against any open assault. After repeated and persistent cannonading from the gunboats, the enemy found it impossible to dislodge him. He maintained his position and effectually blockaded the river to transports during the whole siege. Meantime, the enemy continued every day to reinforce New Madrid, until, on the 12th, they had 9,000 infantry, besides a considerable force of artillery and 9 gunboats. The fleet was commanded by Commodore Hollins, the land forces by Generals McCown, Stewart, and Gant. On the 11th, the Federal siege guns were delivered to Colonel Bissell for his engineer regiment, who had been sent to Cairo. They were at once shipped to Sykes-Town, reached New Madrid at sunset on the 12th, and were placed in battery during the same night, within 800 yards of the enemy's main work, and commanding the river above it. They opened fire at daylight on the 13th, just 34 hours after they were received at Cairo. A brigade consisting of the 10th and 16th Illinois under Colonel Morgan of the 10th was detailed to cover the construction of the battery and to work in the trenches. It was supported by Stanley's division, consisting of the 27th and 39th Ohio under Colonel Grosbeck, and the 43rd and 63rd Ohio under Colonel Smith. Captain Mower, 1st United States Infantry, with companies A and H of his regiment, was placed in charge of the siege guns. The enemy's pickets and grand guards were driven in by Colonel Morgan from the ground selected for the battery. The work was prosecuted in silence, and with the utmost rapidity, until at 3 o'clock a.m., 2 small redoubts connected by a curtain and mounting 4 heavy guns were completed, together with rifle pits in front and on the flanks for 2 regiments of infantry. The batteries opened as soon as the day dawned, and were replied to in front and on the flanks by the whole of the enemy's heavy artillery on land and water. The Union guns were served by Captain Mower with vigor and skill. In a few hours they disabled several of the gunboats, and dismounted 3 of the heavy guns in the enemy's main work. Shortly after Union batteries opened, one of the 24-pound guns was struck in the muzzle by a round shot from the enemy's batteries and disabled. The cannonading was continued furiously all day by the gunboats and land batteries of the enemy, but without producing any impression. Meantime, the Union trenches were being extended and advanced toward the back of the river. General Payne now made a demonstration against the rebel entrenchments on the left, supported by Palmer's division. The enemy's pickets and grand guards were driven in, and the skirmishers forced their way close to the main ditch. A furious thunderstorm began about 11 o'clock that night, and continued almost without interruption until morning. Just before daylight, General Stanley was relieved in his trenches with his division by General Hamilton. A few minutes after daylight, a flag of truce approached the batteries, bearing information that the enemy had evacuated his works. Small parties were at once advanced by General Hamilton to ascertain the truth of this report, and Captain Mower, 1st United States Infantry, with companies A and H of that regiment, were sent forward to plant the United States flag over the abandoned works. The enemy had made a hasty and precipitate flight. Their dead were found unburied, their suppers stood untouched on the tables, candles were burning in the tents. Private baggage of officers and knapsacks of the men were left behind. Neither provisions nor ammunition were carried off. Everything gave evidence of a panic. Artillery, field batteries, and siege guns, amounting to 33 pieces, magazines full of mixed ammunition of the best character, several thousand stands of inferior small arms, with hundreds of boxes of musket cartridges, tents for an army of 10,000 men, horses, mules, wagons, entrenching tools, etc., were among the spoils. The flight was so sudden that they abandoned their pickets, and gave no intimation to the forces at Island No. 10. The Union loss was 51 killed and wounded. The enemy's loss could not be ascertained. A number of his dead were left unburied, and over 100 new graves were found. End of section 37. Section 38 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Island No. 10. Capture of Island No. 10, and the rebel army and Battle of Winchester, Virginia. Island No. 10. When the necessity of an early evacuation of Columbus became apparent to the rebel leaders, they commenced the fortification of Island No. 10 in the Mississippi River, 45 miles below Columbus and 26 from Hickman. It is located 250 miles below St. Louis and 997 from New Orleans, and when chosen by the secessionists, it was deemed impregnable. The earthworks were constructed with great skill and well calculated to resist any assault which could be made from the river above, while they held undisputed control of the navigation below, and had at their command a formidable fleet of gunboats. New Madrid, on the Missouri shore of the river, a few miles below, was fortified and garrisoned by rebel troops, and they had easy communication and abundant facilities for supplies and reinforcements if needed. The energy and perseverance of General Pope, which enabled him, despite the most serious obstacles, to invest and capture the town of New Madrid, was the first note of warning received by the rebels at Island No. 10 that their position was no longer tenable. The topography of the peninsula on the Tennessee shore, immediately back of the island, where most of the rebel forces were located, is very peculiar, and if the disadvantages of position which the course of events gradually unfolded could have been foreseen, the site would never have been selected. Commencing at a point about 1.5 miles above the island is a range of high land, which extends back southeastwardly to Reelfoot Lake, a distance of 4 miles. This lake, in the rear of the peninsula, is 15 miles in length and terminates in a swamp, which extends south of Tiptonville, a town on the river bank, below the peninsula. The swamp at the time varied in width from 1.5 to 8 miles, its narrowest point being 4 miles above Tiptonville, where the rebels had prepared a corduroy road and bridge as a means of escape from their position should retreat by land become necessary. On the 15th of March, the gun and mortar boats comprising the fleet of Commodore Foote commenced the investment and bombardment of Island No. 10 and the rebel batteries and camps at the adjacent peninsula on the Tennessee shore. The fleet consisted of 11 gunboats and 12 mortar boats, each of the latter carrying one immense mortar, throwing a shell of 220 pounds weight a distance of from 2 to 3 miles. The Commodore engaged the rebel batteries almost daily for 3 weeks, deeming it imprudent to risk the destruction of his vessels by close action, as any misfortune to them would have placed all the towns on the upper Mississippi at the mercy of the armed steamers of the enemy. The rebels had 80 guns of heavy caliber in the batteries on the island and the adjacent peninsula, while the ironclad ram Manassas and a fleet of 20 vessels, gunboats, steamers, and transports, were moored under their guns, prepared to act as opportunity or emergency might require. One or more gunboats would advance to attack a shore battery from the right hand of the river, or engage the water battery on the island, approaching from the left bank. The mortars kept continually changing positions, generally hugging the shore on the left bank, where the rebel batteries could not reach them, as they were covered by a promontory, or neck of land, made by the bend of the river, and their fire was kept up so unceasingly that frequently a mortar shell was thrown every hour during the night. At 2 o'clock on the morning of April 1st, a most daring enterprise on the part of Colonel Roberts, of the 42nd Illinois Regiment, was crowned with success. Taking advantage of a severe storm while the elements were raging furiously, and a dreadful hurricane, accompanied with thunder and lightning, was sweeping the earth and driving the vessels from their moorings, he started with 40 picked men in 6 yawl boats, and with muffled oars rowed toward the upper water battery on Island No. 10, keeping close to the edge of the river bank. The boats, favored by the intense darkness, approached within a few rods of the battery, when a blinding sheet of lightning flashed across the water, revealing the adventurous party to the enemy's sentinels. The dark object looming out from the storm alarmed the sentinels, who fired wildly and at random, fleeing with the first discharge. The Union boats made no reply. A few minutes more brought them to the slope of the earthworks, and the men at once sprang over the parapet. In less than 5 minutes, the huge guns on the battery were securely spiked. They were all of large caliber, consisting of 2 64, 2 80-pounders, and one splendid 9-inch pivot gun. Their desperate work accomplished, the boats returned to safety to the fleet, having performed a perilous exploit with wondrous success. Capture of Island No. 10 and the rebel army. After the surrender of the forts at New Madrid, Colonel Bissell's engineer regiment was engaged for 4 days unspiking guns, changing batteries, and establishing new works. Then they were sent over by General Pope to ascertain whether it be practicable to establish batteries opposite Island No. 10 and enfilade the rebel works on the Tennessee shore. They spent 3 days in the swamps, living in their canoes with Negroes, but found the project impracticable. Colonel Bissell, however, stated that he could, by hard labor, get steamboats and flatboats through the woods and bayous, and by that means avoid the batteries on the island, and bring the vessels to New Madrid, whence General Pope's army could be transported to a point nearly opposite, and take all the enemy's works in the rear. General Pope at once gave him a carte blanche, and sent to Cairo for 4 steamboats, 6 flats, and such guns as could be spared. They sent the steamers W.B. Terry, John Trio, Gilmore, and Emma, with the barges, a quantity of lumber, etc., and 1 8-inch Columbiad and 3 32-pounders. Tools were not needed, for the regiment carried everything, from the heaviest ropes and screws down to fine steel drills for unspiking guns. The route was about 12 miles long, of which 2 traversed were through thick timber, and the remaining 10 narrow, crooked bayous choked up with brush and small trees. They cut their way through, the track being 50 feet wide, of which 30 feet was required for the hulls of the boats. The timber was cut 4 feet below the surface of the water. In one short stretch, they cut 75 trees, not one less than 2 feet through. The machines were rigged from rafts and flats, and each worked by about 20 men. In the first place, 3 large launches went ahead to cut out and clear away the underbrush and driftwood. Then 3 rafts followed, on which were the axemen, followed by the saws, 2 large barges, and one of the steamboats. Very large lines were provided to run from the capstan of the steamboat and haul out by snatch blocks what the men could not handle. Men were engaged all the time in the fleet which followed, converting the flatboats into floating batteries. From the starting point on the river to the levee, the distance is about 500 feet. Here the water was shallow and the route full of stumps. It took 1 whole day to pass this point. Then they cut in the levee. Here the fall was over 2 feet and the rush of water tremendous. The largest boat was dropped through with 5 lines out ahead. Then a cornfield overflowed from a cut in the levee, where a channel was cut by the swift water and floated them onward nearly a quarter of a mile to the woods. Here was great labor. 2 straight and long miles to the nearest point in the bayou. It took 8 days to get through this distance. Then came Wilson's Bayou, East Bayou, and St. John's Bayou, which empties into the Mississippi at New Madrid. It sometimes took 20 men a whole day to get out a half-sunken tree across the bayou, and as none of the rafts or flats could get by, this always detained the whole fleet. The water, after they got in the woods, was about 6 feet deep, with a gentle current setting across the peninsula. In the East Bayou, the current was tremendous, and the boats had to be checked down with heavy headlines. Here they found some obstructions caused by heaps of driftwood, but a few sturdy blows dislodged some of the logs and sent the whole mass floating down the current. While the engineers were engaged in this Herculean enterprise, the gunboat Carondelet ran safely by the rebel batteries on the island and reached New Madrid on the night of April 4th. On the succeeding night, another boat, the Pittsburgh, ran the gauntlet of the enemy's fire unscathed, in time to convoy the transports as they entered the river. On the 6th of April, the two gunboats attacked and destroyed 4 batteries erected by the rebels on the Tennessee shore. On the 7th, by daylight, the divisions of Generals Payne and Stanley were marched to Tiptonville, 15 miles down the river from New Madrid. The rebels had retreated in that direction the afternoon before, and it was thought that they were endeavoring to cross over Reelfoot Lake. The troops were pushed forward with all possible speed, and at night encamped at Tiptonville and Merryweathers, while a strong force was posted at the only point where by any possibility the rebels could cross the lake, some 4 miles from the town. Squads of rebel soldiers kept in sight of the Union pickets during the night, and at times would come boldly up and surrender themselves as prisoners of war. At daylight, General Pope and staff, and Assistant Secretary of War Scott, went down to the locality, and General Pope assumed the full command. It was expected that some resistance would be made, and no one surmised that the enemy, who it was learned had marched over from Island No. 10, had concluded to give himself up. But shortly after sunrise, General Pope received a message from the general commanding the Confederates, stating that he had surrendered the island and fortifications to Commodore Foote the night before, and that the forces under his command were ready to follow the fortunes of war, and he requested General Pope to receive and march them into camp. General Pope gave directions for the Confederate troops to come into camp and go through the formula. Accordingly, about 4,000 rebels were marched in and stacked their arms. On the same day, Island No. 10 was surrendered to Commodore Foote with all its war material, and all the gunboats and transports fell into the hands of the victors. Battle of Winchester, Virginia, March 22nd and 23rd, 1862. On the 21st of March, General Shields, commanding a division of the 5th Army Corps of the Potomac, under General Banks, was stationed at Winchester, with a force of about 7,000 men. General Jackson, with a rebel force of 10,000 men and 28 pieces of artillery, was then at Strasburg, 10 miles distant, closely scrutinizing the movements of the Federal Army, and only awaiting the arrival of General Johnston, his superior, who was daily expected with a much larger force. With these united, they expected to strike a telling blow on the army of General Banks, and thus prevent any combined action on his part with General McClellan. Not anticipating an immediate attack from General Jackson, General Banks had just left Winchester for Harper's Ferry, and General Williams' division had marched the same day towards Centreville. Of these movements, the rebel general was duly notified, as his numerous spies within the Federal lines lost no opportunity of supplying the enemy with full details of all the actions of Federal commanders. Though looking for reinforcements from Generals Longstreet and Smith, Jackson determined to attack Shields' troops, but his attempt to surprise them was frustrated by the vigilance of that officer. Apprehensive that the enemy designed an early advance, General Shields had just completed a hasty reconnaissance to Strasburg, by which he obtained important information of Jackson's numbers and intentions. This induced him to withdraw most of his men to a position 2 miles northeast of Winchester, while his pickets extended 5 miles beyond on the Strasburg road. The enemy were led to believe that the town was open to their occupation, and that the greater portion of the Federal troops had been withdrawn from the vicinity. On Saturday afternoon, March 22nd, about 2:15 o'clock, the Federal advanced pickets on the Strasburg road discovered the rebel cavalry, under Colonel Ashby, about half a mile beyond them, reconnoitering the woods on both sides of the turnpike and steadily advancing. The pickets consisted of a few men of the 14th Indiana Infantry at that point, and they fell back half a mile to the hamlet of Kernstown, 4 miles from Winchester. Steadily did the troops advance, as the Union men wheeled to aim and fire. The first volley sent many rebels reeling from their saddles, and threw the rest into confusion. Before they could be again rallied for a charge, the gallant little band of infantry was beyond their power, without having lost a man killed or wounded. General Shields, hearing of the advance of the rebel cavalry, ordered 4 advanced companies of infantry to rally to the support of the pickets, and hold the rebels in check till he could move down the division. These companies were one from the Maryland 1st, one from the 28th Pennsylvania, one from the 46th Pennsylvania, and one from the 28th New York. Their regiments had marched away under General Williams. A battery of artillery was also sent forward, and General Shields, after ordering out the division, rode to the front, accompanied by his staff. While engaged in directing the fire of the artillery, a shell from the rebel battery of 4 guns, which now began to play on them, burst near him, and a splinter from it struck him in the left arm, just above the elbow, fracturing the bone and creating a painful wound. But without heeding it, he gave fresh order to the artillery, and continued on the field till satisfied that all was right. The Federal division began to arrive in force on the field towards dark. The rebels, perceiving this, did not push their advance, but halted about 3 miles from Winchester for the night, lighted their campfires, and bivouacked, while the opposing army lay between them and the town. About 10 o'clock on Sunday, reinforcements of 5 regiments of infantry and 2 batteries of artillery, having arrived from Strasburg under General Garnett, were welcomed by vociferous and prolonged cheers from their lines. The attack was not long delayed. The enemy advanced his army, which now consisted of 16 regiments of infantry, numbering 11,000 men, 5 batteries of artillery with a total of 28 field pieces, and 3 battalions of horse under Ashby and Stewart. His line of battle extended about a mile on the right of the village of Kernstown, and a mile and 3/4 on the left of it. The village lay on the road between the rebel right and center. There is a mud road branching from the turnpike a mile or so from Winchester, to the right of the road going towards Strasburg. This road passed through the left of the enemy's center, and was one of their points of defense. Beyond that is a grove of trees, and farther on, a ridge of hills with a stone wall about breast high running along its summit. This was the rebel line of offense and defense on the right of the Union line. The most advanced regiment on the Union side was the 8th Ohio of General Tyler's brigade. The rebels made a furious onslaught about 10:30 o'clock a.m. on Thursday, with the intention of turning the right flank. The Ohio 8th met them with a deadly fire of rifles. 5 times did the enemy emerge from the woods and from behind their stone parapet with vastly superior numbers, and strive in vain to accomplish their object. The Union left wing, consisting of the 13th Indiana, 7th Ohio, and a battery of the 4th Regular Artillery, under Captain Jenks, had a feint made on it, while the real attack of the enemy was being directed against the Union right wing. The feint on the left was a heavy fire of artillery posted on both sides of the village and the turnpike, which, however, did trifling damage. The Union battery replied, silencing those of the enemy, though the firing was well maintained for a long time on both sides. The Union center consisted of the 14th Indiana, the 8th and 67th Ohio, and the 84th Pennsylvania. 2 artillery batteries belonging to the 1st Ohio Artillery, and the cavalry, consisting of the 1st Michigan and 1st Ohio, were drawn up in the rear. The Union right wing was made up of the 5th and 8th Ohio regiments, and a battery of the 1st Virginia Regiment. The reserves consisted of the 12th Indiana, the 39th Illinois, and a squadron of the Michigan Cavalry. General Shields was unable to appear on the field in person, and the command consequently devolved upon Acting Brigadier Kimball, who led the center. The right was commanded by Acting Brigadier General Tyler, while Colonel Sullivan directed the operations on the left. The battle raged along the whole line with great fury from 11 a.m. till 2:30 p.m., when General Shields, who received accounts of the progress of the fight on his couch, ordered the right, where the contest raged the hottest, to charge upon the enemy. That was an awful charge. The left of the enemy prepared desperately to repel the gallant troops, but their rush was irresistible. Previous to this, the Union line of battle had been somewhat changed. The 84th Pennsylvania reinforced its right, and also a battery of artillery. The whole Union force now engaged was about 6,000 men, while that of the enemy was, at the lowest estimate, 8,000. The rebels had also changed their line, and extending both their wings, presented a concave front. They had reinforced their left wing, and the charge to be made by the Union right was all important in its consequences. On it, at 3 o'clock, depended the fate of the entire battle. Tyler led the charge, sword in hand. The rebels fired from the woods with artillery and small arms, while the Federals advanced against their murderous showers of lead and iron, returning few shots and reserving their fire. Up to this time, the armies had not been much nearer to each other than 300 yards, unless in some few instances. The wood was soon cleared at the point of the bayonet, the Unionists discharging their pieces at 20 and even 5 yards distance from the rebels, and then dashing at them with the bayonet. The rebels fought well. They contested the ground foot by foot and marked every yard of their retreat with blood. They retired behind the stone wall on the ridge, but the Unionists jumped over and drove them in the greatest confusion and with fearful slaughter upon their center. The panic was contagious. Kimball ordered a charge along the whole line, and for a short time the fighting was desperate. The roar of the cannon was no longer heard, unless in occasional bursts, but the rattle of musketry was more deafening than ever. The rout of the rebels had fairly commenced. 2 of their guns and 4 caissons were taken, and though many of them turned and fired again and again at the pursuing host, many more threw away muskets and bayonets without hesitation. Darkness and the extreme fatigue of the Union troops, however, saved them for the time, and the rebels retired about 2 miles and bivouacked. At daybreak, General Shields ordered the rebel position to be attacked, and an enemy, in replying by a few shots from his artillery, continued his retreat. Meantime, General Banks, who had been at Harper's Ferry, arrived, and was taking command of the troops in person, continuing the pursuit with about 10,000 men, and pressing the rebels beyond Middleburg, cutting off many stragglers. The object was to capture his whole force, if possible. General Williams, with his forces, arrived on the field, too late to participate in the action. They joined in the chase. The loss of the enemy in killed and wounded was 600. The number of prisoners taken was 300. The Union loss in killed was 100, and about 400 wounded. Though the enemy had a much larger force, 4 pieces of cannon more than the Federals, the selection of fighting ground, and every other advantage, yet all the trophies of the occasion belonged to the Union Army. The rebels had an Irish battalion of 150 men, of whom 40 were killed on the field, and many of the rest wounded. Their commander, Captain Jones, was captured, having lost both eyes by a bullet. The loss on the Union side was heaviest in the 84th Pennsylvania Regiment. Of the 5 companies of 300 men in all engaged, they lost Colonel Murray, a brave officer, 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, 23 privates and non-commissioned officers killed, and 63 wounded. The loss in the 8th and 5th Ohio regiments was about 75 and 60, respectively, killed and wounded. Lieutenant Colonel Thorburn of the 3rd Virginia was among the wounded. These were the only field officers killed or wounded in the Union forces. The battlefield, after the struggle, was a terrible sight. The night was dark and cold. After the battle, the ambulances were busily engaged removing the wounded. The enemy carried off most of their wounded and some of their dead. The wounded were intermingled with the dead, and their sufferings before they were removed to the hospitals was heartrending. The next day was spent in burying the dead. The ghastly aspect of the field after the wounded were removed and before the dead were interred was appalling. End of section 38. Section 39 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Pittsburgh Landing, First Day. Battle of Pittsburgh Landing, April 6th and 7th, 1862. When the surrender of Forts Henry and Donelson reached Washington and Richmond, there was depression among the secessionists and great rejoicing at the North. The news of these events was followed directly by the capture of Nashville and New Madrid, and it became certain to the Confederate leaders that Island No. 10 must soon surrender. Under these untoward events, it became imperative that a new strategic point should be at once established beyond reach of the gunboats that had already produced so much mischief. Beauregard, then in command, selected Corinth as the most promising point for his operations, and a position which would render any attempt of the Federals to cut him off from western Tennessee, or the eastern and southern states, extremely difficult of success. He called on the governors of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama for help, and a prompt response was made. First came Polk from Columbus, then Bragg from Mobile and Pensacola, followed by General A.S. Johnston from Murfreesboro, who took command. After selecting their new line of defense, they commenced fortifying it and diligently concentrated their forces. Generals Hardee, Breckinridge, Sterling Price, and Hindman soon came in, and the fortifications made rapid progress. Corinth is a very important strategical point. It is situated in a branch of the Appalachian Range, which diverges from the Alleghany Mountains, and forms the uplands and gold-bearing regions of Georgia and Alabama. The village is nearly surrounded by an irregular circle of hills, rising in the north about 4 miles distant, with the state line between Tennessee and Mississippi crossing their summit. The Mobile and Ohio Railway intersects this ridge through a cut 75 feet in depth. Similar cuts of lesser depth penetrate the hills on the east, west, and south, where the railways enter. Beyond these hills, in the direction of Pittsburgh and Savannah, the ground becomes more level, and is generally low and swampy. The topography of the region renders Corinth susceptible of strong defenses. The village was formerly called Farmington, and is so mentioned in the Gazetteers. It is a post-village of Tishomingo County, Mississippi, distant 262 miles northeast from Jackson, the capital of the state. There were not half a dozen stores in the village, and its population was relatively small. Tishomingo County forms the northeastern extremity of Mississippi, bordering on Tennessee and Alabama. The Tombigbee River rises in the county. The Tennessee flows along the northeast border, and it is drained by Tuscumbia Creek. A large portion of the county is covered with forests of oak, hickory, walnut, and pine. The principal military value of this place consists in the fact that the railroads from Memphis on the west, Columbus on the north, and Mobile on the south cross at this point. About the middle of March, Grant's victorious army at Nashville was sent by Halleck to occupy first Savannah and then Pittsburgh Landing, preparatory to the arrival of Buell's Kentucky army, when Halleck intended himself to take the field and move on Corinth. Pittsburgh Landing is situated in Hardin County, Tennessee, on the west side of the Tennessee River. It is in itself of little importance, being close to Savannah, which is a flourishing post-village of Hardin County, situated on the eastern side of the river. The landing is about 120 miles from Nashville, nearly 100 miles from Columbia on the Nashville and Decatur Railroad, by a turnpike road crossing the river at a ferry, about 25 miles from Corinth. The country is very wild, the surface rising on both sides of the river in a gradual ascent. Savannah is the capital of Hardin County. Previous to the rebellion, it had been a place of considerable business note. The population in 1853 was only 800, but it had been greatly increased. The area of the county is about 650 miles. The Tennessee River flows through it, dividing it into nearly equal parts. The river is navigable for steamboats through the entire county, which has a population of over 10,000 persons, 9/10 of whom are free. General Grant proceeded at once to Savannah, where his headquarters were established. The divisions of his army were sent gradually to Pittsburgh, and had not all arrived when the assault was made. No defenses had been erected, and the possibility of an attack from the Confederates had not been for a moment entertained. On the 5th of April, Buell left Nashville and arrived at Savannah the same day. The division of his army under Nelson was on the battlefield on the 6th at 5 p.m. The Confederates had, for some time, intended to attack Grant before Buell could join him, and on hearing of his near approach, they hastened the action, without waiting for their own reinforcements. This bold movement was made just one day too late. Position of the Federal troops. Pittsburgh Landing is simply a narrow ravine, down which a road passes to the river bank between high bluffs on either side. There is no town whatever. 2 log huts comprise all the signs of habitation visible. Back from the river is a rolling country, cut up with numerous ravines, partially under cultivation, but the greater portion is thickly wooded with large patches of underbrush. From the landing, a road leads directly to Corinth, 20 miles distant. A mile or 2 out, this road forks. One branch is known as a Lower Corinth Road, the other the Corinth Ridge Road. A short distance out, another road curves off to the left, crosses Lick Creek, and leads back to the river at Hamburg, some miles up the stream. On the right, 2 separate roads lead off to Purdy, and another, a new one, runs across Snake Creek to Crump's Landing on the river below. Besides these, the whole country that composed the battlefield was cut up with roads leading to different camps. On and between these roads, at distances of from 2 to 5 miles from Pittsburgh Landing, lay several divisions of Major General Grant's army on Sunday morning. The advance line was formed by 3 divisions, Brigadier General Sherman's, Brigadier General Prentice's, and Major General McClernand's. Between these and the landing lay the forces of Brigadier General Hurlbut and Major General Smith, who, being absent from severe illness, left his command to Brigadier General W.H.L. Wallace. The Union advance line, beginning at the extreme left, was thus formed. On the Hamburg Road, just north of the crossing of Lick Creek, and under bluffs on the opposite bank that commanded the position, lay Colonel D. Stewart's brigade of General Sherman's division. Some 3 or 4 miles distant from this brigade, on the Lower Corinth Road, between that and the road to Purdy, lay the remaining brigades of Sherman's division, McDowell's forming the extreme right of the whole advance line. Hildebrand's came next to it, and Buckland's following. Next to Buckland's brigade, though rather behind a portion of Sherman's, lay Major General McClernand's division, and between it and Stewart's brigade, already mentioned as forming the extreme left, Brigadier General Prentice's division completed the line. Back of this line, within a mile of the landing, lay Hurlbut's division, stretching across the Corinth Road, with W.H.L. Wallace's to his right. Such was the position of the Union troops at Pittsburgh Landing at daybreak on Sunday morning. Major General Lewis Wallace's division arrived at about 7:30 that day. Nearly 4 miles intervened between the different parts of Sherman's division. McClernand's lay partially behind Sherman, and there was a gap between him and Prentiss, which the rebels did not fail speedily to find. The extreme left was commanded by unguarded heights, easily approached from Corinth. The secession army was commanded by General Johnston. Beauregard was second in command. The 3 army corps were led by Hardee, Polk, and Bragg. Breckinridge commanded the reserve. On the evening of Friday, April 4th, there had been a preliminary skirmish with the enemy's advance. Rumors reached the Union camp that some officers had been taken prisoners by a considerable rebel force near the lines, and that pickets had been firing. A brigade, the 70th, 72nd, and 48th Ohio Regiments, was sent out to ascertain the facts. They came upon a party of rebels, perhaps 1,000 strong, and after sharp action drove them off, losing Major Crockett of the 72nd Ohio, and 2 lieutenants from the 70th were taken prisoners. In return, the Union party took 16 prisoners, and drove the rebels back to a battery which they had placed undiscovered at no great distance from the Federal lines. General Lewis Wallace's troops, at Crump's Landing, were ordered out under arms. They marched to Adamsville, halfway between the river and Purdy, to hold position there and resist any attack in that direction. The long, rainy night passed drearily and uncomfortably, but no further hostile demonstrations were made, and it was generally supposed that the affair had been an ordinary picket fight, presaging nothing more. On Saturday there was more skirmishing along the advance lines. The secession leaders at Corinth knew that they largely outnumbered Grant, and that no measures had been taken to strengthen the position at Pittsburgh Landing. They knew equally well that when Buell's entire Kentucky army was added to Grant's forces, they could not possibly expect to hold their important position at Corinth. Their only hope lay in attacking Grant before Buell arrived and defeating his troops in detail. During Friday and Saturday, the enemy had marched out of Corinth, about 70,000 strong, in 3 lines of battle, the first and second extending from Owl Creek on the left to Lick Creek on the right, a distance of about 3 miles, supported by the 3rd and the reserve. The first line, under Major General Hardee, was constituted of his corps, augmented on his right by Gladden's brigade, of Major General Bragg's corps, deployed in line of battle with their respective artillery, following immediately by the main road to Pittsburgh, and the cavalry in the rear of the wings. The second line, composed of the other troop of Bragg's corps, followed Hardee at a distance of 500 yards, in the same order as the first. The Army Corps under General Polk followed the second line, at the distance of about 800 yards, in lines of brigades deployed with their batteries in rear of each brigade, moving by the Pittsburgh Road, the left wing supported by cavalry. The reserve, under Brigadier General Breckinridge, followed closely the third line in the same order, its right wing supported by cavalry. The battle on Sunday. As if in beautiful contrast with the terrible scenes that were soon to follow, the holy Sabbath day dawned on the 6th of April was one of unusual loveliness. The soft spring sunshine lay upon the green slopes, breaking up their delicate green with 1,000 fleeting shadows flung downward by the young leaves. A gentle, pleasant wind shook the budding branches, and happy birds were singing their love tunes in the underbrush, a touching prelude to the stern battle music that soon put them to flight. A few fleecy clouds wreathed themselves among the serene blue of the sky, and floated idly over the battlefield, casting transparent shadows now in some green hollow, then upon a hill slope, till the whole field smiled like an Eden, smiled even after the cannon belched their thunders over it. While the morning dew was yet on the grass, the enemy began pouring the fire and smoke of a most deadly strife over this lovely scene. The attack commenced so suddenly and with such bitter violence that the enemy's artillery was brought to bear on the outer camps almost simultaneously with the arrival of the pickets they had driven in. The divisions of Sherman and Prentiss, composed in a great part of inexperienced troops, were selected and compelled to meet the first shock of the enemy's onset. Much confusion and panic was occasioned by the sudden and unexpected attack, from which neither corps was able to fully recover during the day. Both commanders exerted themselves with bravery and skill in the trying crisis, and were soon enabled to bring the greater part of their troops into line of battle, and check the advance of the Confederate forces, which were then devastating the Federal camps. It is impossible to describe the fearful scenes that followed the first wild onset of the enemy. Many of the sick and wounded, and the more tardy officers and men were shot in their tents and left for dead. lying through the whole of this fearful struggle, gasping in their agony. On Monday evening, some of these poor fellows were found in the riddled tents, scarcely able to ask for the drink for which they were perishing. But the Union forces were not long held at this terrible disadvantage. As the enemy advanced in force on Sherman's center, and a battery opened fire in the woods, shelling the Federal camp, the Unionists were in a condition to respond with emphasis. Taylor's and Waterhouse's batteries met this first regular attack. Under cover of their artillery, the rebel advance, by heavy battalions of infantry, was made obliquely to the left, across the open field in front of the 53rd Ohio, while solid columns came in, direct upon Sherman's front. Immediately, the entire line opened fire, and the battle became general. The enemy's design was to left flank Sherman. To this end, he flung himself with terrific force upon Prentiss. Directly, the sound of musketry and artillery announced that Prentiss was engaged, and at 9 a.m. he was falling back. About this time, Appler's regiment broke, followed by Munger's regiment, and the enemy pressed forward on Waterhouse's battery, exposed by the disordered retreat. The 3 Illinois regiments, in immediate support of this battery, stood for some time, but the enemy's advance was so impetuous and his fire so terrific that they began to waver. While the 43rd Illinois was in the thickest of the iron storm, Colonel Wraith received a severe wound and fell from his horse. This threw his regiment into some disorder, and the enemy got possession of 3 guns of Waterhouse's battery. Although the left was thus turned, and the enemy pressing the whole line, Colonels McDowell and Buckland held their ground until 10 o'clock a.m., when the enemy had got his artillery to the rear of the Union left flank, and some changes became absolutely necessary. 2 regiments of Hildebrand's brigade, Appler's and Munger's, had already disappeared to the rear, and Hildebrand's own regiment was in disorder. Taylor's battery, still at Shiloh, received orders to fall back as far as the Purdy and Hamburg road, and McDowell and Buckland were directed to adopt that road as their new line. Bear's battery at the crossroads was ordered immediately to come into battery action right. As Captain Bear gave the order, he was shot from his horse, when the drivers and gunners fled in confusion, carrying off the caissons and abandoning 5 out of the 6 guns. The enemy pressed on after gaining this battery, and the Unionists were again forced to choose a line of defense. Hildebrand's brigade had substantially disappeared from the field, though he himself bravely remained. McDowell's and Buckland's brigades still maintained their organizations, and joined McClernand's right, thus abandoning the original camps and line. General Prentiss, too, brave, eager, and resolute to retrieve lost ground, reformed his lines under the hot fire of the enemy, without a choice of position, and in the full raking fire of his foe, hid in the scrub oak jungles, which gave them secure covert. If his troops had cowered at first, the remainder of his division held their position and braved the galling fire. It was impossible to return with the heroism of old veterans. Hildebrand and McDowell were compelled to withdraw their brigades from their camps to a ravine behind them, but they made a gallant defense, while Buckland's men fell back, and McClernand threw forward his left, supporting them. It is hardly to be wondered that the raw regiment broke under this appalling fire, before which veteran troops were powerless to stand. Yet it must be said that Hildebrand's brigade gave way with unreasonable panic. Colonel Hildebrand himself was cool and self-possessed as any man that ever led a hostile force. He made a powerful effort to keep his troops in place when he saw them giving way, but the power of a single man is unavailing when panic seizes the masses. Still, this brave hero kept his individual regiment in force a full hour after Appler's and Munger's regiments had retired from their proper field of action, and thus a larger portion of his forces were scattered and drifted away from the contest. Prentiss still fought valiantly, but down on either flank came the enemy in an overwhelming rush, and a wall of bayonets closed him in on either side. It was an appalling situation. The enemy made vigorous use of his advantage. They had driven 2 divisions from their camps and nearly opened a passage to the river. Here it was, between 9 and 10 o'clock, that MacArthur's brigade of W.H.L. Wallace's division came up to give assistance to Stewart's brigade of Sherman's division, now in imminent danger of being cut off. Mistaking the enemy, MacArthur marched far to the right, and instead of reaching Stewart, came in on the other side of the rebels, now closely pushing Prentiss. His men at once opened vigorously on the enemy, and for a time they seemed likely to save the imperiled division. But coming unawares upon the enemy, their positions were not well chosen, and the whole force was compelled to fall back together. Hurlbut's division. Hurlbut's division, in reserve, saved the first repulse from proving an absolute defeat by offering a line behind which the discomfited divisions of Sherman and Prentiss could reform, while his solid ranks were a wall of steel against which the enemy could not prevail. The general, in his report, says of their 5 hours' service, "Receiving from General Prentiss a pressing request for aid, I took command in person of the 1st and 3rd Brigades, respectively commanded by Colonel N.G. Williams of the 3rd Iowa and Brigadier General Lauman. The 1st Brigade consisted of the 3rd Iowa, 41st Illinois, 28th Illinois, and 32nd Illinois. The 3rd Brigade was composed of the 31st and 44th Indiana, the 17th and 25th Kentucky. In addition, I took with me the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 5th Ohio Cavalry, Mann's light battery of 4 pieces, commanded by 1st Lieutenant E. Brotzman, Ross's battery of the 2nd Michigan, and Myers' battery of the 13th Ohio. I formed my line of battle, the 1st Brigade thrown to the front on the southerly side of a large open field, the 3rd Brigade continuing the line with an obtuse angle around the other side of the field, and extending some distance into the brush and timber. Mann's battery was placed in the angle of the lines, Ross's battery some distance to the left, and the 13th Ohio battery on the right, and somewhat advanced in cover of the timber so as to concentrate the fire upon the open ground in front, and waited for the attack. At 7:30, when Brigadier General Sherman was attacked in force and heavily upon his left, Colonel I.C. Veatch, commanding the 2nd Brigade of General Hurlbut's division, was ordered to proceed to the left of General Sherman. This brigade, consisting of the 25th Indiana, 14th, 15th, and 46th Illinois, was in march in 10 minutes, arrived on General Sherman's left, and went into action rapidly. In a few minutes they were in line of battle, and moving forward to the attack. But the brigade had hardly left the camp before it found the roads full of flying Unionists, and the route for 2 miles was strewn with guns, knapsacks, and blankets. The front had been completely surprised. Nearly a whole division was scattered and retreating in utter confusion, and the enemy in force was already a mile within the Federal camps. The brigade, under command of Colonel Veatch, was drawn up in line of battle in a skirt of timber, bordering a large field, on the outer edge of which the Federal troops were engaging the enemy. But the enemy pressed on in overwhelming force, and just as the troops in front began to waver, they discovered that he had flanked Veatch on the right and was rapidly advancing to attack the brigade on the right and rear. The 15th Illinois was on the right, the 14th Illinois in the center, and the 25th Indiana on the left. The other regiment, the 46th Illinois, by the rapid flanking of the enemy, became detached from the brigade, and was not with it again during the action. This brought the first fire upon the 15th Illinois, which stood it nobly, but was soon overpowered. The 14th followed with a like result. In the meantime, the troops in front and on the left were completely routed by the enemy, and came pell-mell through the Union lines, causing some little confusion. Hardly had they passed through the rear before the enemy came rushing on, and the fire of musketry became terrific. There was no resisting this fiery onset short of annihilation, so with a few well-directed volleys the brigade left the field. The loss was very heavy. All the field officers of the 25th Illinois were killed instantly. 2 lieutenants were killed and 3 wounded. McClernand's division. McClernand's division lay a short distance in the rear, and with 1 brigade stretching out on the left of Sherman's line. Properly speaking, merely from the location of the camp, he did not belong to the front line. 2/3 of his division were entirely behind Sherman, but as the latter fell back, McClernand was compelled to bear the shock of battle. His division was composed as follows: 1st Brigade, Colonel Hare commanding, 8th and 18th Illinois, 11th and 13th Iowa; 2nd Brigade, Colonel C.C. March commanding, 11th, 20th, 48th, and 45th Illinois, Colonels Ransom, Marsh, Haney, and Smith, the latter was the Lead Mine Regiment; 3rd Brigade, Colonel Wraith commanding, 17th, 29th, and 49th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonels Wood, Farrell, and Peace, and 43rd Illinois, Colonel Marsh. Besides this fine show of experienced troops, they had Schwartz's, Dresser's, McAllister's, and Waterhouse's batteries. McClernand was at once in the hottest of the fight. As Buckner's brigade fell back, the protecting woods grew thinner, and storms of grape swept over them like the blasts of a tornado. Lieutenant Colonel Canfield, commanding the 72nd Ohio, was mortally wounded, and borne dying from the field. Colonel Sullivan of the 48th Ohio was wounded, but continued at the head of his men. Company officers fell in numbers and were carried away from the field. The rebels, by a sudden dash, had taken part of Waterhouse's battery, which McClernand had sent over. Bear's Battery, too, was taken, and Taylor's and Chicago light artillery was terribly exposed, and compelled to retire with heavy loss. As the troops gave way, they came out from the open woods into old fields, completely raked by the enemy's fire. For them, all was lost, and away went Buckner's and Hildebrand's brigades, Ohioans and Illinoisans together, to the rear and right. McDowell's brigade had fallen back less slowly than its two companions of the same division. It was now left entirely alone. Having formed the extreme right, it had no support there. Its supporting brigades on the left had gone, and through the space they had occupied, the rebels were pouring furiously. In imminent danger of being entirely cut off, they fell back among the ravines that border Snake Creek. Sherman was indefatigable in collecting and reorganizing his men, and a contest was kept up among portions of the new lines. The general bore him one token of the danger to which he had so recklessly exposed himself, a musket ball through the hand. It was a miracle that he escaped so slightly, for his courage had been conspicuous. He had dared death 50 times since the attack was made on his raw division that memorable Sunday morning. Now the great force of the army fell on McClernand's right. As Sherman fell back, McClernand was compelled to bring in his brigades to protect his left against the onslaught of the rebels, who, seeing how he had weakened himself, hurled themselves against him with tremendous force. A couple of new regiments, the 15th and 16th Iowa, were brought up, but taking utterly raw troops on the field under heavy fire was too severe a trial, and they gave way in confusion. Then the whole division made a change of front and faced along the Corinth Road. Here the batteries were placed in position until 10 o'clock the rebels were foiled in every attempt to gain the road. But Sherman having now fallen back, there was nothing to prevent the enemy from coming in further out on the road and turning McClernand's right. Prompt to seize the advantage, a rebel brigade dashed audaciously through the abandoned camp of the division, pushing up the road in order to come in above McClernand. Where Sherman had been, a battery of rifled guns was turned upon them, hurling fearful slaughter in their midst and driving them back. But the enemy managed his reserves with great skill. A constant advance of fresh regiments proved overwhelming, and the storm of death swept many a brave Union officer away. Death after death was proclaimed. Disaster followed disaster, with disheartening quickness. This was about 10:30 a.m., at which time the enemy had made a furious attack on General McClernand's whole front. He struggled determinedly, but finding him severely pressed, Sherman moved McDowell's brigade directly against the left flank of the enemy, forced him back some distance, and then directed the men to avail themselves of every cover, trees, fallen timber, and a wooded valley to the right. The brigade held this position for 4 long hours, sometimes gaining and at others losing ground. Generals McClernand and Sherman acting in perfect concert and struggling to maintain this line. By 11 o'clock, many of the commanders of regiments had fallen, and in some cases not a single field officer remained, yet the fighting continued with desperate earnestness. The fearful contest on both sides was for death or victory. The almost deafening sound of artillery and the rattle of the musketry were all that could be heard. The men stood and bravely delivered their fire, regardless of the thunders of artillery and the storm of iron missiles that raked through them. Foot by foot the ground was contested. The wounded fell in heaps on the battlefield. There was no easy transportation at hand, but such means as the soldiers could invent were adopted, and their wounded comrades carried to the rear. Many who were hurt fell back without help, while others fought in the ranks until they were actually forced back by their company officers. Major Eaton, commanding the 18th Illinois, was killed. Colonel Haney was severely wounded. Colonel Rafe, commanding a brigade, had his leg so shattered that amputation was necessary. Major Nevins of the 11th Illinois was wounded. Lieutenant Colonel Ransom of the same regiment was wounded. 3 of General McClernand's staff, Major Schwartz, Major Stewart, and Lieutenant Freeman, were wounded and carried from the field. Line officers had suffered heavily. The batteries were broken up. Schwartz had lost half his guns and 16 horses. Dresser had lost several of his rifled pieces, 3 caissons, and 18 horses. McAllister had lost half of his 24-pound howitzers. The soldiers fought bravely to the last, bravely as men ever fought, but they were at a terrible disadvantage. Gradually they began falling back, making a determined resistance. Occasionally they rallied and repulsed the enemy for 100 yards, then were beaten back again, renewing the retreat to some new position for fresh defense. By 11 o'clock, the division was back in a line with Hurlbut's. It still did some gallant fighting. Once its right swept round and drove the enemy before it for a considerable distance, but again fell back. At last it brought up near the position of W.H.L. Wallace's division. Now, Prentiss, Sherman, and McClernand were driven back, and their camps were all in the hands of the enemy. The whole front line, for which Hurlbut and Wallace were but the reserves, was gone. Sherman's brigade, on the extreme left, was doubly left alone by the generals. General Grant did not arrive on the field until each division general had been in action, and the respective generals had, in the best manner they could, carried on the battle. But this brigade was even left by its division general, who was 4 miles away, doing his utmost to rally his panic-stricken regiments there. It was commanded by Colonel David Stewart, and was composed of the 55th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Malmborg commanding, 71st Ohio, Colonel Rodney Mason, the 54th Ohio's Waves, Colonel T.K. Smith. It was posted along the circuitous road from Pittsburgh Landing, up the river to Hamburg, some 2 miles from the landing, and near the crossing of Lick Creek, the bluffs on the opposite side of which commanded the position, and stretching on down to join Prentiss's division on its right. When the rebels marched out from Corinth, a couple of brigades, rumored to be under the command of Breckinridge, had, without molestation, reached the bluffs of Lick Creek, commanding Stewart's position. During the attack on Prentiss, Stewart's brigade was formed along the road, the left resting near the Lick Creek ford, the right, 71st Ohio, Colonel Rodney Mason, being nearest Prentiss. The first intimation they had of disaster to their right was the partial cessation of firing. An instant afterwards, muskets were seen glimmering along the leaves, and presently a rebel column emerged from a bend in the road with banners flying, and moving at double quick toward them. Their supports to the left were more remote than the rebels, and it was evident that, but with one piece of artillery, a single regiment could do nothing there. They accordingly fell back toward the ford and were reinforced in an orchard near the other regiments. The rebel column veered on further to the right, and for a brief space, though utterly isolated, they remained unmolested. Before 10, however, the brigade, which stood listening to the wild roar of battle on the left, was startled by a shell that hurtled directly over their heads. In an instant, the rebel batteries that had gained the commanding bluffs opposite, by approaching on the Corinth and Hamburg road, were in fiery play. The orchards and open fields in which they were posted, looking only for an attack in the opposite direction, were swept with the exploding shells and a hailstorm of grape. Under cover of this fire from the bluffs, the rebels rushed down, crossed the ford, and in a moment were seen forming on the creek in open fields and within close musket range. Their color-bearers stepped defiantly to the front as the engagement opened. The storm came in sharp and quick volleys of musketry, the batteries above supporting them with a destructive fire. The Union sharpshooters panted to pick off the audacious rebel color-bearers, but Colonel Stewart interposed, crying out, "No, no, they are too brave fellows to be killed." Almost at the first fire, Lieutenant Colonel Barton S. Kyle, of the 71st, was shot through the breast. The brigade stood firmly at least 10 minutes, when it became evident that its position was untenable, and it fell rapidly back, perhaps a quarter of a mile, to the next ridge. A few of Stewart's men, at great personal risk, carrying Lieutenant Colonel Kyle in a dying condition from the field they were abandoning. Ohio lost no braver, truer man that day. When they reached the next woody ridge, rebel cavalry that had crossed the creek lower down was seen coming up to the left, and the line of battle was formed fronting in that direction to resist this new attack. For 3/4 of an hour the brigade kept this position. The cavalry, finding it prepared, did not come within range. In front they were hard pressed, and the rebels began to come in on their right. Colonel Stewart had sent across to Brigadier General W.H.L. Wallace, then not engaged, for support. Brigadier General MacArthur's brigade was promptly started across, but mistaking the way and bearing too much to the right, found itself in the midst of the rebel forces. He vigorously engaged the rebels to his front and flanks, fell back to a good position, and held these troops in bay till the rest of his division came up. General MacArthur was himself disabled by a wound in the foot, but he rode to a hospital, had it dressed, and returned to the brigade, which in the meantime held its position stoutly. But this brought Stewart's isolated brigade little assistance. They were soon forced to fall back to another ridge, then another, and finally, about 12 o'clock, shattered and broken, they retreated to the right and rear, falling in behind General MacArthur's brigade to reorganize. Colonel Stewart was himself wounded by a ball through his right shoulder, and the loss of field and company officers greatly disheartened the troops. Desperate condition of the national troops. Now the entire front was cleared. The enemy had full possession of Sherman's, Prentice's, and McClernand's camps. By 10 o'clock, the whole front, except Stewart's brigade, had given way, and the burden of the fight was resting on Hurlbut and W.H.L. Wallace. Before 12, Stewart, too, had come back, and for the time, those two divisions stood absolutely alone between the Union Army and destruction. But truly brave men are bravest when driven to extremities. Hurlbut and Wallace made a most gallant stand, and most of the troops from the three scattered divisions were still to some extent available. Many of them had wandered down the river, some to Crump's Landing, and others even to Savannah, to be brought back on transports. Brigades could not be collected again, much less divisions, but the regiments were gathered together from the loose squads wandering about, and officered, often by men who could find scarcely a soldier of their own commands. These were hurried to the front, and many of them did good service. According to a general understanding, in the event of an attack on Pittsburgh Landing, Major General Lewis Wallace was to come in on the Union right and flank the rebels by marching across from Crump's Landing below. But, as has been stated, Wallace, with his division, though all drawn up and ready to march anywhere at a moment's notice, was not ordered to Pittsburgh Landing till nearly 12 o'clock. Then, by mistake, he got on the new road. 4 miles of marching were lost, and the circuitous route made it a march of 12 miles before he could reach the scene of battle. Meantime, the right was almost wholly unprotected. Fortunately, however, the rebels did not seem to have discovered the full extent of this weakness, and their heaviest fighting was done on the center and left, where the Union lines were still well preserved. Hurlbut's division. Hurlbut's division stretched across the Corinth Road, facing to the left. W.H.L. Wallace's other brigades had gone over to assist MacArthur, and the divisions thus reunited, steadily closed the line. To Hurlbut's right, the lines were united by the reorganized regiments that had been resent to the field. McClernand and Sherman were both there. Hurlbut had been encamped in the long stretch of open fields, backed with heavy timber, which lay nearest the river. 3 times during those long hours, the heavy rebel passes on the left charged upon the division, and 3 times were they repulsed with terrible slaughter. Close, sharp, continuous musketry filled the air with fire and smoke. Whole lines belched their furious fire on the rebels, and a leaden storm swept over the fields which they attempted to advance with terrible fury. No troops could have withstood this deadly fire. Rebel discipline gave way under it, though dead bodies left scattered over the field, even on Monday evening, bore ghastly testimony to the daring which they had been precipitated toward the Federal lines. The rebel generals handled their forces with a skill that extorted admiration even from their enemies. Repulse was nothing to them. If a rush on the Union lines failed, they took their disordered troops to the rear and sent up fresh forces, who, ignorant of the deadly reception that awaited them, were ready to make a new trial. Hurlbut's jaded division was compelled to yield at last, and after 6 hours' magnificent fighting, it fell back of its camps to a point within half a mile of the landing. Wallace's division. Hurlbut's companion division, that of Brigadier General W.H.L. Wallace, included the 2nd and 7th Iowa, 9th and 28th Illinois, and several of the other regiments composing Major General Smith's old division. Wallace had also 3 excellent batteries, Stone's, Richardson's, and Weber's, all from Missouri. With him, too, the fight began about 10 o'clock, as already described. From that time till 4 in the afternoon, his troops bore up manfully. The musketry fire was absolutely continuous. There was scarcely a moment that some part of the line was not pouring in their rattling volleys, and the artillery sent forth its death thunders with but little intermission through the entire time. Once or twice the infantry advanced, attempting to drive back the continually increasing enemy, but though they could hold their own ground, their numbers were unequal to the task of conquering more. 4 separate times in turn the rebels attempted to charge on them. Each time the infantry poured in its quickest volleys, and the artillery redoubled its exertions, and the rebels retreated with heavy slaughter. The division was eager to remain, even when Hurlbut fell back, and the noble fellows serving the guns were particularly indignant when compelled to silence their own batteries. But their supports were gone on both sides. It was madness to remain in isolated advance. Just as the necessity for retreating was becoming apparent, General Wallace, whose cool, collected bravery had commanded universal admiration, was, as it is believed, mortally wounded, and borne away from the field. At last the division fell back. Its soldiers claimed the proud distinction of being the last to yield, in the general breaking up of the lines that gloomy Sunday afternoon. Captain Stone could not resist the temptation of stopping, as he passed what had been Hurlbut's headquarters, to try a few parting shots. He did fine execution, but his wheel horses were shot down, and he narrowly escaped losing his guns. With the first dash of the enemy on the left wing, it became evident that a stupendous effort would be put forth to break through it. For 2 hours, sheets of fire blazed from both columns, and clouds of smoke surged up between them with the rush and stifling effect of a prairie fire. The Mississippi riflemen in the enemy's ranks fought with terrible valor, which was met with steady heroism by those who stood firmly under their unerring fire. 3 different times the enemy seemed on the verge of a victory. They drove the Union forces slowly before them until they came in sight of the river, but up to 3 o'clock the desperate attempt to break the Federal lines proved unavailing. Having failed to drive in the main columns, they had turned with furious strength on the right wing. Baffled there, they made another onset on the left wing, fighting more desperately than ever. But the Union lines were prepared for the assault, fierce as it was, and met it with wonderful steadiness. The whole army was crowded into Wallace's camps, and confined in a circuit of from half to 2/3 of a mile around the landing. The Union army, fighting bravely, had been falling back inch by inch all day. The next repulse threatened to drive them into the river. Brigadier General Prentiss and 3 regiments with him, the 23rd Missouri of his own division, and the 12th and 14th Iowa of those that had come to his assistance, delayed their retreat too long, having relied too confidently on their supporting division to check a flank movement of the enemy. Almost before they saw their danger, the flanking forces rushed in from either side behind them, and they stood, perhaps 2,000 strong, in the midst of thrice their number. Hedged in with battalions, with a forest of steel bristling on every side, these brave men yielded to the force of numbers, and were taken prisoners, after fighting bravely till further contest would have been self-murder. Meantime, Sherman's brigades had maintained a confused fight. Buckland's were almost gone. Hildebrand's and McDowell's were holding their ground more tenaciously. General Hurlbut gives a clear statement of the retreat and final position of the Federal forces on Sunday afternoon. When, about 3 o'clock, Colonel Stewart on my left sent me word that he was driven in, and that I would be flanked in a few moments, it was necessary for me to decide at once to abandon either the right or left. I considered that General Prentiss could, with the left of General McClernand's troops, probably hold the right, and sent him notice to reach out toward the right and drop back steadily parallel with my 1st Brigade, while I rapidly moved General Lauman from the right to the left, and called up 2 20-pound pieces of Major Cavender's battalion to check the advance of the enemy upon the 1st Brigade. These pieces were taken into action by Dr. Corvine, the surgeon of the battalion, and Lieutenant Edwards, and effectually checked the enemy for half an hour, giving me time to draw off my crippled artillery and form a new front with the 3rd Brigade. In a few minutes, 2 Texas regiments crossed the ridge separating my line from Stewart's former one, while other troops also advanced. Willard's battery was thrown into position under command of Lieutenant Wood, and opened with great effect on the Lone Star flags, until their line of fire was obstructed by the charge of the 3rd Brigade, which, after delivering its fire with great steadiness, charged up the hill, and drove the enemy back 300 or 400 yards. Perceiving that a heavy force was closing on the left, between my line and the river, while heavy firing continued on the right and front, I ordered the line to fall back. The retreat was made steadily and in good order. I had hoped to make a stand on the line of my camp, but masses of the enemy were pressing on each flank, while their light artillery was closing rapidly in the rear. On reaching the 24-pounder siege guns and battery near the river, I again succeeded in forming line of battle in the rear of the guns, and, by direction of Major General Grant, I assumed command of all troops that came up. Broken regiments and disordered battalions came into line gradually upon my division. Major Cavender posted 6 of his 20-pound pieces on my right, and I sent my aide to establish the light artillery, all that could be found, on my left. Many officers and men, unknown to me, fled in confusion through the line. Many gallant soldiers and brave officers rallied steadily on the new line. I passed to the right and found myself in communication with General Sherman and received his instructions. In a short time the enemy appeared on the crest of the ridge, led by the 13th Louisiana, but were cut to pieces by the steady and murderous fire of our artillery. The enemy were in possession of nearly all the Union camps and camp equipage. Half the field artillery had fallen into his hands. A division general had been captured. Many officers had followed him, and more than one regiment of soldiers had been made prisoners. The battlefield was cumbered at every step with killed and wounded. The hospital tents were overflowing and crowded with human agony. A long ridge bluff set apart for surgical purposes swarmed with the maimed, the dead, and the dying, whose cries and groans broke fearfully through the pauses of the artillery. A dogged, stubborn resolution took possession of the men. Regiments had lost their favorite officers. Companies had been bereft of their captains. Still, they continued to fight desperately, but with little hope. At 3 o'clock, the gunboat Tyler opened fire on the enemy, and at 4 the Lexington came up, taking position half a mile above the landing, and opened fire, striking terror into the ranks of the enemy. General Grant was confident that his troops could hold the enemy off till morning, and said this while standing with his staff in a group by the old log post office on the landing, which was then crowded with surgeons and the wounded, but still the men fought with a despairing light in their eyes. In a time like this, minutes count for years. General Grant used them to a golden purpose. Colonel Webster, chief of staff and an artillery officer of ability, had arranged all the guns he could collect in a sort of semicircle, protecting the landing and bearing chiefly on the Union center and left, by which the rebels were pretty sure to advance. Corps of artillerists to man them were improvised from all the batteries that could be found. 22 guns in all were placed in position. 2 of them were very heavy siege guns, long 32s. Where they came from, what battery they belonged to, no man questioned. It was quite unimportant. Enough that they were there in the right place half a mile back from the bluff, sweeping the approaches by the left and by the ridge Corinth Road, but with few to work them. Dr. Corvine, surgeon of Frank Blair's 1st Missouri Artillery, proffered his services, which were gladly accepted, and he worked them with terrible effect. It was 4:30 o'clock, perhaps later still. Every division of the Union Army on the field had been repulsed. The enemy occupied almost all their camps. The struggling remnant of Federal troops had been driven to within little over half a mile of the landing. Behind was a deep, rapid river. In front was a victorious enemy. Still, there was an hour for fighting. Oh, that night where Lewis Wallace would come. Nelson's division of Buell's army evidently could not cross in time to save the day. No one could tell why Lewis Wallace was not on the ground. In the justice of a righteous cause, and in that semicircle of 22 guns in position, lay all the hope these beleaguered men could see. At 5 o'clock, the artillery, which had been thundering so stormily, held its fire a little. The flash of muskets from the enemy's lines died away, and his columns fell back on the center for nearly a mile. With a sudden swoop, they wheeled and again threw their entire force on the left wing, determined to end the fearful contest of the day right then and there. Suddenly, a broad, sulphurous flash of light leaped out from the darkening woods, and through the glare and smoke came whistling leaden hail. The rebels were making their crowning effort for the day, and as was expected, they came from the left and center. They had wasted their fire at 1,000 yards. Instantaneously, a new tempest from the black-mouthed Union guns flung out its thunderous response. The rebel artillery opened, and shell and round shot came tearing across the open space in back of the bluff. The Union infantry poured in a glorious response from their broken battalions, invigorated by the announcement that the advance of Buell's army was in sight. Just then a body of cavalry appeared across the Tennessee River, waiting transportation. In their extremity, the soldiers anxiously turned their eyes that way. Was it Buell? Was it Nelson coming to the rescue? Arrival of General Buell. The eyes of those weary soldiers brightened, their courage revived. Help was near. Even in that lurid atmosphere, they could see the gleaming of the gun barrels amid the leaves and undergrowth down the opposite side of the river. They caught hopeful glimpses of the steady, swinging tramp of trained soldiers. A division of Buell's army was coming up. Then came a boat across with a lieutenant and 2 or 3 privates of the Signal Corps. Some orders were given the officer, and as instantly telegraphed to the other side by the mysterious wavings and raisings and droppings of the flags. A steamer came up with pontoons on board, with which a bridge could be speedily thrown across the river. She quietly reconnoitered a few moments, and steamed back again. Perhaps, after all, it was better to have no bridge there. It made escape impossible, and left nothing but victory or death to the struggling Union troops. Preparations were rapidly made for crossing General Nelson's division, for he had the advance of Buell's army, on the dozen transports that had been tied up along the bank. The division of W.H.L. Wallace held the enemy at bay in his last desperate effort to break the Union lines. While forcing through a crossfire, General Wallace fell mortally wounded. Brigadier General MacArthur took the command, but he too was wounded, and Colonel Tuttle, as senior in rank, rallied the shattered brigades. He was joined by the 13th Iowa, Colonel Crooker, 9th Illinois, Colonel Mersey, 12th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Chatelain, and several other fragments of regiments, and forming them in line on the road, held the enemy in check until that noble line was formed that breasted that last desperate charge. At this critical moment, a long, loud shout from the Union forces welcomed in the reinforcements. 8,000 strong had at length crossed the river and swept down upon the battlefield. Buell and Nelson, by forced marches, made within sound of the booming thunders of artillery, reached the battlefield just as the fate of war trembled in the balance. There was no pause or rest for counsel. So eager were they for the strife, they scarcely paused for breath before a line of battle was formed which decided that stormy day's fight. The men, weary from the long march, and panting from the speed which had marked its last stages, ranged themselves in advance of the exhausted but unfaltering troops of Sherman, McClernand, Hurlbut, and of W.H.L. Wallace, who lay dying on the battlefield, while Colonel Tuttle led his brigades to their noble work. The gunboats Tyler, Lieutenant Gwynn commanding, and Lexington, James W. Shirk commanding, now steamed up to the mouth of the Little Creek, near which Stewart's brigade had lain in the morning, and where the rebels were attacking the Union left. When they reached the mouth of the stream, the boats rounded too, commanding a ravine cut through the bluff, as if for the passage of their shells, which poured destruction into the ranks of the enemy. This movement was made under the direction of General Hurlbut, and it soon swept the enemy's ranks, carrying terror with every burst of deadly iron the guns belched forth. Eager to avenge the death of their commanding general, now known to have been killed a couple of hours before, and to complete the victory they believed to be within their grasp, the rebels had incautiously ventured within reach of their most dreaded antagonists, as broadside after broadside of 7-inch shells and 64-pound shot soon taught them. This was a foe they had hardly counted on, and the unexpected fire in flank and rear produced a startling effect. The boats fired admirably, and with a rapidity that was astonishing. The 22 land guns kept up their stormy thunder, and thus, amid the crash and roar, the scream of shells and demon-like hiss of minette balls, that Sabbath evening wore away. Startled by the accumulated force, and disheartened by the fearful combinations against them, the rebels fell slowly back, fighting as they went until they reached an advantageous position, somewhat in the rear, yet occupying the main road to Corinth. The gunboats kept pouring a storm of shell on their track until they retired completely out of reach, and the battle of the first day ended. As the sounds of battle died away, and division generals drew off their men, a council of war was held, and it was decided that as soon as possible after daybreak, the enemy should be attacked and driven from their snug quarters in the Union camps. Lewis Wallace, who was coming in on the new road from Crump's Landing, and crossing Snake Creek just above the Illinois, Wallace's, W.H.L.'s camps, was to take the right and sweep back toward position from which Sherman had been driven on Sunday morning. Nelson was to take the extreme left. Buell promised to place Crittenden next to Nelson, and McCook next to him, by a seasonable hour in the morning. The gap between McCook and Lewis Wallace was to be filled with the reorganized divisions of Grant's army, Hurlbut coming next to McCook, then McClernand, and Sherman closing the gap between McClernand and Lewis Wallace. From the first fearful onslaught upon Buckland's brigade, which, gathering up its shattered regiments and firing as they ran to form in the heavy woods, leaving windrows of slain on their track, to the last outburst of shot and shell from the gunboats, the contest of that day had been a fearful one. Most of the troops which received the first shock of battle were raw recruits, just from the camp of instruction. Hundreds and hundreds of them had never seen a gun fired, save in sport, in their lives. With officers equally inexperienced, admitting brilliant exceptions, it is not wonderful that the ranks were broken and driven back when the terrific roar of cannon burst in their midst, and bombshells scattered fire and death among the tents, in which they were quietly sleeping but an hour before. Springing to arms, half prepared only to rush through the blinding smoke to meet the serried columns of the rebels' impetuous advance, truly it is not strange that they fell into confusion, fighting blindly and at random. But it was a grand sight when Sherman dashed along the lines, shouting encouragement to the men, exposing his own life 100 times, and rallying his forces with a wonderful power of voice and action. The Herculean exertions of this brave man no doubt saved the division from utter destruction. From the first tranquil opening of that beautiful day to its lurid and bloody close, more desperate bravery has seldom been exhibited. When Americans meet Americans, all that is heroic and daring in the national character springs to action, and deeds are done on both sides that thrill the nation as it stands breathlessly listening, north and south, to know how her sons have fought. End of section 39. Section 40 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Pittsburgh Landing, Second Day. Night between the two battles. In dead silence, the troops took their new position and lay down on their arms in line of battle. All night long, the remainder of Buell's men were marching up from Savannah to a point opposite Pittsburgh Landing, whence they were brought over in transports. An hour after dark, Wallace came in with his division. There had been delay in getting the right road, which made him late on the field. But once there, he fell to work with energy. He ascertained the position of certain rebel batteries which lay in front of him on the right, and threatened to bar his advance in the morning, and selected positions for a couple of his batteries from which they could silence the enemy. In placing his guns and arranging his brigades for support, he was occupied till 1 o'clock in the morning. His wearied men had lain down to snatch a few hours of sleep, with the shadows of death all around them. At 9 o'clock, all was hushed near the landing. Men, still panting from the hot contest of the day, threw themselves on the earth to sleep or die as they chanced to be unhurt or wounded unto death. The bright stars looked down upon the ranks of sleeping, dying, and dead men, with sweet Sabbath-like calm, and never did the stars of heaven brood over a spectacle more appalling. The sound of marching troops from the far distance alone broke the solemn stillness, save when the moans of the wounded and the agonizing cries for water thrilled the night with sounds of anguish. Now a flash shed a flood of sheet lightning over the river, turning its waters to lurid fire, and the roar of heavy naval guns reverberated on the bluffs, breaking up the sublime silence of the night. Again and again the guns boomed great volumes of sound. By the flashes, the gunboats could be seen receding back into the fiery blue of the waters, with each graceful recoil produced by the discharge. A thin veil of smoke settled around them, floating drowsily between their black hulls and the beautiful stars. Far away in the distant woods came the muffled explosion of shells thus let loose on the tranquil air. Thus the night wore on. The soldiers, far too weary for the boom of cannon to awake them, slept quietly, almost as the dead were sleeping. The wounded answered back the dismal sound with more dismal groans. At midnight a thunderstorm broke over the battlefield, and the artillery of heaven swept its fires through the sky, while the guns from the river boomed a sullen answer. Torrents of rain fell, drenching the sleepers, but falling cool as balm on the parched lips of the wounded, assuaging their burning thirst and moistening their wounds. The vigilant officers knew that half a mile off lay a victorious army, commanded by splendid generals, rendered ardent by a half-won conquest which might be a victory on the morrow. For them there was little rest. When the day broke, it found these men watching. When the brain is active, men do not sleep, and the general who has divisions to command and protect must earn success by vigilance. The battle on Monday. The line of battle agreed upon for the Union forces on Monday was this: right wing, Major General Lewis Wallace; left wing, Brigadier General Nelson. Between these, beginning at the left, Brigadier Generals T. Crittenden, A. McDonald McCook, Hurlbut, McClernand, and W. T. Sherman. In the divisions of the three latter were to be included also the remains of Prentice's and W. H. L. Wallace's commands, shattered and left without commanders, through the capture of one and the mortal wound of the other. Buell's three divisions were not full when the battle opened on Monday morning, but the lacking regiments were gradually brought into the rear. The different divisions were composed of the following forces: Brigadier General Nelson's division, 1st Brigade, Colonel Ammon, 24th Ohio, commanding; 36th Indiana, Colonel Gross; 6th Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel Anderson; 24th Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel Frederick C. Jones; 2nd Brigade, Samuels D. Bruce, 20th Kentucky, commanding; 1st Kentucky, Colonel Enyard; 2nd Kentucky, Colonel Sedgwick; 20th Kentucky, Lieutenant Colonel Blank, commanding; 3rd Brigade, Colonel Hazen, 41st Ohio, commanding; 41st Ohio, 6th Kentucky, and 9th Indiana. Brigadier General T. Crittenden's division. 1st Brigade, General Boyle, 19th Ohio, Colonel Beatty. 59th Ohio, Colonel Fife. 13th Kentucky, Colonel Hobson. 9th Kentucky, Colonel Grider. 2nd Brigade, Colonel William S. Smith, 13th Ohio, commanding. 13th Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel Hawkins. 26th Kentucky, Lieutenant Colonel Maxwell. 11th Kentucky, Colonel P. P. Hawkins, with Mendenhall's regular and Bartlett's Ohio batteries. Brigadier General McCook's division. 1st Brigade, Brigadier General Lovell H. Rousseau. 1st Ohio, Colonel Edward A. Parrott. 6th Indiana, Colonel Crittenden. 3rd Kentucky, Louisville Legion. Battalions 15th, 16th, and 19th Regulars. 2nd Brigade, Brigadier General Johnston. 32nd Indiana, Colonel Willich. 39th Indiana, Colonel Harrison. 49th Ohio, Colonel Gibson. 3rd Brigade, Colonel Kirk, 34th Illinois, commanding. 34th Illinois, Lieutenant Colonel Badsworth. 29th Indiana, Lieutenant Colonel Drum. 30th Indiana, Colonel Bass. 77th Pennsylvania, Colonel Stambaugh. Major General Lewis Wallace's division, right of Army. 1st Brigade, Colonel Morgan L. Smith commanding. 8th Missouri, Colonel Morgan L. Smith. Lieutenant Colonel James Peckham commanding. 11th Indiana, Colonel George F. McGinnis. 24th Indiana, Colonel Alvin P. Hovey. Thurber's Missouri Battery. 2nd Brigade, Colonel Thayer, 1st Nebraska, commanding. 1st Nebraska, Lieutenant Colonel McCord, commanding. 23rd Indiana, Colonel Sanderson. 58th Ohio, Colonel Bausenwein. 68th Ohio, Colonel Stedman. Thompson's Indiana Battery. 3rd Brigade, Colonel Charles Whittlesey, 20th Ohio, commanding. 20th Ohio, Lieutenant Colonel Blank, commanding. 56th Ohio, Colonel Peter Kinney. 76th Ohio, Colonel Charles R. Woods. 78th Ohio, Colonel Leggett. At daylight, it became evident that the gunboat bombardment through the night had not been without a most important effect. It had changed the position of the rebel army. The sun had gone down with the enemy's lines encircling the Union forces closely on the center and left, pushing them to the river, and leaving them little over half a mile of all the broad space they had held in the morning. The gunboats had cut the coils and loosened the anaconda-like constriction. Their shells had made the old position on the extreme Union left, which the rebels had been occupying, utterly untenable. Instead of stealing upon their foe in the night, which was doubtless their intention, they were compelled to fall back from point to point out of range of the shells which came dropping in. Go where they would within range, the troublesome visitors would find them out, and they fell back beyond the inner Union camps, and thus lost more than half the ground they had gained the afternoon before. Less easily accounted for was a movement of theirs on the right. Here they had held a steep bluff, covered with underbrush, as their advance line. Through the night they abandoned this, the best possible position for opposing Lewis Wallace, and had fallen back across some open fields to the scrub oak woods beyond. To those who had looked despairingly at the prospects on Sunday evening, it seemed unaccountable that the rebels did not open the contest by daybreak. Their retreat before the bombshells of the gunboats, however, explained the delay. The Union divisions were put in motion almost simultaneously. By 7 o'clock, Lewis Wallace opened the day by shelling the rebel battery, of which mention has been made, from the positions he had selected the night before. A brisk artillery duel was followed by a rapid movement of infantry across a shallow ravine, as if to storm, and the rebels, enfiladed and menaced in front, limbered up and made the opening of their Monday's retreating. Nelson's advance. Nelson, who was assigned to the left wing, moved his division about the same time Wallace opened on the rebel battery, forming in line of battle. Ammon's brigade on the extreme left, Bruce's in the center, and Hazen's to the right. Skirmishers were thrown out, and for nearly a mile the division thus swept the country, pushing a few outlying rebels before it till it came upon them in force. Then a general engagement broke out along the line, and again the rattle of musketry and thunder of artillery echoed over the late silent fields. There was no straggling this morning. These men were well drilled, and strict measures were taken to prevent miscellaneous thronging back out of harm's way. They stood up to their work and did their duty manfully. It soon became evident that, whether from change of commanders or some other cause, the rebels were pursuing a new policy in massing their forces. On Sunday, the heaviest fighting had been done on the left. In the morning they seemed to make a less determined resistance here, while toward the center and right the ground was more obstinately contested, and the struggle fiercely prolonged. Until 10:30, Nelson advanced slowly but steadily, sweeping his long lines over the ground of defeat on Sunday morning, moving over scores of dead rebels and resistlessly pressing back the jaded and wearied enemy. The rebels had received but few reinforcements during the night. Their men were exhausted with the desperate contest of the day before, and manifestly dispirited by the fact that they were fighting Grant and Buell combined. Gradually, as Nelson pushed forward his lines under heavy musketry, the enemy fell back till about 10:30, when, under cover of the heavy timber and a furious cannonading, they made a general rally. The Union forces, flushed with their easy success, were scarcely prepared for the sudden onset, when the rebel masses were hurled against them with tremendous force. The men halted, wavered, and were driven back. At this critical juncture, Captain Terry's regular battery came dashing up. Scarcely taking time to unlimber, he was loading and sighting his pieces before the caissons had turned, and in an instant was tossing in shell from 24-pound howitzers into the compact and advancing rebel ranks. Here was the turning point of the battle on the left. The rebels were checked, not halted. On they came. Horse after horse from the batteries was picked off. Every private at one of the howitzers was shot down, and the gun was worked by Captain Terry himself and a corporal. A regiment dashed up from the Union line and saved the disabled piece. Then, for 2 hours, artillery and musketry raged at close range. At last, the enemy began to waver. The Federals pressed on, pouring in deadly volleys. Just then, Buell, who assumed the general direction of his troops in the field, came up. At a glance, he saw the position of things and gave a prompt order. "Forward at double quick by brigades." The men leaped forward with the eagerness of unleashed hounds. For a quarter of a mile the rebels fell back. Faster and faster they ran, less and less resistance was made to the advance. At last the front camps on the left were reached, and by 2:30 that point was cleared. The rebels had been steadily swept back over the ground they had won, with heavy loss, and fell into confusion. The Unionists had retaken all their own guns lost here the day before, and 1 or 2 from the rebels were left to attest how bravely that great victory in Tennessee was won. Advance of Crittenden's division. Next to Nelson came Crittenden. He too swept forward over his ground to the front some distance before finding the foe. Between 8 and 9 o'clock, however, while keeping Smith's brigade on his left, even with Nelson's flank, and joining Boyle's brigade to McCook on the right in the grand advance, he came upon the enemy with a battery in position, and, well supported, Smith dashed his brigade forward. There was sharp, close work with musketry, and the rebels fled. He took 3 pieces, a 12-pound howitzer and 2 brass 6-pounders. But they cost the gallant 13th Ohio dear. Major Benjamin Piatt Runkle fell, mortally wounded. For half an hour, perhaps, the storm raged around these captured guns. Then came the recoiling rebel wave that had hurled Nelson back. Crittenden, too, caught its full force. The rebels swept up to the batteries, around them and down after the retreating Union column. But the 2 brigades, like those of Nelson's to their left, took a fresh position, faced the foe, and held their ground. Mendenhall's and Bartlett's batteries now began shelling the infantry that alone opposed them. Before abandoning the guns so briefly held, they had spiked them with mud, and this novel expedient was perfectly successful. From that time till after 1 o'clock, while the fight raged back and forth over the same ground, the rebels did not succeed in firing a shot from their mud-spiked artillery. At last, the Union brigades began to gain the advantage. Crittenden drove the enemy steadily forward. Captain Mendenhall, with First Lieutenant Parsons, a Western Reserve West Pointer, with Bartlett, poured in their shell. A rush for the contested battery, and it was taken again. The rebels retreated towards the left. Smith and Boyle holding the infantry well in hand, Mendenhall again got their range and poured in shell on the new position. The fortune of the day was against them, as against their comrades in Nelson's front, and they were soon in full retreat. Just then, Brigadier General Thomas J. Woods' advance brigade from his approaching division came up. It was too late for the fight, but it relieved Crittenden's weary fellows, and pushed on after the rebels until they were found to have left the most advanced Union camps. McCook's advance. Thus the left was saved. Meanwhile, McCook, with his magnificent regiments, was doing equally well toward the center. His division was handled in a way to save great effusion of blood, while equally important results were attained. The reserves were kept as much as possible from under fire, while the troops in front were engaged. Thus, the lists of killed and wounded will show that while as heavy fighting was done here as anywhere on the right or center, the casualties were remarkably few. An Illinois battery serving in the division was in imminent danger. The 6th Indiana was ordered to its relief. A rapid rush, close musketry firing, no need of bayonets here, the battery was safe. The enemy were to the front and right. Advancing and firing, the 6th pushed on. The rebel colors dropped. Another volley. Yet once more the faded colors fell. Was there fatality in this? The rebels seemed to think so, for they wheeled and disappeared. Rousseau's brigade was drawn off in splendid style. The rebel general saw the brigade filing back and pushed his forces onward again. Kirk's brigade advanced to meet him, coming out of the woods into an open field. It was met by a tremendous fire, which threw a battalion of regulars in its front into some confusion. They retired to reform, and meanwhile down dropped the brigade on the ground. As the front was cleared, the men sprang up and charged across the open field, straight to the woods, under cover, driving the enemy back with their impetuous advance. He rallied promptly. Fierce musketry firing swept the woods. They advanced 30 rods, perhaps, when the 29th Indiana got into a marsh and fell partially to the rear. Heavier came the leaden hail. The 29th and 30th both fell back 15 or 20 rods. They rallied and advanced again. They were repulsed, started impetuously forward, and this time came in on the vulnerable points. Colonel Waggoner's 15th Indiana came up to the support, and the enemy disappeared. Fresh troops took their places, and for them, the fight ended. Beginning at the left, the waves of success swept forward from point to point over the lost fields of Sunday. Paeans of victory and the wild cheers of successful soldiers sounded the requiem of the fallen rebels, who had atoned for their treason by the brave man's death. Nelson, Crittenden, McCook, Hurlbut, McClernand led their divisions bravely through the fray. The contest lasted longer on the right and was even more fiercely contested. Lewis Wallace's movements. When Major General Lewis Wallace opened the battle at 7 o'clock by shelling with enfilading fires a rebel battery, a few shots demonstrated to the rebels that their position was untenable. The instant Sherman came in to protect his left, Wallace advanced his infantry. The rebel battery at once limbered up and got out of the way. The advance had withdrawn the division from Sherman, making a left half wheel to get back into the neighborhood of the Federal line. They advanced some 200 yards, which brought them to a little elevation, with a broad open stretch to the front. As the division halted on the crest of the swell, through the edge of the timber, skirting the fields, the head of a rebel column appeared, marching past in splendid style on the double quick. Banner after banner flashed out through the foliage, the stars and bars forming a long line, stretching parallel with Wallace's line of battle. Regiment after regiment swept forward. The line lengthened, and doubled and trebled. The head of the column was out of sight, and still they came. 20 regiments were counted passing through the woods. Their design was plain. The rebels had abandoned the idea of forcing their way through the Union left, and the manifest attempt was to turn the right. Thompson's and Thurber's batteries were now ordered up, and the whole column was shelled as it passed. The rebels threw their artillery into position rapidly, and a brisk cannonading began. After a time, while the fight still rested with the artillery, the rebels opened a new and destructive battery to the right, which the Union men soon ascertained was Watson's Louisiana battery. From the marks on the ammunition boxes the enemy were forced, from time to time, to leave behind. Batteries, with a brigade of supporting infantry, were now moved forward over open fields, under heavy fire, to contend against this new assailant. The batteries opened, the sharpshooters were thrown out to the front to pick off the rebel artillerists, and the brigade was ordered down on its face to protect it from the flying shell and grape. For an hour and a half the contest lasted, while the body of the division was still delayed, waiting for Sherman. Sherman's division. Sherman had received orders from Grant to advance and recapture his camps. His division was composed of odds and ends, as it came out of the conflict on Sunday evening. His command was of a mixed character. Buckland's brigade was the only one that retained its organization. Colonel Hildebrand was personally there, but his brigade was not. Colonel McDowell had been severely injured by a fall of his horse, had gone to the river, and the regiments of his brigade were not in line. The 13th Missouri, Colonel Kraft J. Wright, had reported itself on the field and fought well, retaining its regimental organization, and it formed a part of Sherman's line during Sunday night and all Monday. Other fragments of regiments and companies had also fallen into his division, and acted with it during the remainder of the battle. This was not a very promising host with which to advance and recapture his camps. Sherman, full of ardor, moved forward and occupied the ground on the extreme right of General McClernand's camp, where he attracted the fire of a battery located near Colonel McDowell's headquarters. Here he remained, patiently awaiting the sound of General Buell's advance upon the main Corinth road. It was this independent action of Sherman which caused Wallace to halt, he evidently not understanding the general's design. By 10 o'clock, Sherman's right, under Colonel Marsh, came up. He started to move across the field, but the storm of musketry and grape was too much for him, and he fell back in good order. Again he started on the double quick and gained the woods. The Louisiana battery was turned. Marsh's position left it subject to fire in flank and in front, and then it fled. The other rebel batteries at once followed, and Wallace's division, in an instant, now that a master move had swept the board, pushed forward. Before them were broad fallow fields, then a woody little ravine, succeeded by cornfields and woods. The last brigade was sent forward. It crossed the fallow fields under fire, gained the ravine, and was rushing across the cornfields, when the same Louisiana steel-rifled guns opened on them. Dashing forward, they reached a little ground swell, behind which they dropped like dead men, while skirmishers were sent forward to silence the troublesome battery. The skirmishers crept forward till they gained a little knoll, not more than 75 yards from the battery. Of course, the guns opened on them. They replied to some purpose. In a few minutes the battery was driven off, the artillerists killed, the horses shot down, and badly crippled every way. But the affair cost the Union cause a brave man, Lieutenant Colonel Garber, who could not control his enthusiasm at the conduct of the skirmishers, and in his excitement incautiously exposed himself. All this time, rebel regiments were pouring on to attack the audacious brigade that was supporting the skirmishers, but fresh regiments from Wallace's division came up in time to defeat their purpose. The battery was silenced. Forward was the division order. Rushing across cornfields under a heavy fire, they now met the rebels face to face in the woods. The contest was quick and decisive. Close, sharp, continuous musketry drove the rebels back. Here, unfortunately, Sherman's right gave way. Wallace's flank was exposed. He instantly formed Colonel Wood's 76th Ohio in a new line of battle, in right angles with the real one, with orders to protect the flank. The 11th Indiana was likewise contesting a sharp engagement with the enemy, who made a desperate attempt to flank it, and for a time the contest waxed furious. But Sherman soon filled the place of his broken regiments. Wallace's division came forward, and again the enemy gave way. By 2 o'clock, the division was in the woods again, and for 3/4 of a mile it advanced under a murderous storm of shot. Then another contest, and another with the batteries, always met with skirmishers and sharpshooting. Then by 4 o'clock, 2 hours later than on the right, a general rebel retreat, a sharp pursuit, from which the triumphant Union soldiers were recalled to encamp on the old ground of Sherman's division, in the very tents from which those regiments were driven that hapless Sunday morning. With great thanksgiving and shouts of triumph, the Union army took possession of the camps. They had repulsed the enemy in one of the most hardly contested battles of the war, under many disadvantages, and with a heroism that fills a glorious page in the history of nations. The enemy was near, yet retreating, his columns broken and altogether defeated. His cavalry still hovered within half a mile of the camps, but it was allowed to depart, and the Battle of Pittsburgh Landing, written by more than 100,000 bayonets, was at an end. After the battle. The sight of that battlefield was horrible. The first approaches, occupying the further range of the enemy's guns, bore fearful witness of the wild devastation made by the ball and shell which had overshot the mark. Large trees were entirely splintered off within 10 feet of the ground. Heavy branches lay in every direction, and pieces of exploded missiles were scattered over the forest sward. The carcasses of horses and the wrecks of wagons strewed all the woods and marked every step of the way. Half a mile further on, and the most terrible results of the struggle were brought into view. Lifeless bodies lay thickly in the woods. The dead and dying lay close together in the fields, some in heaps on their backs, some with clenched hands half raised in the air, others with their guns held in a fixed grip, as if in the act of loading when the fatal shaft struck them dead. Others still had crawled away from further danger, and, sheltering themselves behind old logs, had sunk into an eternal sleep. Here were the bodies of men who had fallen the day before, mingled with those from whose wounds the blood was yet warmly trickling. Around the open space known as the battalion drill ground, the scene was still more appalling. This spot had been desperately contested on both sides, but the dead on the rebel side were 4-1 compared to the Union losses. It was horrible to see in what wild attitudes they had fallen. Here, a poor creature appeared in a sitting posture, propped up by logs, on which the green moss had been drenched with blood, and with his hands rigidly locked over his knees, sat still as marble, with his ashen face drooping on his breast. One poor wretch had crept away to the woods, and ensconcing himself between two logs, spread his blanket above him as a shield from the rain of the previous night. He was a wounded rebel, and asked pitifully of those who searched among the dead if nothing could be done for him. In the track of the larger guns, terrible havoc had been made, and scenes of revolting mutilation presented themselves. The field of battle extended over a distance of 5 miles in length, and 3/4 of a mile in width. This space was fought over twice in regular battle array, and many times in the charges and retreats of the different divisions of the two armies. Every tree and sapling in that whole space was pierced through and through with cannon shot and musket balls, and it is reported that there was scarcely a rod of ground on the 5 miles which did not have a dead or wounded man upon it. On Sunday especially, several portions of the ground were fought over 3 and 4 times, and the two lines swayed backward and forward like advancing and retreating waves. In repeated instances, rebel and Union soldiers, protected by the trees, were within 30 feet of each other. Many of the camps, as they were lost and retaken, received showers of balls. At the close of the fight, General McClernand's tent contained 27 bullet holes, and his adjutant's 32. In the adjutant's tent, when the Union forces recaptured it, the body of a rebel was found in a sitting position. He had evidently stopped for a moment's rest, when a ball struck him and killed him. A tree not more than 18 inches in diameter, which was in front of General Lewis Wallace's division, bore the marks of more than 90 balls within 10 feet of the ground. The artillery and regiments engaged. A record of the dead, wounded, and missing in that fearful battle bears sure evidence of the almost superhuman bravery with which it was contested. The Illinois men, already famous at Donelson, fought like tigers to sustain their well-earned reputation. Missouri, Ohio, Indiana, Wisconsin, and some of the Iowa regiments won imperishable laurels. The 1st and 2nd Kentucky were gloriously brave in the fight. They, as well as the 6th, were under fire for more than 5 hours, yet when the enemy turned their faces toward Mississippi, they were ready and eager to follow. The Ohio 54th Zouave Regiment were at their post in the thickest of the fight. Also the 57th, who remembered well that Ohio expected her Buckeye sons to do their duty. Taylor's and Waterhouse's batteries were first in the fight. 2 regiments that should have supported the last broke and ran. Waterhouse was wounded in the thigh by a Minet ball. Tyler's battery continued to fight, supported splendidly by the 23rd Illinois, until he and his support were outflanked on both sides. Waterhouse, with his 3 guns, took up a second position, supported by the 2nd Brigade of McClernand's division, Colonel Marsh commanding. During the forenoon, they were compelled to retire through their own encampment with heavy loss into the woods. There a second line of battle was formed when McClernand ordered an advance. 100 rods brought the solid columns within sight of the rebels, and then followed one of the most fiercely contested and sanguinary engagements of that desperate field. It resulted in the repulse of the rebels, who were driven back through the Union encampments. Then the enemy was reinforced, and Colonel Marsh, finding his ammunition nearly expended, was compelled to retreat before the overwhelming forces of the enemy. On Monday, a fine Michigan battery, captured by the enemy the day before, was retaken by the 16th Wisconsin at the point of a bayonet. The fight, after taking this battery, was conducted by General Beauregard in person. In his efforts to recover it, he was wounded in the arm. He was successful in taking it, but it was again wrested from him. This battery was retaken and recaptured no less than 6 times. Company A of the Chicago Light Artillery, so severely handled on the first day, was only able to man 3 guns on Monday, but with these, after a desperate contest, they succeeded in silencing and capturing a rebel battery of 6 guns. They were, however, compelled to abandon it from want of horses. The report of General Lewis Wallace especially commended the Nebraska 1st, the 20th, 58th, 76th, and 78th Ohio, and the 23rd Indiana. The Indiana 25th literally covered itself with glory. The Indiana 6th, 9th, 11th, 31st, 32nd, 24th, 43rd, and 57th all performed most honorable parts in the terrible drama. Of the United States regulars, there was a fine representation. They were used at those points where the utmost steadiness was demanded, and fought with consummate skill and determination. The losses of the Illinois regiments in McClernand's division were very heavy in officers and men. On Sunday, Company A of the 49th Illinois lost from one volley 29 men, including 3 officers, and on Monday morning the company appeared on the ground commanded by a second sergeant. General McClernand's 3rd Brigade, which was led by Colonel Wraith until he was mortally wounded, changed commanders 3 times during the battle. On Monday morning, one of General Hurlbut's regiments, the 3rd Iowa, was commanded by a first lieutenant. General Grant is an illustration of the fortune through which some men, in the thickest showers of bullets, always escape. He has participated in skirmishes and 14 pitched battles, and is universally pronounced by those who have seen him on the field, daring even to rashness, but he has never received a scratch. At 4 o'clock on Sunday evening, he was sitting upon his horse, just in the rear of the Union line of batteries, when Carson, the scout, who had reported to him a moment before, had fallen back, and was holding his horse by the bridle about 7 feet behind him. A 6-pound shot, which flew very near General Grant, carried away Carson's head, passed just behind Lieutenant Graves, volunteer aide to General Wilson, tearing away the cantle of his saddle and cutting his clothing, but leaving him uninjured. It then took the legs off of a soldier in one of General Nelson's regiments, which was just ascending the bluff. About the same hour, further up to the right, General Sherman, who had been standing for a moment, while Major Hammond, his chief of staff, was holding the bridle, remounted. By the prancing of his horse, General Sherman's reins were thrown over his neck, and he was leaning forward in the saddle with his head lowered, while Major Hammond was bringing them back over his head, when a rifle ball struck the line in Major Hammond's hand, severing it within 2 inches of his fingers, and passed through the top and back of General Sherman's hat. Had he been sitting upright, it would have struck his head. At another time, a ball struck General Sherman on the shoulder, but his metallic shoulder strap warded it off. With a third ball he was less fortunate, for it passed through his hand. General Sherman had 3 horses shot under him, and ranks high among the heroes of that nobly won battle. General Hurlbut had a 6-pound shot pass between his horse's head and his arm. A bullet hurtled through the animal's mane, and one of his horses was killed under him. That statement has gone forth that General Prentiss was made prisoner at the first early onslaught of the enemy, when his division was driven in upon Sherman's lines. But this is an error. Prentiss's men fought well even in retiring. They retired to reform, and pursued the conflict up to late in the afternoon under Prentiss's personal lead. They maintained a stand on McClernand's left and Hurlbut's right. In the thick underbrush where they made their last stand, almost every shrub and bush was struck by bullets. No spot on the entire field evidenced more desperate fighting. The last time General Prentiss met General Hurlbut, he asked him, "Can you hold your line?" General Hurlbut replied, "I think I can." Not long after, he sent a messenger to General Prentiss to inform him that he was forced back, but the man was probably killed, as he never returned or delivered the message. About the same time, McClernand was forced back on his right, and Prentiss, without knowing that his supports on each side were gone, held his line. The enemy, both on his right and left, was half a mile in his rear before he discovered it, and his capture was inevitable. Of General Buell's conduct in battle, one of his men wrote, "I wish you could have seen the gallantry, the bravery, the dauntless daring, the coolness of General Buell. He seemed to be omnipresent. If ever man was qualified to command an army, it is he. He is a very great general, and has proved himself so, not only in organizing and disciplining an army, but in handling it. He had his horse shot under him." Losses. The official reports of losses are given in the following tabular statement. Grant's Army. Divisions: 1st, General McClernand. 251 killed, 1,351 wounded, 236 missing. Total 1,848. 2nd Division, General W. H. L. Wallace. 228 killed, 1,033 wounded, 1,163 missing. Total 2,424. 3rd Division, General Lewis Wallace. 43 killed, 257 wounded, 5 missing. Total 305. 4th Division, General Hurlbut. 313 killed, 1,449 wounded, 223 missing. Total 1,985. 5th Division, General Sherman, 318 killed, 1,275 wounded, 441 missing, 2,034 total. 6th Division, General Prentiss, 196 killed, 562 wounded, 1,802 missing, total 2,760. Total killed 1,349, total wounded 5,927, total missing 3,870, overall total 11,356 casualties. Buell's Army, 2nd Division, General McCook, 95 killed, 793 wounded, 8 missing, total 896. 4th Division, General Nelson, 90 killed, 591 wounded, 58 missing, total 739. 5th Division, General Crittenden, 80 killed, 410 wounded, 27 missing, total 517. Total killed 265, total wounded 1,794, total missing 93, overall total 2,152. Grand total killed 1,614, grand total wounded 7,721, grand total missing 3,963, overall grand total casualties 13,508. The official report of General Beauregard states the rebel loss to be 1,728 killed, 8,012 wounded, and 959 missing, which is far below the estimated losses of the enemy given by the Federal officers who buried the dead on the field. Bravely was that battle contested on both sides. We have described the way in which the Federal generals fought and won a victory, but the South was gallantly represented. So gallantly that a victory over such men was worth a double conquest over a meaner foe. Beauregard seemed omnipresent along his lines throughout that memorable day, striving by expostulation, entreaties, command, exposure of his own person, to stem the tide of defeat, but it was in vain. The steady flank advances of the Federal wings, the solidity of their center, rendered it necessary to retreat, if he would not be cut off entirely. His baffled and somewhat dispirited brigades fell back slowly upon the Corinth road, which, in all the fortunes of the 2 days' fight, had been carefully guarded from any approach of the Unionists. The retreat was neither a panic nor a rout. Some regiments threw away their arms, blankets, etc. from exhaustion. Great numbers of killed and wounded crowded the army wagons, and much camp equipage was necessarily left behind. The pursuit was kept up, but with little energy. The nature of the woods rendered cavalry movements extremely difficult, and though 3,000 splendidly mounted fellows had waited 2 days for an order to ride into the fray, it came too late for much service. The infantry pushed onward only a mile or two, for being unacquainted with the topography of the country, General Buell considered it dangerous to pursue his advantages any further. In giving a record of this contest, one thing is assured. The Union victory was won by the heroic fortitude of men, many of whom never before had been under fire, and the field is written all over with the records of soldiers whose unfaltering heroism gave the name of Pittsburgh Landing to the hardest fought and noblest won battle of the American continent. End of section 40.